Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Jackie. The knife moves through the bell pepper with practiced precision, my hands flowing with the same rhythm I've followed since culinary school. My small Charlotte apartment fills with the aromatic blend of sautéed garlic and onions, the foundation of tonight's client meal prep, classic comfort food with a healthy twist, my specialty. My phone vibrates against the cutting board. Mom's face lights up my screen. Hey, Ma, I'm in the middle of... Jackie, my God, have you heard what happened? It's your cousin, baby, Celia and her husband, Aston. Her voice cracks, sharp and high. They've been in an accident in New York. The knife slips from my fingers, clattering against the wooden board. My stomach drops like I've missed a step on a staircase. What? Are they okay? They're alive. Banged up pretty bad, though. Broken bones, bruises everywhere. They were on their way to some fancy wedding. I stumble to the couch, legs suddenly weak beneath me. The room spins slightly as I sink into the cushions. Oh my God. They need help, Jackie. Celia's been asking for you. My free hand presses against my forehead, pushing back the panic that threatens to overwhelm me. Celia and I have always been close while we were growing up, more like sisters than cousins. Life pushed us in different directions, but now it's bringing us back together. Of course she has. You need to go to them. They're at their penthouse now, but neither of them can even make a sandwich. They've been surviving off of takeout, poor souls. Everybody knows a warm homemade meal is better for the body. I glance at the half-prepped meals in my kitchen, the calendar on my fridge filled with local client appointments, my whole life in neat little boxes, the life I've been trying to build here in North Carolina, far from the intensity of New York's culinary scene. But it's something I've dreamed about, an industry I've always wondered if I could make it in. New York City is a whole beast of its own, but what if? I can't just drop everything and... Family comes first, Jackie. Always. Mom's voice leaves no room for debate. Remember when you broke your ankle during that catering competition? Who flew down that same night? Celia, I whisper, memories flooding back. Celia, a few years older than me and infinitely more successful. Celia, who married a literal billionaire but never let it change how she treated me. She needs you, honey. They both do. I look around my apartment, at the stack of cookbooks with my notes sticking out, the vision board for my future restaurant, the life I'm still trying to figure out at 29. I'll book a flight tonight. The words come out before I fully process them. That's my girl. Mom's relief is palpable. Family's everything, Jackie. When the world falls apart, we hold each other up. My eyes drift to the photo on my bookshelf. Celia and me at the beach when we were teenagers. Her arm around my shoulder, both of us grinning wide, and our curly hair whipping in the air. Yeah, I say softly. We do. I hang up with Mom and pace my kitchen, staring at the client calendar that suddenly feels meaningless. My life in Charlotte can wait. Celia needs me. I find her phone number in my phone and press call with a shaky finger. The phone rings 4 times. and I'm about to hang up when, "Jackie, is that you?" Celia's voice sounds raspy, tired in a way I've never heard before. "Hey, Celia, my mama just told me what happened." My free hand fidgets with the edge of my shirt. "Are you okay?" A soft laugh crackles through the line. "Define okay. Everything hurts, but I'm alive. Aston's worse. Broken leg, 2 cracked ribs. The car hit his side first." I sink onto my couch, stomach twisting. "And you?" Dislocated shoulder, whiplash, bruises in places I didn't know could bruise. The doctors say we're lucky. The car burst into flames, but we got helped out of the car by people nice enough to stop. She pauses, and I hear rustling fabric. Don't feel lucky, though. Can barely get to the bathroom without wanting to cry. My mind's already racing through recovery meals, anti-inflammatory ingredients, dishes that would heal and comfort. "Who's taking care of you two? Your housekeeper?" "She comes 3 times a week, but..." A sigh crackles through the line. Food's been the biggest issue. Aston keeps ordering delivery, but I can't stomach another night of lukewarm pasta or soggy pad thai. That's actually why I'm calling. I straighten my spine, decision already made. I want to come cook for you guys. The line goes quiet for so long, I check to make sure the call hasn't dropped. "Celia, you'd do that? Come all the way to New York?" "Of course I would. You do it for me. I can make all those healing soups Grandma used to make when we were sick. Remember her magic broth? With the star anise and ginger." Her voice perks up. God, I'd kill for that right now. No killing necessary, just a spare bedroom for a few weeks. "Jackie, we have 4 spare bedrooms in this place. And her voice cracks slightly. "I could really use the company. Aston's cranky as hell when he's in pain. The man built a tech empire but can't handle a broken leg." I laugh, feeling the rightness of this decision settle in my chest. Guess some things even money can't fix. "Not without help," she says softly. "Are you sure about this? I mean, I know you're trying to build your own life in Charlotte. Your clients, they'll understand a family emergency. They just have to." I'm already eyeing my laptop, thinking about flights. Besides, I've always wanted to see how the other half lives. Your Instagram makes that Upper East Side penthouse look like a palace. It's just an oversized apartment with better views. She laughs, then groans. "Ow, don't make me laugh. Everything hurts." "I'll book a flight for tonight if I can. Text me your address and I'll be there before you can say bone broth." "Bone broth," she whispers, then adds more seriously, "Thank you, Jackie. Really, this means everything." After we hang up, I stare at my phone, a mixture of nerves and excitement building in my chest. New York City, the culinary capital of America, the place I've always been a little afraid to test myself against. And now, I'm headed straight into its heart. Grabbing my laptop, I cancel my remaining appointments with a quick group email. Several clients respond immediately with understanding messages. They know family comes first. I silence the tiny voice in my head whispering about lost income and professional momentum. "Sorry, Chef Marcel," I mutter to the framed photo of my culinary school mentor as I pack. "Looks like New York gets me after all." My suitcase lies open on my bed as I dart between closet and dresser, tossing in essentials. Clothes, my favorite knife roll, and the cookbook Grandma gave me before she passed, the one with all her handwritten notes in the margins. In the kitchen, I open my spice cabinet and survey my collection. Each glass jar contains a different world of possibility. If you're going to an actual billionaire's kitchen, you don't need to bring salt, I tell myself with a laugh. But I grab my special blends anyway. the smoky Creole seasoning that makes everything taste like home, the herbal anti-inflammatory mix I developed during culinary school, and the secret curry powder that's won me more than a few private chef gigs. Some things you don't trust to anyone else's pantry, no matter how fancy. My phone pings with a flight confirmation. 6 hours until takeoff. I pack faster. My Santoku knife slides into its protective sheath, the expensive one Celia got me for Christmas 3 years ago. Next comes my microplane, silicone spatulas, and the digital thermometer I can't cook without. You're not moving there, I remind myself, zipping up the culinary toolkit that's become my professional security blanket. Just helping family heal. But as I look around my apartment, something feels different. Like I'm not just leaving for a few weeks, but stepping into something bigger. The thought sends a shiver of excitement through me. I grab my phone, book a rideshare to the airport, and take one last look at my vision board. The magazine cutout of a New York City restaurant storefront stares back at me. Underneath, in my own handwriting, someday. We'll see, I whisper, shouldering my bags. Family first. Everything else will fall into place.
Chapter 2. Noah. I traced my fingers against the leather steering wheel of my car, staring up at the gleaming high-rise that houses the St. Pierre penthouse. The New York Times notification on my phone still glows. Billionaire power couple recovering after fiery near-fatal collision. Just below it, a tabloid headline screams, Noah Breckenridge spotted with model, another doomed romance. Screw this. I shut off my phone and toss it onto the passenger seat. $3 million settlements this month alone, and what people care about is who I'm screwing. Or more accurately, who I'm supposedly screwing, since half the women I've been linked with I barely know beyond a handshake at a charity gala. My father's voice echoes in my head. Harvard law doesn't mean anything if you can't keep your personal life from becoming a liability. Easy for him to say. The Breckenridge name opened doors for generations before I was born, but it also means a spotlight I never asked for. I straighten my tie, checking my reflection in the rear view. The bags under my eyes betray the late nights at the office preparing for Aston's insurance battle. I've known him since prep school. He deserves the best representation, especially now. My phone rings. It's Jessica, my most recent ex, probably calling to remind me what an emotionally unavailable jerk I am. The third woman in 2 years to tell me the same thing. I let it go to voicemail. The truth stings more than I'd like. I'm damn good at everything except relationships. I can dismantle a corporate merger in my sleep, but maintaining a connection with a woman beyond physical attraction? That's where I heir to a banking fortune and partner at Manhattan's most prestigious law firm fail spectacularly. I grab my briefcase, stuffed with paperwork that will ensure Aston and Celia get every penny they deserve from this accident. At least in business, I know exactly what I'm doing. Time to be the lawyer, not the tabloid fodder, I mutter, stepping out into the crisp fall air. The doorman recognizes me instantly. Good afternoon, Mr. Breckenridge. I nod sharply. Expecting me upstairs? Yes, sir. Mr. St. Pierre said to send you right up. As the private elevator climbs toward the penthouse, I straighten my shoulders. For the next few hours, I'll focus on being exactly what I excel at. A ruthless attorney fighting for my friends instead of that other Noah. The one who can't seem to get his personal life right, no matter how hard he tries. The elevator doors slide open with a soft ding, giving me that first unobstructed view of Aston's penthouse. Normally buzzing with activity, music playing, baseball games playing on the TVs, the constant ping of notifications from his tech empire. The place feels like a mausoleum now. I step into the foyer gently. How many times have I stumbled through these same doors after our legendary poker nights? Aston and I go back to when we were both rich, arrogant teenagers at boarding school, him with his coding notebooks and me with my debate team trophies. We were bound by the shared burden of family legacies neither of us asked for. That jerk's Ferrari is worth more than my dad's first hedge fund, I told my roommate after meeting Aston. By senior year, we were inseparable. He was the best man at my sister's wedding. I was there when he launched his first startup from a dorm room. When my mother died 3 years ago, he flew back from Tokyo just to sit with me at the funeral, not saying a word, just being there. And now he's lying broken somewhere in this massive apartment because some drunk jerk crossed a median. Mr. Breckenridge. The housekeeper appears, her expression grave. They're in the East Wing. Mr. St. Pierre is expecting you. Thanks, Maria. My eyebrows furrow slightly. How are they doing? Really? Oh. She hesitates, lowering her voice. It's difficult, sir. Miss Celia tries to be strong, but I hear her crying when she thinks no one's listening. A wave of protective anger surges through me. Both the drunk driver and that truck company are going to regret the day they ever crossed paths with my friends. I've already drafted lawsuits that'll make their lawyers tremble. The East Wing feels colder, quieter. Medical equipment lines one wall of what used to be their entertainment room. A hospital bed has replaced the custom leather sectional where we watched the Super Bowl last year. Aston sits in a wheelchair by the window, his right leg elevated, face turned toward Central Park's autumn colors. The man who once radiated unstoppable energy now seems diminished, contained. His normally meticulous appearance is replaced by unshaven stubble and slumped shoulders. Celia's nowhere in sight, probably resting in another room. My chest tightens. This is why I became a lawyer. Not for the billable hours or corner office, but for moments like this, when people I care about need the shark I've become. You look like trash, I call out, announcing my presence with our typical lack of sentimentality. Aston spins his wheelchair around, wincing slightly at the movement but smiling through the pain. His usual confident posture is gone, but the spark in his eyes remains the same determined glint I recognized the first day of boarding school when he declared he'd build the next Microsoft under his father's tutelage. Noah Breckenridge. He extends his hand, gripping mine with surprising strength. Great to see you, man. Good to see you too. Though I prefer seeing you standing up and not looking like roadkill. I drop my briefcase on the nearby table. The penthouse feels too sterile, too quiet for the Aston I know. Careful. I might use that charming bedside manner against you someday. He gestures toward the chair opposite him. Sit down before you give me a neck cramp. I settle into the chair, noticing the pill bottles lined up on the side table. How's the pain? Present. His jaw tightens. Constantly present. But thank you for coming. Seriously. Don't thank me yet. I've still got to figure out how to make these insurance jerks pay for every stitch in your body. I pull out my phone, scrolling through emails from the insurance company. The good news is, they're already terrified. Your name plus my firm equals their worst nightmare. Aston leans back, resting his head against the chair. I've got the best medical team money can buy, but dealing with paperwork and liability claims? He shakes his head. I don't have the bandwidth. That's why I'm here. I'll handle all the nonsense coming from them. You two focus on getting better. I tap my briefcase. I've already filed preliminary injunctions against both the driver and the trucking company. By the time I'm done, they'll wish they never got their licenses. You always were the angriest debater I've ever known. Aston chuckles, then grimaces as the movement jars his injuries. And you always were too smart for your own good. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. How's Celia doing? Aston's expression darkens. Physically? Better than me. Emotionally? He glances toward the bedroom door. She's blaming herself. Says if she hadn't insisted on making that shortcut to the wedding. That's nonsense. Some drunk jerk crossed a median. End of story. I feel my jaw tighten, that familiar surge of righteous anger flowing through my veins. This is what makes me dangerous in a courtroom. I don't just argue cases. I destroy opponents when they deserve it. Try telling her that. Aston sighs, his shoulders slumping. I don't have the energy for any of this legal things right now. Just do what you do best, Noah. Make them pay. Consider it done. The promise comes easily. For Aston and Celia, I'd burn down half of Manhattan if necessary. They're among the few people who knew me before the tabloids branded me a heartless playboy who's also a big-time lawyer. I'll hit them so hard their grandchildren will be writing settlement checks. Nobody hurts my friends and walks away.
Chapter 3. Jackie. The lobby of the building screams old money meets new tech, all polished marble and soft lighting, with screens embedded in the walls showing abstract art that changes every few minutes. I drag my heavy suitcase across the floor, the wheels fighting me the entire way to the reception desk. I'm here to see Celia St. Pierre, I tell the doorman, a tall man with a perfectly pressed uniform. I'm her cousin, Jackie Rogers. He gives me a once-over, his expression neutral as he checks something on his tablet. Miss St. Pierre mentioned you would be arriving. Let me call up to confirm. I shift my weight from one foot to the other while he makes the call, my hand still gripping the handle of my suitcase. The journey has left me drained, but knowing Celia needs me energizes me just enough. You're clear to go up, Miss Rogers. He gestures to the elevator bank. Penthouse floor. You'll need this key card. The elevator shoots up so quickly my stomach drops. When the doors slide open, I'm greeted by a view that steals what little breath I have left. Floor-to-ceiling windows framing the nighttime New York skyline, lights twinkling like earthbound stars. Jackie, Celia calls out from somewhere inside. I follow her voice, pulling my suitcase behind me. The living room comes into view, and I spot Celia sitting on a massive sectional sofa, her arm in a cast. Beside her in a wheelchair sits Aston, looking worse for wear with the bruises still visible on his face. But what catches my attention is the man sitting across from them, tall even while seated, with sandy blonde hair, sharp blue eyes, and shoulders that stretch his tailored suit to perfection. You made it! Celia attempts to stand but winces. Don't you dare get up, I warn, letting go of my suitcase to rush over and carefully hug her. I told you I'd be here. Just in time for dinner, Aston says with a small smile, gesturing to open takeout containers on the coffee table. Though I suspect our Chinese food won't hold a candle to whatever you plan to cook for us from now on. That's when the stranger stands, unfolding to his full height, which is considerable. His piercing blue eyes lock with mine, and something electric passes between us. I've never believed in instant attraction, but the way my body responds to his presence makes a compelling argument. We haven't met, he says, his voice deep and confident as he extends his hand. Noah Breckenridge. I take his hand, trying to ignore the warmth that travels up my arm at his touch. Jackie Rogers. Noah's our lawyer, Celia explains, watching our interaction with interest. He's handling everything with the accident. Insurance, potential lawsuits, all that fun stuff. Someone's got to keep those vultures from circling while these two heal, Noah says, his eyes never leaving mine. The settlement demands are already rolling in from the other driver. Jackie's going to be our personal chef while we recover, Aston adds, breaking whatever spell has momentarily trapped me in Noah's gaze. Is that right? Noah asks, one corner of his mouth lifting. Then my timing couldn't be better. I hate takeout. I glance at the sad array of takeout containers and flash a smile. This won't do for a homecoming meal. How about I cook something that doesn't come in cardboard boxes? Aston's eyes light up. You serious? Right now? Do I look like I'm joking? I scan the living space, spotting what must be the kitchen through an archway. That kitchen's calling my name. Celia shifts on the sofa, her curls falling over her forehead. Jackie, you just flew in. Aren't you exhausted? The takeout is fine for tonight. Please. I've done 14-hour shifts with chefs screaming in my ear. I roll my eyes playfully. A quick dinner is nothing. Consider it my way of saying hello and thank you for the huge bedroom. I walk over to my suitcase, unzipping the side compartment where I've stashed my emergency culinary kit. Pulling out a small collection of vacuum-sealed spices. I hold them up like trophies. Never leave home without the essentials. I unwrap my hair tie from my wrist and gather my curls into a high ponytail. Now let's see what's in that fridge of yours. Noah stands, loosening his tie. Need any help? You cook? I ask, one eyebrow raised. I can follow directions. His eyes hold mine a beat longer than necessary. Then you can wash some veggies? I head toward the kitchen, aware of him following me. The kitchen is a chef's fantasy. Gleaming countertops, professional-grade appliances, and a refrigerator that could house a small family. I open it to find it surprisingly well-stocked. Celia always keeps basics on hand, Noah explains, rolling up his sleeves, even when she's not cooking. 20 minutes later, I've got a pan of garlic shrimp sizzling, pasta boiling, and a quick sauce reducing. Noah stands beside me, chopping herbs with surprising precision. Not bad for a lawyer, I note, bumping his elbow with mine as I reach for the salt. I'm full of surprises. He hands me the herbs without being asked. I toss the pasta with the sauce, plate everything with a chef's flourish, and garnish with the fresh herbs. Noah carries 2 plates to Celia and Aston, while I bring the others. This is exactly what the doctor ordered, Aston says after his first bite, color returning to his face. Noah twirls pasta around his fork. Damn, this is good. His eyes meet mine over the rim of his wine glass. Seriously good. Something warm spreads through my chest at his words. I've received praise from Michelin-starred chefs, but somehow this tall, sharp-eyed lawyer's compliment hits different. It's just a simple pasta, I say, though I can't help smiling. Nothing simple about talent, Noah counters, his gaze unwavering. As the dinner goes on and the dishes start to pile up, I stack the empty plates, eyeing the aftermath of our impromptu dinner party. I should get these cleaned up. I'm officially declaring you a kitchen goddess, Celia says, leaning back against the couch cushions with a satisfied smile. Honestly, how did you whip that up from basically nothing? Years of what's in the fridge challenges during culinary school. I gather the remaining plates. You two look like you need some rest. I've got this. Aston nods, fatigue evident in his expression. The pain meds are kicking in anyway. We should probably turn in. I'll help you, Noah says, standing to assist Aston with his wheelchair. I carry the stack of dishes into the kitchen, enjoying the expansive space as I fill the sink with hot, soapy water. The penthouse kitchen is 3 times the size of my entire apartment back home. I'm placing the plates into the soapy water when I sense a presence behind me. Those can wait until morning, you know. Noah's voice is closer than I expected, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. There's probably a dishwasher hidden behind one of these fancy cabinets. I glance over my shoulder, finding him leaning against the doorframe, his tie now completely undone and hanging loose around his neck. Something about the casual dishevelment makes him even more attractive. My heart picks up in my chest, but I do my best to act indifferent. I like doing dishes. I turn back to the sink, suddenly aware of how my body responds to his proximity. Helps me decompress. Is that right? His footsteps approach, and suddenly he's beside me, rolling up his sleeves. Then I'll dry. You don't have to. I want to. He picks up a dish towel, our fingers brushing as I hand him a clean plate. So, Personal chef to the St. Pierre. That's quite a gig. Family first. I scrub a stubborn bit of sauce from a plate. Besides, it's temporary. Until they're back on their feet. He takes the plate from me, his movements efficient as he dries it. That's the plan. And after, his eyes meet mine, a spark of interest undeniable in those blue depths. I shrug, handing him another plate. Back to hustling for private clients, I guess. Building my brand, the glamorous life of a freelance chef. You're good. He places the dried plate on the counter, his shoulder brushing mine as he reaches for the next one. Really good. You've only had one meal. I'm a quick study. His voice drops lower, creating an intimate bubble around us in the large kitchen. I know quality when I taste it. The way he says it makes me think we're not just talking about food anymore. I hand him a glass, our fingers lingering longer than necessary. Will I be seeing more of you around here? Noah asks, his eyes never leaving mine. Considering I'm moving in temporarily? That's a safe bet. A slow smile spreads across his face, transforming his serious features. Then I have a reason to stop by every day. For the food? I challenge, a smile tugging at my lips. Let's just say the menu suddenly got a lot more interesting. He places the last dried dish on the counter, and I'm definitely hungry for more. I can't help but smile, warmth spreading through me that has nothing to do with the hot water I've been plunging my hands into. I guess we'll have to see what I cook up.
Chapter 4. Noah. The St. Pierre penthouse is a masterpiece of glass and modern architecture that dominates the Manhattan skyline. Huge windows frame the living area where I sit, presenting a panoramic view that would normally command my attention. But not today. In front of me, Leo and Olivia Blackwood sit alongside Celia and Aston, showing their support. The young Blackwood boy, Thomas, colors with his crayons on the living room floor, completely undisturbed by the complex legal troubles the adults are engaged in. The driver who hit you had a blood alcohol level twice the legal limit. I flip through my notes, keeping my voice steady despite the anger bubbling beneath. We have footage from 3 different traffic cameras, plus 2 eyewitness accounts. This case is airtight. Aston maneuvers his wheelchair closer to the glass coffee table, his movements still unsteady but determined. And his insurance? Won't cover a fraction of the medical expenses. But that's why we're going after his assets. I glance up briefly as movement in the kitchen catches my eye. Jackie moves with purpose, slicing something with practiced precision. Her curls are pulled back in a messy ponytail, a few rebellious strands framing her face as she works. There's something magnetic about how she navigates the kitchen, like watching a dancer who knows every step by heart. Noah? Leo's voice snaps me back. Sorry. I straighten my tie. As I was saying, we're looking at a settlement in the 7-figure range minimum. I've already drafted the paperwork. Thomas suddenly darts past my knees, chasing some imaginary villain across the expensive hardwood. Olivia reaches out unsuccessfully to snag him. Thomas, baby, come sit with Mommy. No! I'm fighting bad guys! He zigzags between our legs. Celia laughs, then winces as the movement jostles her casted arm. Let him play. This place could use some life after the weeks we've had. A subtle scent of cinnamon and something savory wafts into the room as Jackie approaches with a tray. She sets down a teapot, mugs, and a plate of cookies that look too damn perfect to be real. Coffee's brewing, she says, placing the tray on the table, and the ricotta tartinis will be ready in 5. I catch myself watching her hands, strong, capable, with short, practical nails. Chef's hands, not the manicured talons I'm used to seeing on the women who typically orbit my social circle. Thank you, I offer, surprised by the sincere appreciation in my voice. Jackie gives me a quick professional smile before retreating to the kitchen, but not before I notice how her eyes, warm brown with flecks of gold, briefly lock with mine. "So, the arraignment is Tuesday?" Aston asks, pulling my attention back to business. "Yeah, and don't worry about showing up. I'll handle everything." I take a cookie without thinking and bite into it. The perfect balance of butter and chocolate hits my tongue, and I nearly groan out loud. "Holy cow, these are good!" Olivia smirks. "I've heard that Jackie's a food genius. Celia's been holding out on us." I nod, stealing another glance toward the kitchen where Jackie is plating what must be the tartines she mentioned. I've known accomplished women all my life. CEOs, fellow attorneys, socialites who run charity empires, but there's something about the quiet confidence with which she creates that catches me off guard. And that's dangerous. Clearing my throat, I shift back towards the topic at hand. "We'll also be filing a motion for additional damages related to lost income," I explain, straightening the stack of papers before me. "Given Celia's reputation in the culinary world, we can make a strong case for projected earnings from the cookbook deal and TV appearances she had to cancel." Aston nods, his businessman's brain already calculating the figures. That makes sense. The timing of this accident couldn't have been worse for her career momentum. My publisher's already pushing back deadlines." Celia sighs, adjusting her position to minimize pain. "They're being accommodating, but nothing." I cut her off, my tone firm but gentle. "That's exactly why we're pursuing this. Your career trajectory was clearly impacted. The jury needs to understand the full scope of damages." While laying out the timeline for depositions, my eyes drift toward the kitchen where Jackie is arranging tartinis on a ceramic platter. The ricotta glistens under a drizzle of honey, topped with what looks like fresh thyme. My stomach growls in anticipation. Thomas suddenly abandons his toys and makes a beeline for Jackie. The kid's got good taste. "Miss Jackie," he stage whispers, tugging at her apron. "I'm hungry." Jackie crouches down to his level, glancing toward the adults. "Well, I've got these fancy ricotta things coming out for the grown-ups, but..." She reaches into a small container on the counter. "I might have something special just for brave superheroes." Thomas's eyes widen as she produces what appears to be a cookie shaped like a star, decorated with blue icing. The kid looks like he's just been handed the keys to Disneyland. The interaction lasts less than 30 seconds, but something about it knocks me sideways. There's no pretense in the way she speaks to the kid, no baby talk or condescension, just genuine warmth. "Noah, thoughts on the timeline?" Leo asks, dragging my attention back to the matter at hand. Yeah, we should be looking at a court date within 8 months if they don't settle." I force myself to focus, but they'd be idiots not to settle. Thomas returns to his spot on the floor, munching discreetly on his contraband cookie while shooting Jackie a look of pure adoration. I find myself understanding the sentiment more than I'd care to admit. "Damn it! I need to get my head back in the game." Jackie approaches with the platter of tartines, and the scent hits me like a punch to the gut. Savory ricotta, honey, a hint of rosemary. She moves with an easy grace, setting the dish on the coffee table. "These look incredible," Leo says, reaching for one. "Thanks. Just a simple recipe I've been playing with." Jackie's voice has a natural warmth, confident but unpretentious. Our eyes meet for a brief second as she offers the plate to me. I take one, careful not to let our fingers touch. "The company's lawyers will try to downplay the impact on your daily life," I say, steering my focus back to Celia and Aston. "That's why we need to document everything. Physical therapy sessions, canceled appearances, even assistance with basic tasks." Jackie remains in the periphery of my vision as she moves around the room, refilling coffee cups. The scent of her perfume, something subtle with hints of vanilla, mingling with the aroma of fresh coffee, keeps pulling at my attention. "We need to be thorough on the medical side," I continue, taking a bite of the tartine. The flavor profile is complex yet balanced, sweet, savory, with a hint of acidity. Jesus, this is incredible. The compliment slips out before I can stop it. Jackie glances over, a hint of a smile playing at her lips before she disappears back into the kitchen. Noah, you were saying about the medical documentation? Aston prompts. I clear my throat. Right. We need records of everything, pain levels, medication, side effects. The more detailed, the better. I've been keeping notes, Celia says, gesturing to her phone. Jackie suggested I track my pain levels throughout the day. Smart! I nod, trying not to look toward the kitchen again. Very smart. Leo leans forward. What about their insurance company? I've heard they're notorious for lowballing. Let them try. My voice hardens. I've dealt with these jerks before. They're going to come at us with some nonsense settlement offer that's about 1/10 of what you deserve. I meet Aston's gaze directly. I promise you this. I'm going to fight like hell for you both. That drunk driver's going to wish he'd called an Uber by the time I'm done. You're getting every penny you deserve and then some. Celia reaches across with her good arm and squeezes my hand. We trust you, Noah. Is there anything we can do to help the process? Aston asks. Focus on getting better. That's your only job right now. I glance toward the kitchen where Jackie is washing something in the sink, her back to us. And keep your chef around. The judge should taste these tartines. We could add culinary deprivation to the damages. The joke lands, bringing much-needed levity to the room. I stand, gathering my papers, trying not to be obvious as I steal one more glance at Jackie. Her back is still turned, but there's something about the way she moves in the kitchen, confident and graceful, that's mesmerizing. I should head out. I've got a deposition to prepare for. I hand Aston a folder. These are the forms I mentioned. No rush. Look them over and we'll talk tomorrow. I've highlighted the key sections, but call me if anything doesn't make sense. Thomas tugs at my pant leg with wide eyes. Are you a superhero? You talk like one. I crouch down to his level, caught off guard by the kid's earnestness. Something in my chest softens. No, buddy, just a lawyer who doesn't like bullies. I lower my voice, but don't tell anyone. Sometimes that's basically the same thing.
Chapter 5. Jackie. I pour steaming chamomile tea into Celia's favorite mug, careful not to spill any as I set it down in front of her. The kitchen is warm and smells like the lemon squares I baked this morning. You need anything else? I ask, sliding into the bar stool across from her. I tuck a loose curl behind my ear, trying not to notice how exhausted she looks, despite putting on a brave face. Celia adjusts her arm cast with her good hand, wincing slightly. Just your company, and maybe the dish on why Noah keeps finding reasons to hang around when you're cooking. Her eyes sparkle with mischief, despite the pain medication. From the living room, a roar of laughter erupts as Aston and Noah react to something on the baseball game. Their voices carry easily into the kitchen, the sound of male bonding filling the space between us. Nonsense call, Noah's deep voice booms, sending an unwelcome shiver down my spine. Told you the ump was blind, Aston responds, followed by more laughter and what sounds like a high five. I roll my eyes, hoping Celia doesn't notice the slight shift in my tone. There's nothing to dish. He's just being nice to your house guest. I take a sip of my own tea, avoiding her knowing gaze. Besides, what else would a bored billionaire lawyer do with his free time? Nice? Celia takes a sip of tea, her eyebrows lifting. The man volunteered to carry groceries yesterday. Noah Breckenridge doesn't carry groceries for anyone. He's your friend. He's helping out. He's helping you out. There's a difference. She leans forward, wincing slightly from the movement. The way he looks at you when you're not watching. I stir my tea unnecessarily. I've seen how he looks at women. I Googled him. You what? Celia's eyes widen with delight. Don't act surprised. Of course I looked him up. Man walks in here looking like that with that swagger. I needed intel. And I found plenty. 3 high-profile breakups in 2 years. That page 6 spread with the lingerie model in St. Bart's. The charity gala incident with the senator's daughter. I count them off on my fingers. The man's a walking relationship disaster. Another burst of male laughter filters in from the living room. Did you see that catch? Noah calls out, his voice animated in a way I haven't heard before. Celia smirks. He seems different around you. We're just friends. That's all we should be. I take a sip of my tea. I'm here to cook for you guys and help you recover, not to be another notch on Noah Breckenridge's very expensive belt. So you have noticed his belt. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. I'm a chef, not blind. He asked about you, yesterday when you were at the market. I pause mid-sip. What did he ask? If you were seeing anyone. She grins triumphantly. And what did you tell him? The truth. That you're married to your career right now. I nod, ignoring the tiny ping of disappointment in my chest. Good. That's accurate. Is it though? Celia tilts her head. Because the Jackie I know wouldn't mind a little seasoning in her life. I shake my head, tracing the rim of my mug with my index finger. Look, would a relationship be nice? Sure, in the abstract sense that having someone to split the rent with would be nice. I glance up at Celia's skeptical expression. But I'm here for you in Aston right now, not to chase after some lawyer with more tailored suits than sense. I'm not asking you to chase him, Celia says, adjusting her position with a slight grimace. I'm just saying, if something happens naturally while you're here, why shut it down before it starts? Through the kitchen door, I catch a glimpse of Noah standing up to stretch. His t-shirt rides up slightly, revealing a strip of tan skin above his jeans. I quickly look away. Because some things aren't meant to happen, I say, refocusing on Celia. You think a guy like that is interested in a personal chef who drives a 15-year-old Honda? I think a guy like that hasn't stopped staring at you since you made that bouillabaisse 2 nights ago. I wave my hand dismissively. That's just his stomach talking. Men always confuse food with feelings. And you're confusing excuses with reality. She takes another sip of tea, watching me over the rim. When was the last time you even went on a date? I went out with that pastry chef from Sunshine Cafe. That was 9 months ago, and you said he spent the whole night talking about different types of flour. I can't help but laugh. God, he really did. I had nightmares about gluten. So what's the harm in entertaining the possibility? Noah's intelligent, successful, and clearly into you. I stand up to grab the honey from the counter, needing a moment to compose myself. The harm is thinking something could work between us when we're from completely different worlds. He dates models and socialites. I date guys who get excited about sourdough starters. Maybe he's tired of models and socialites. I sit back down and add a dollop of honey to my tea. I don't think a relationship is in the cards for us, Celia. Not now. Not ever. Celia laughs, a full, genuine laugh that makes her wince and hold her ribs. God, I wish I had a camera right now to capture how sure you sound. It's like watching someone insist the sky is green. What's so funny? You, him, this whole situation. She leans forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. You know what they say about the chef protesting too much? I shake my head at Celia, trying to dismiss this whole conversation. You need to stop with the matchmaking. I think the pain meds are messing with your judgment. Speaking of judgment, Celia sets her mug down with a knowing smile that makes me instantly suspicious. Remember how Aston and I got together? How could I forget? The fake marriage that turned real. I roll my eyes, recalling the arrangement they made to help Aston's PR that had evolved into genuine love. That was different. Was it? She tilts her head. Two people from different worlds, pretending to be something they're not, until suddenly, do not even go there. I point my spoon at her accusingly. What are you suggesting? That Noah and I should fake marry for what exactly? Tax benefits? His reputation rehabilitation? Celia shrugs, wincing slightly from the movement. I'm just saying, stranger things have happened. Like my straight-laced cousin drooling over a billionaire lawyer. I do not drool. You stare at his hands when he's not looking. I nearly choke on my tea. I do not. Chef's appreciation for fine instruments, she teases. You're delusional, but my mind wanders traitorously to the image of Noah's hands, strong, with long fingers that handle everything with precision, whether it's legal documents or the wine glass he swirls absently while talking. What if it happened to you? Celia presses, her voice softening. A convenient arrangement that becomes something more? I snort, though the thought sends an unwelcome tingle through me. Yeah, right. Jackie Breckenridge has a terrible ring to it. I think it sounds perfect. A fake marriage to Noah Breckenridge. I shake my head, surprised by how vividly I can picture it. Sharing a penthouse, making breakfast in a kitchen bigger than my entire apartment, his arms around me as I test a new recipe. Can you imagine me playing wife to a man who probably has his socks color-coded? He does, actually, Celia confirms. Aston told me. We both burst out laughing. See? We'd never work. I take another sip of tea, trying to ignore the warmth spreading through me that has nothing to do with the hot beverage. It's just a dream anyway, a ridiculous fantasy. Some dreams come true, Celia says, nodding toward the living room where her own formerly fake husband sits. Not that one. I stand up to refill the kettle, needing distance from Celia's knowing eyes. Not for me. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Noah. I slam my glass down on the mahogany bar counter, watching amber liquid slosh against the sides. The exclusive rooftop bar at the Archer provides the perfect backdrop, private enough for honesty, luxurious enough to match our standards. 25 stories up with Manhattan sprawled beneath us like a sparkling playground. Damn it, Joey! Have you seen the latest? I slide my phone across the polished surface. Joey Holloway glances up from his whiskey. Those familiar blue eyes, the same ones that witnessed my first hangover at boarding school, scanning the headline. His dark hair is perfectly styled despite the late hour, not a strand out of place. Billionaire lawyer Noah Breckenridge. Serial heartbreaker strikes again. Creative title. He slides the phone back with a smirk. At least they got the billionaire part right. They make it sound like I collect women's tears for sport. I knock back the rest of my drink and signal the bartender for another round. You know what actually happened with Jesselyn? Yeah. She cheated on you, then spun it to the press. Classic move. Joey loosens his tie and leans back in his chair. Remember when our biggest problem was getting caught smoking behind the chapel at St. Ambrose's? Those were simpler times. The bartender delivers fresh drinks, and I immediately take a long pull. Now I'm handling Aston and Celia's accident case while trying to stop my own reputation from going up in flames. Speaking of which, how are they doing? Recovering. Celia's got some serious bruising. Aston's in a wheelchair because he broke his leg, but he'll make a recovery. Could have been worse. I run a hand through my hair. Celia's cousin is there now, cooking for them. Joey taps his glass against mine. Always the devoted friend, even while your own life's a dumpster fire. Loyalty isn't conditional. Besides, work is the one place I don't feel like a complete disaster. I lean forward, dropping my voice. You know what pisses me off the most? These articles make it sound like I'm some player who can't commit. In reality, I've been looking for something real my whole damn life. The irony of Noah Breckenridge, scared of being alone. Joey's expression shifts to something more serious. You ever think maybe you're trying too hard? Picking women who look good on paper instead of waiting for something genuine. Says the guy who's dated 3 Victoria's Secret models this year. I'm not claiming to be relationship material. Joey shrugs with a grin. I'm just saying maybe stop forcing it. The right woman isn't going to give a damn about what page 6 says. That's the dream. I stare out at the city lights. Someone who sees past all this noise. Speaking of Celia's cousins, you should see the meal she's making at their place, I say, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. Not that boxed-up hospital garbage. Real food with actual flavor. Joey raises an eyebrow. The cousin's a chef too? Jackie. Yeah. My mouth twitches into a smile without permission. Personal chef in Charlotte. Dropped everything to come take care of them. Made this Caribbean curry yesterday that would make you reassess your entire life. Sounds like a good person. She is. I tap my fingers against the glass, suddenly realizing I'm talking faster than usual. Smart too. Not intimidated by all the wealth around her. Just moves through Aston's kitchen like she owns it. Joey sets his drink down, a knowing grin spreading across his face. So, what does this paragon of culinary virtue look like? I pause, picturing Jackie at the stove, spatula in hand. Gorgeous. Athletic build, but still curvy in all the right places. This incredible skin like rich brown caramel. And her hair. A gesture around my own head. These perfect curls she usually keeps up in a ponytail when she's cooking. But when she lets it down... Wow. Joey leans forward, his interest clearly piqued. I haven't seen you get this animated about a woman since... Actually, I don't think I've ever seen you this animated about a woman. Go away. I shoot him a warning glare, but continue anyway. Her eyes get me the most. This warm brown that glows whenever she's happy or she's laughing. When she's concentrating on chopping something, there's this little line that appears between her brows. And how long have you been observing these little details? I've only been over there a few times here and there to discuss the case with Aston. Joey laughs. And you're already cataloging her facial expressions? You're in deep, Breck. I'm just observant. I drain my glass, suddenly annoyed at myself for revealing too much. Sure you are? Joey leans back in his chair. What's her deal? Single? I think so. Celia told me there's nobody in her life. You know what I think? Joey points at me. I think the notorious Noah Breckenridge is afraid to make a move on a woman for the first time in his life. It's complicated. She's Celia's family. Our friends are in recovery. The timing's all wrong. Those sound like excuses. Joey signals for another round. When has the timing ever been right for you? You're just scared because she matters. I scoff, tipping back my glass and feeling the burn of premium whiskey slide down my throat. You're making a big deal out of nothing. So I notice she's attractive. Sue me. Actually, don't. I charge too much. Joey isn't listening. He's pulled out his phone, thumbs gliding over the screen as he scrolls through what I can only assume is more digital garbage about my love life. Damn, these vultures don't quit. He continues scrolling, then freezes. His eyes widen slightly before darting up to meet mine. Well, this is a new angle. What now? Did I knock up the Queen of England? Joey turns his phone toward me. The headline reads, Breckenridge billions at stake. Father threatens to cut off Playboy son if he doesn't settle down soon. My stomach drops so fast I swear it hits the floor 25 stories below. I snatch the phone from his hand, scanning the article with increasing fury. Sources close to the family say William Breckenridge is reaching the end of his patience with his only son's tabloid-worthy exploits. I read aloud, my voice hardening with each word. The Breckenridge patriarch reportedly told associates at a recent charity function that Noah needs to find a suitable partner and clean up his image or face dire consequences. Any truth to it? Joey asks, watching me carefully. I toss his phone back, attempting nonchalance. Complete nonsense. Dad would never. But even as the words leave my mouth, doubt creeps in. My father's voicemail from last week replays in my head. We need to discuss your recent press coverage, Noah. Call me back. You sure? Joey presses. Your face doesn't look convinced. My father and I have our differences, but he wouldn't pull this kind of stunt. I fiddle with my watch. A Patek Philippe my father gave me when I made partner at my firm. We're not exactly a warm and fuzzy family, but we don't operate through tabloid threats. So you've talked to him recently? I stare at the Manhattan skyline, the lights blurring slightly. Not for a couple weeks. Might want to check in. Joey signals the bartender for the check. Whether it's true or not, this story's out there now. And from what I know about William Breckenridge, he cares about the family name more than anything. He's right, and we both know it. My father built Breckenridge Holdings from nothing. He doesn't tolerate anything that tarnishes the reputation he spent a lifetime cultivating. Damn. I run my hand through my hair, tugging at the roots slightly. I need to get my thing together before this spirals completely out of control. Yeah, you do. Joey signs the check with a flourish, his pen scratching across the paper with annoying confidence. Maybe Jackie's the answer to all your problems. I shoot him a warning glare that would make most of my legal opponents back down. Don't start with that matchmaking nonsense. Not now. But as we stand to leave, I can't shake the gnawing feeling in my gut that's been growing since he mentioned my father. My family's support has always been conditional on academic performance, career achievements, social connections, the right schools, the right firm, the right everything. Why would romance be any different? The Breckenridge name comes with expectations that I've never fully escaped. For the first time in years, I feel genuinely unsettled. Not just about the money, I have my own successful career and investments, but about disappointing my father again. About proving right everyone who's ever called me a failure where it counts. The tabloids have painted me as the playboy who can't commit, and now my own father might believe it too. That stings more than I care to admit, even to myself. Chapter 7. Noah. I take another bite of the seared sea bass and have to stifle a groan. The fish practically melts on my tongue, perfectly balancing the citrus notes with this mysterious depth I can't quite place. I've eaten at Michelin-starred restaurants worldwide, but this homemade meal in Aston and Celia's penthouse dining room might just top them all. Jackie, this is absolutely incredible. Olivia leans back in her chair, setting down her fork with dramatic precision. What did you infuse the sauce with? There's something unexpected in there. Jackie emerges from the kitchen carrying a tray of roasted vegetables. She's wearing a simple white button-down with dark jeans, her curls pulled back in that ponytail I've come to expect when she's cooking. Still, she somehow outshines everyone at the table. Lemongrass and a touch of star anise. She slides the tray onto the center of the table. Old family secret. My grandmother would kill me for sharing. I'm stealing that technique. Monica points her fork at Jackie. The restaurant needs this kind of innovation. Told you all my baby cousin was brilliant. Celia beams from her seat, careful with her arm cast. She reaches for Jackie's hand. Better than me on my best day. I wouldn't go that far, Jackie laughs, her humble response making her even more appealing. Henry raises his wine glass with that signature Blackwood confidence. When you decide to open your own place in New York, consider me your first investor. She's that good, huh? I ask, reaching for my water instead of wine. After last night's scotch, I'm giving my liver a break, though watching Jackie move around the kitchen all evening has been its own kind of intoxication. Better, Leo chimes in with authority. Olivia tried to poach her for flavor fusion yesterday. It wasn't poaching, Olivia protests, shooting her husband a look. It was a professional courtesy offer. I love how you're all discussing me like I'm not standing right here. Jackie rolls her eyes, but her smile betrays her pleasure at the compliments. There's something refreshing about her lack of pretension in a room full of people who could own half of Manhattan. I catch her gaze across the table and something electric passes between us. I hold the eye contact a fraction longer than necessary, enjoying the slight shift in her expression. There's something about this woman that gets under my skin in the best possible way. Noah, you've been suspiciously quiet, Aston calls out, adjusting himself in his wheelchair. Lawyer brain analyzing whether this meal meets some formal culinary standard? Just busy eating instead of talking. I fork another piece of fish. Though I'm curious, how does someone with this much talent end up as a personal chef instead of running her own kitchen? Not everyone wants the spotlight, Jackie answers, her eyes meeting mine again with a hint of challenge. Some of us prefer to let our work speak for itself. Is that a dig at my press coverage? I raise an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corner of my mouth. If the designer shoe fits, she fires back without missing a beat. The table erupts in laughter, and even I can't help joining in. There's something refreshing about someone who doesn't tiptoe around me. Careful, Noah, Celia warns with a grin. Last man who challenged Jackie's culinary philosophy ended up wearing his entree. That was one time, Jackie protests, filling Celia's water glass, and he deserved it. As the conversation drifts, I find my attention repeatedly drawn to Jackie. The confident way she moves around the room, how she anticipates everyone's needs before they voice them, the genuine warmth in her laugh. There's something magnetic about her that makes everything and everyone else at this table fade into background noise. And for the first time in longer than I can remember, I'm not thinking about headlines or my father's expectations or my tarnished reputation. I'm just here, present in this moment, watching Jackie Rogers command a room of Manhattan's elite without even trying. Jackie, you need to sit down and actually enjoy some of this masterpiece you've created. Celia waves her good arm at the empty chair next to me. Noah, make her sit. I'm fine, really, Jackie protests, but I'm already pulling out the chair. Chef's orders. I pat the seat, enjoying how her eyes narrow at my presumption. Unless you're afraid to sit next to the big bad lawyer. Jackie sets down the serving platter with a decisive thunk. I've handled men with sharper knives than you, counselor. Ouch. I press my hand to my chest in mock injury as she finally slides into the chair beside me. The subtle scent of citrus and spice follows her, not perfume, but the lingering evidence of her culinary artistry. Celia looks entirely too pleased with herself as conversation resumes around the table. Henry and Leo launch into some debate about market predictions while Monica and Olivia discuss seasonal menu options. The background noise creates a perfect cover for me to turn slightly toward Jackie. So, is it a requirement to be this stubborn to make food this good? I lower my voice just for her ears. Or is that a bonus skill you developed? Jackie reaches for her wine glass. Depends. Is being this arrogant required for passing the bar, or did you take extra classes? Specialized training. I can't help the grin that breaks across my face. Top of my class in self-importance. I'm shocked. Her lips curve upward despite her attempt to maintain a straight face. Absolutely stunned. Our knees touch under the table, and neither of us moves away. The point of contact sends an unexpected jolt through me that has nothing to do with static electricity and everything to do with the woman beside me. You know, I murmur, reaching for the salt and deliberately letting my fingers brush against hers as she reaches for the pepper. Most people spend at least 3 dates getting to know me before they start throwing insults. Most people don't have standards. Jackie's comeback is swift, but her fingers linger against mine a fraction longer than necessary. Across the table, Aston catches my eye with a raised eyebrow that I pretend not to see. Screw that. I don't need his commentary on whatever this is. What would your standard first date look like then? I ask, surprised by my own genuine curiosity. Assuming someone met your, apparently stratospheric criteria. Jackie studies me for a moment, those expressive eyes making me feel like I'm being assessed down to my molecular structure. Wouldn't you like to know? That's generally why people ask questions. Not typical billionaire interrogation tactics. She takes a sip of wine, but her eyes stay fixed on mine over the rim of the glass. I prefer to think of it as gathering evidence. I lean closer, dropping my voice even lower. For the case I'm building. And what case is that? The people versus Jackie Rogers' resistance to my charm. She nearly chokes on her wine, covering her laugh with her napkin. That's a losing case if I ever heard one, Mr. Breckenridge. The table erupts in laughter at something Henry says, but I barely register it. The entire room is narrowed to just this space between Jackie and me, charged with something I haven't felt in a long damn time. The laughter around the table provides the perfect cover as I notice Jackie discreetly checking her watch. You keep track of time like someone's going to fine you for exceeding it, I say, keeping my voice low enough that only she can hear. Do you ever actually stop working? She raises an eyebrow. Some of us don't have trust funds to fall back on. Touché. I take a sip of water. But seriously, when's the last time you went out just for fun? No cooking, no taking care of anyone else. I enjoy what I do. Not what I asked. Jackie gives me a long, measured look. Before I came to help Celia, 3 weeks ago, drinks with friends. So you do know how to have fun. I lean slightly closer, drawn to the subtle scent of her perfume beneath the kitchen aromas clinging to her. What if we continued this conversation somewhere that doesn't involve you working? What exactly are you suggesting? Dinner or drinks? Your call. I maintain eye contact, suddenly more invested in her answer than I anticipated. Somewhere with food you didn't have to cook, and someone else handles the dishes. Jackie tilts her head, studying me. Don't you have some socialite or model waiting for your call? If I did, why would I be asking you? My response comes out more honest than intended. Fair point. She reaches for her wine glass, her fingers brushing against mine. And what would your publicist say about you being seen with a regular chef instead of your usual arm candy? Probably that it's the smartest decision I've made in years. Her laugh is genuine, unguarded. Smooth, Breckenridge. Very smooth. I aim to please. I keep my eyes on hers. So, what do you say? One night off from culinary duties. I don't know. She glances toward Celia, who's deep in conversation with Olivia. I'm here to help my cousin. And you are. Magnificently. I gestured toward the table, but even Florence Nightingale took breaks. Did she? Or are you just making things up now because you're used to getting what you want? I laugh, genuinely amused by her pushback. Both, probably. But my point stands. Her phone buzzes on the table. She glances at it and mutters, "Grocery delivery confirmation." See? Even your phone knows you need a break. I take a calculated risk and gently place my hand over hers. Come on, Jackie. One night. If you hate it, I promise never to ask again. That's a dangerous promise to make. She doesn't pull her hand away. I'm a dangerous guy. My thumb traces a small circle on her wrist. According to page 6, definitely. But there's no judgment in her tone, just teasing. Say yes and find out for yourself. She bites her lower lip, considering, then with a decisive nod. Okay, fine. One dinner, but I pick the place. Deal. I feel a disproportionate surge of triumph. When? Tomorrow night. Celia has a physical therapy session and Aston's mother is coming over. Perfect, I'll pick you up at 7. Jackie narrows her eyes. This isn't a date, Breckenridge. Of course not. I grin, knowing I'm not fooling either of us. Just two professionals having a conversation over food. Exactly. She points her fork at me, and I'm ordering the most expensive thing on the menu. Is that supposed to scare me? I ask with a smile. She shakes her head, enjoying her wine as she joins in on the table's conversation. I catch Aston watching us with a knowing smirk. I give him a subtle middle finger behind the water glass. But I can't deny the unexpected lightness in my chest, a sensation I haven't felt in longer than I care to admit. Jackie Rogers just agreed to have dinner with me, and somehow it feels more significant than closing a billion-dollar deal.
Chapter 8. Jackie. I smooth the front of my burgundy wrap dress as the maitre d' leads us to a secluded corner table at Hawksmoor, one of Manhattan's most exclusive steakhouses. The restaurant drips with old money, crystal chandeliers, mahogany paneling, and white tablecloths so crisp they could cut glass. Not exactly what I'd call casual, but that seems to be Noah's version of low-key. You look like you're judging the decor. Noah pulls out my chair, his tailored navy suit making his shoulders appear even broader. I'm judging the prices. I pick up the leather-bound menu, my eyes widening at the figures. I could buy a week's worth of groceries for what they're charging for a baked potato. Noah laughs, a rich sound that vibrates through me. Order whatever the hell you want. My treat. Let me guess. You own stock in this place? No. He takes a sip of water, those piercing blue eyes never leaving mine. But the head chef studied under Marco Pierre White, and I figured you'd appreciate that more than some wannabe Instagram hotspot. You researched restaurants based on their culinary pedigree? Something warm spreads through my chest. That's surprisingly thoughtful. The sommelier approaches, and Noah orders a bottle of Cabernet without consulting the wine list. The confidence in his voice makes it clear he's done this 1,000 times before. So, he leans forward once we're alone again. Tell me something I don't know about Jackie Rogers. I twirl the stem of my water glass. I once set my parents' kitchen on fire trying to make bananas Foster when I was 12. Damn, really? His eyes light up with amusement. My grandmother was horrified, but also impressed by my ambition. She started teaching me properly after that. No more unsupervised flambeing. The memory makes me smile. What about you? Any childhood disasters? I crashed my dad's vintage Porsche into our pool house. He shakes his head. I was 14 and thought I was ready for Le Mans. Were you grounded until college? Surprisingly, no. My old man was more impressed I managed to get it started. He had me work off the damage by interning at his company that summer. Noah runs a hand through his sandy hair. That's when I decided I wanted to be a lawyer instead of following him into finance. Rebellion by career choice. I like it. The wine arrives, and after Noah's approval, our glasses are filled. I take a sip, the rich flavor coating my tongue. This is amazing, I murmur. Like you. His words are casual, but his gaze is anything but. I nearly choke, patting my chest to clear up my throat. Smooth talker. Only when I mean it. He leans back, surveying me. Why cooking? What made you choose that path? Food brings people together. It's communion, comfort, celebration all in one. I trace patterns on the tablecloth. In my family, love was expressed through feeding people. My grandmother could cure anything with her chicken soup. Does that mean you're trying to cure something by feeding Aston and Celia? His question is gentle, probing. Maybe I'm trying to heal myself too. The admission slips out before I can catch it. The waiter appears with our appetizers, setting down a platter of seared scallops with brown butter and a plate of thinly sliced carpaccio. The presentation alone is worth half the price, I say, snapping a quick photo with my phone. Noah raises an eyebrow. Food photographer too? Professional habit. I document everything I eat that impresses me. I put my phone down and sample the scallop, the buttery sweetness melting on my tongue. Oh my God. Good? Noah watches me intently, a half smile playing on his lips. Beyond good. This is the kind of food I want to serve at my own place someday. I savor another bite. A small restaurant, maybe 30 seats. Seasonal menu, locally sourced ingredients. Where would you open it? He leans forward, genuinely interested. Brooklyn, probably. Hopefully. Somewhere with character, but not overrun with trendy spots yet. I fiddle with my fork. I've been saving for years, but between New York real estate and startup costs. I know some people in commercial real estate who, nope. I cut him off with a wave of my hand. When I do this, I do it on my own terms. Noah holds up his hands in surrender. Respect. I appreciate someone who wants to earn their own way. He takes a sip of wine. Must be nice having a clear dream like that. You don't? He sighs, running a hand through his hair. The law firm was always the plan. Make partner by 30, which I did. But now I'm just... He pauses, searching for words. I spend 80 hours a week solving other people's problems. Sometimes I wonder what the hell I'm doing it for. Wow. Never thought I'd hear a billionaire's son with existential dread. Not all golden handcuffs are comfortable. His jaw tightens. And what do you want? I hold his gaze. Time. The word comes out raw. Time to travel without checking email every 5 minutes. To have dinner without 3 clients calling. To actually have a life outside the office. Where would you go? If you could just drop everything tomorrow? His expression softens. Japan. I've always wanted to spend a month there, exploring beyond Tokyo. The food alone. Yes. I practically slam my hand on the table. Japanese cuisine is incredible. The reverence they have for ingredients. The simplicity that isn't actually simple at all. You've been? No, but it's at the top of my list. That and Thailand. The street food scene in Bangkok is supposed to be mind-blowing. Noah grins. I did get to Thailand a few years back. Ate the best pad thai of my life from a woman cooking on a tiny cart in Chiang Mai. Now you're just making me jealous. I point my fork at him. What other food destinations have you conquered? Italy, obviously. France, Spain. The tapas in San Sebastian will ruin you for all other small plates. Spain's definitely on my list too. I'd gain 10 pounds just eating my way through Barcelona. You'd look good with an extra 10 pounds. His voice drops lower. Careful, Breckenridge. That almost sounds like a compliment. It was. Noah holds my gaze, and for a moment, I forget we're in a crowded restaurant. Our entrees arrive, breaking the moment. The waiter presents us with a perfectly cooked ribeye for Noah and pan-seared branzino for me. So, Noah cuts into his steak. Tell me more about this dream restaurant of yours. I take a bite of the branzino, savoring the delicate flavor before setting down my fork. I'm thinking of a farm-to-table concept, but with global influences. Not just the usual American roast chicken with seasonal vegetables, though that would definitely be on the menu. I want dishes that tell stories. What kind of stories? Noah cuts another piece of his steak, the motion precise and controlled. My grandmother's jerk chicken next to my take on Korean bibimbap, food that represents journeys, heritage, like my family's migration to the East Coast, translated through spices and techniques. I gesture with my hands, unable to contain my excitement. I'd change the menu quarterly, host special dinners where each course represents a different place or memory. You've thought this through. Noah's gaze is steady, assessing. I've been planning this since culinary school. I have a business plan, potential investors shortlisted, even sketches for the interior design. I laugh, feeling slightly self-conscious. Is that ridiculous? Planning every detail of something that doesn't exist yet? No. Noah leans forward, his elbows on the table. That's exactly how things get built. You see it before anyone else does. Spoken like the true heir of a banking fortune. Guilty. He smirks, but his eyes remain serious. You're going to make it happen, Jackie. I've known you for what? A few weeks. And I'm already certain you'll have your restaurant within 2 years. 3 tops. I stare at him, caught off guard by his confidence in me. That's optimistic. It's realistic. You've got the talent, the vision, and most importantly, the drive. His voice drops lower. That's rarer than people think. I know 100 talented chefs who will never open their own place because they don't have the balls to risk everything. And I do. I raise an eyebrow. I watched you walk into Aston St. Pierre's home and take over his kitchen like you own the place. Yeah, you do. The conviction in his voice makes me warm from the inside out. Well, damn. Maybe I should hire you as my hype man. I come with a steep retainer. He jokes, his smile transforming his face from intimidating to almost boyish. I laugh, and the sound surprises me, full and genuine. When was the last time I'd laughed like that? The pressure of cooking for Celia and Aston, of putting my career on pause, of worrying about my cousin's recovery, it all momentarily lifts in Noah's presence. What's so funny? His eyes crinkle at the corners. Just enjoying myself. Didn't expect it tonight. I take a sip of wine. You're not exactly what I expected, Noah Breckenridge. Is that good or bad? Still deciding. I flash him a smile, but I'm leaning toward good.
Chapter 9. Noah. The ticking of Aston and Celia's expensive wall clock is the only sound competing with the gentle clink of dishes as Jackie and I clean up after dinner. The St. Pierre have retreated to bed, leaving the 2 of us to finish the kitchen duties. You don't strike me as the dishwashing type. Jackie slides next to me with a stack of plates, her shoulder briefly brushing mine. What? You think I have a maid who follows me around wiping my buttocks too? I shoot her a sideways glance, enjoying the way her lips curl into a smile. Well, your family does have a net worth higher than some small countries. I hand her a dripping plate. Don't believe everything you read. So you're telling me you regularly do household chores in your penthouse? She raises an eyebrow, taking the plate and drying it with efficient circular motions. No, that's not. I stop myself, catching her knowing look. Okay, fine. My cleaning lady comes 3 times a week. Happy? Jackie laughs, the sound warmer than I expected. Honesty looks good on you, Breckenridge. Something about her casual teasing breaks through my usual defenses. Most people approach me with an agenda. They want legal advice, connections, or the status that comes with being seen with a Breckenridge. Jackie just wants clean dishes. You know what's weird? I say, handing her another plate. I haven't thought about work all evening. Is that unusual? I sleep with my phone under my pillow and check emails during bathroom breaks. That's depressing as hell. I snort. Yeah, well, welcome to corporate law. Do you even like it? She stops drying to look at me directly, those brown eyes seeing straight through my nonsense. The question catches me off guard. Not because it's particularly profound, but because no one ever asks it. Sometimes. I shrug, focusing on scrubbing a stubborn bit of food. I like winning. I like the strategy. The rest is expected. Expected by who? Whom? I correct automatically, then wince. Sorry, occupational hazard. Instead of getting annoyed, Jackie laughs. Fine. Expected by whom, you pretentious ass? I find myself laughing too, genuinely. My father, the Breckenridge legacy, the universe I don't know. So if you weren't lawyer Noah, who would you be? The question hangs between us, deceptively simple, yet cutting straight to something I rarely examine. I've never really considered an alternative, I admit, surprised by my own candor. That probably sounds pathetic. Jackie hands me a wine glass to wash. Not pathetic, just contained. Contained, I repeat, testing the word. That's diplomatic. I'm just saying. She bumps my hip with hers playfully. There's probably more to you than expensive suits and legal jargon. The casual touch sends an unexpected current through me. This woman who showed up at the last second to care for her cousin has somehow managed what years of therapy couldn't, getting me to talk about myself without the carefully constructed facade. I stare at the sudsy water, thinking about how different this feels from my usual interactions with women. History has taught me some harsh lessons. You got quiet. Jackie nudges me with her elbow. Too much honest conversation for a lawyer? Just thinking about how conversations like this usually go for me. And how's that? They don't end well. I hand her the last plate. Women see the Breckenridge name before they see me. It's always about what I can do for them. Connections, money, status. The last 3 relationships I had ended up as tabloid fodder because they were looking for their 15 minutes. Jackie wipes her hands on a dish towel. Must suck to never know if someone wants you or your bank account. Refreshingly blunt as always. I lean against the counter. But yeah, it does. Well, for what it's worth, I didn't even know who you were when we met. I was too busy trying to make sure Celia and Aston didn't starve to death. I laugh, surprised by how good it feels. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You didn't give a damn about impressing me. Still don't. She grins, dark eyes sparkling with mischief. We migrate to the living room, settling on opposite ends of the couch with glasses of wine. The house is quiet, and somewhere between our 3rd and 4th glass, the conversation shifts from casual to something deeper. What scares you? Jackie asks, tucking her legs underneath her. The question hangs in the air between us. Failure. The word slips out before I can stop it. Not measuring up. To what? To whatever impossible standard was set before I was even born. I take another sip. The Breckenridge men don't fail. We don't show weakness. We certainly don't admit to being scared of a goddamn thing. Jackie doesn't offer empty reassurances or platitudes. She just nods, understanding. I'm afraid of being stuck, she admits. Of waking up 10 years from now, still cooking other people's recipes instead of having my own restaurant. You should do it. Open your place. Just like that? She raises an eyebrow. Why not? You've got the talent. And you've got the ability to practice any kind of law you want. Why corporate if you're not passionate about it? The question hits me like a punch to the gut. No one's ever bothered to ask what I want. I don't know who I'd be without it, I admit. It's been the plan since I was a teenager. Might be worth finding out. I look at her across the dim living room. This woman who sees me, not Noah Breckenridge, Billionaire's son, but just me. The real me that no camera has ever captured, no article has ever described. You know, I say, surprised by the lightness in my chest. This is the first conversation I've had in years where I don't feel like I'm being cross-examined. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, the wine making everything softer around the edges. I catch myself watching the way Jackie's fingers trace the rim of her glass, the casual grace in every movement. My phone buzzes from the coffee table, probably my father demanding explanations to why my name is getting ripped to shreds in the press because of my past relationships. I ignore it. Your phone's having a seizure over there. Jackie nods toward the vibrating device. Let it... I stretch my arm along the back of the couch. For once, I don't give a damn. She tilts her head, studying me. Wow, is Noah Breckenridge actually prioritizing relaxation over work? Alert the media. Don't tempt me. They'd run with it. Billionaire heir abandons responsibilities to drink wine with beautiful chef. The words slip out before I can trap them behind my teeth. Jackie's expression shifts, surprised by the compliment. Beautiful, huh? A small smile plays at her lips. Just stating facts. I shrug, but I don't backtrack. It is a fact. She is beautiful in a real way that has nothing to do with the manufactured perfection I'm used to seeing. And you know what I think? Jackie sets her glass down. I think Noah Breckenridge might actually be decent company when he's not being a hotshot lawyer. High praise from someone who threatened to stab me with a paring knife yesterday. You deserved it. Nobody touches my mise en place. We both laugh, and something inside me loosens. When was the last time I laughed this much? When was the last time I spent an evening without strategizing my next career move or avoiding paparazzi? My father calls every Sunday at 8 p.m., I find myself saying. Always has, since college. It's never to ask how I'm doing. It's always about cases, connections, money, or some legacy nonsense. And you always answer. Every time. Jackie considers this. What would happen if you didn't? Such a simple question. But it hits me like a thunderbolt. What would happen? The world wouldn't end. The Breckenridge Empire wouldn't crumble. Yet I've never once considered not picking up. I don't know, I admit. No one in my life has ever just wanted me around as a way to get to know me. Besides Aston, of course. That's messed up. I laugh at her bluntness. Yeah, it is. Well, Jackie says, leaning forward slightly. I want you around because you load a dishwasher like trash and it's entertaining to watch. The lightness in her voice carries something else. Sincerity. She's not impressed by my name or my bank account. She sees me. I might stick around then, I say, my voice rougher than intended. For the entertainment value. Our eyes lock, and there's a charge in the air that wasn't there before. I've dated supermodels and socialites, women chosen for how they'd look on my arm at galas. But sitting here with Jackie, brilliant, stubborn, talented Jackie, I feel something I haven't felt in years. Hope.
Chapter 10. Jackie. I shove past another photographer who practically thrusts his camera in my face. Excuse me? I push my way through the wall of bodies, handbags, and equipment, blocking the entrance to Nocturne, the upscale bar Noah chose for tonight. Who are you with? A greasy-haired guy with a cannon dangling from his neck blocks my path. I'm with myself, I snap, ducking under his arm and finally breaking through the human barricade. The bouncer checks my ID with a quick nod, and suddenly I'm inside. The bar's moody lighting and sleek aesthetic feels like stepping into another dimension after the chaos outside. The photographers don't follow. They clearly have no idea I'm here to meet Noah Breckenridge, the very person they're camped outside waiting to ambush. I scan the dimly lit space, spotting Noah in a corner booth. Even in casual clothes, dark jeans, and a Henley that hugs his broad shoulders, he radiates that commanding presence. Our eyes meet, and he raises his glass in greeting. "You made it through the vulture gauntlet," Noah says as I slide into the booth across from him. "Barely. Is it always like that for you?" I smooth my curls that got disheveled in the commotion. "Worse lately." Noah downs the remainder of what looks like whiskey. His sharp jawline tightens. "Sorry about that. Should have warned you. I've fought through worse crowds at sample sales. I flag down a server and order a mojito, though nobody was taking my picture, which was new and not particularly fun. "Welcome to my personal hell." Noah leans back, his piercing blue eyes clouded with exhaustion. "Jesselyn keeps going and talking to the goddamn tabloids." I perk a brow. "Your ex?" "The very one. Claimed I was emotionally unavailable and married to my work, as if dating for 3 months qualifies her to psychoanalyze me in People magazine." His knuckles whiten around his empty glass. The server delivers my mojito, and Noah immediately orders another whiskey, neat. "Then my father called this morning," he continues once we're alone. "Reminded me I'm 30 and apparently running out of time to provide him with grandchildren, because obviously that's what matters, not that I'm handling Celia and Aston's case among many others." Noah runs a hand through his perfectly styled hair, disrupting it. "He has this whole list of suitable women I should consider. Daughters of his golf buddies, naturally." I take a sip of my drink, watching him over the rim. "So basically you're being chased by cameras outside and chased by expectations inside." "Exactly that. Can't win either way." Noah accepts his fresh drink with a nod to the server. "You know what the worst part is? Sometimes I wonder if they're right." "Who? The paparazzi or your dad?" "Both. Maybe I am the commitment phobic they paint me as. Maybe I should just pick some appropriate society woman and get it over with." I take a hearty gulp of my mojito, savoring its cool rush of mint and lime as it washes away the remnants of stress from battling paparazzi. 2 drinks in, and the warm buzz of alcohol loosens the knots in my shoulders. Noah's already on his 3rd whiskey, the amber liquid disappearing with impressive speed. "You know what your problem is, Breckenridge?" I point my straw at him. "You think too damn much about what everyone else thinks." Noah's laugh is unexpectedly genuine. "You've got a PhD in analyzing me, Jackie?" "I'm an excellent judge of character. Professional hazard. You learn to read people when you're cooking for them. I steal an olive from the small dish between us. Plus, I've been at Celia and Aston's for weeks now. I've seen how you operate. And how exactly do I operate? Like someone who's carrying the weight of expectations that aren't even yours." I shrug, finishing my mojito and signaling for another. Noah leans forward, his elbows on the table. That's surprisingly accurate. "I told you, I'm good at reading people." "What else do you see?" His blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that momentarily steals my breath. "I see someone who needs to stop giving a damn what the tabloids write." I accept my fresh drink from the server, nodding thanks. Easier said than done when they're camping outside your apartment. Noah runs a hand through his hair again, messing it up further. "You know what would really throw them off their game?" A mischievous glint appears in his eyes. "What?" If I suddenly got married, he says it with such deadpan delivery that I almost choke on my drink. To one of Daddy's golf buddy daughters, I tease. Hell no, to someone completely unexpected. Noah leans back, a playful half smile forming. Someone like you. I freeze mid-sip, staring at him. Excuse me? Think about it. His voice drops as he leans in closer, so close that I can feel the heat of his body. We pretend to be married. The tabloids would lose their minds. Jesselyn would shut up. My father would be so shocked he'd stop with his eligible bachelorette list. He spreads his hands. Problem solved. The alcohol in my system makes the idea seem less absurd with each passing second. Are you seriously suggesting a fake marriage? Why not? People do crazier things for less reason. Noah's grin is infectious. You'd be saving me from both the vultures and the matchmakers. I start to laugh, but then pause. The crazy thing is, I can actually see it working. The photographer's outside, the relentless pressure he's under. Would it be so outlandish? I mean, I've come to like Noah. He's strong, he's stubborn, he's got a good heart if he's helping Celia and Aston on top of everything else he has to handle. Why not help him out a little bit? It can't be that bad of an idea, right? You're completely insane, I say, but my mind is racing ahead, imagining headlines, photographers' shocked faces, the expression on his father's face. Maybe, Noah concedes, but admit it, you're intrigued. I am. God help me, I actually am. I lean forward, elbows on the table, surprising myself with how quickly I'm entertaining this insane idea. So what's your grand plan here? We just walk into City Hall tomorrow and say, I do? Noah's eyes light up with the rest of his face. We'd need to sell it better than that. First, we'd need rings. He glances at my hands. Something vintage for you, I think. Not too flashy, but quality. Planning my jewelry already? Slow down, Romeo. I sip my drink, hiding my smile. And what about living arrangements? Paparazzi would notice real quick if your supposed wife never stays at your place. My apartment has a guest room. Noah's grin turns wicked. Unless you'd prefer other accommodations. I kick him lightly under the table. In your dreams, Breckenridge? Every night, Rogers. He winks. And damn if my stomach doesn't do a little flip. And what about when your father wants to meet his new daughter-in-law? I'm not exactly country club material. I gesture to myself, suddenly aware of the class gap between us. Are you kidding? Noah leans back, eyes sweeping over me appreciatively. You'd run circles around those trust fund princesses. You're real. That's what scares them. Something warm blossoms in my chest at his words. And what about when we break up? Won't that just reinforce your commitment phobe reputation? We'll have a mature, amicable divorce. Creative differences. He shrugs. Or we could stay married forever. I make a decent breakfast. You burn toast. I've seen it. I laugh, remembering the smoke alarm incident at Aston's. Details. Noah waves dismissively. Think of the perks, though. You'd get invited to all the fancy parties. Endless networking for your restaurant dreams. My heart skips. He remembered my ambitions. And you'd get home-cooked meals that don't come from a delivery app. Marriage of convenience at its finest. Noah clinks his glass against mine. So what do you say, Jackie Rogers? Want to be a fake Breckenridge? The question hangs between us, laced with humor but carrying an unexpected weight. I study his face, the perfect jawline, those intelligent blue eyes that see more than they let on. When did this man start mattering to me? When did his smile become something I look forward to? Your father would have a heart attack. I try to keep it light, but my voice comes out softer than intended. That's half the appeal. Noah's voice matches mine, quieter now, more genuine. His fingers brush against mine on the table, sending electric currents up my arm. I want to say yes, and not just for the ridiculous prank of it all. I want to say yes because it means more time with him, more of these moments where the rest of the world falls away. It's terrifying how much I want that, and it's sad that I have hardly allowed myself to be so at ease with anyone like this before. We'd need a backstory, I say instead, neither accepting nor refusing. How we met, when we fell in love. That's easy. His thumb traces circles on my hand. The truth mostly. Chef meets lawyer while taking care of mutual friends. Sparks fly over spicy food and legal briefs. Sparks, huh? I raise an eyebrow, trying to ignore how my pulse quickens under his touch. Don't tell me you haven't felt them. His gaze holds mine, challenge and vulnerability mixed in equal measure. And there it is, the moment where our playful game shifts into something more real, more dangerous. Because I have felt them, those sparks, every damn day since the moment I've met this man. You're on, Breck, I say. But just so you know, I want a sizable chunk of change for helping you get the press off your back. Deal. He holds out his hand and I shake it. Then he smiles wide. If I weren't sitting, my knees would have buckled already. Pleasure doing business with you, Mrs. Breckenridge.
Chapter 11. Noah. It's nearly midnight and the city glitters beneath us like scattered diamonds on black velvet. I loosen my tie, watching Jackie across the dining table. The remnants of the meal she prepared sit between us, a testament to her culinary skill. So you weren't kidding at Nocturne? I tap my finger against the crystal tumbler of bourbon. About the marriage thing. Jackie leans forward, those warm brown eyes locked on mine with an intensity that makes my throat tighten. Dead serious. Why would I joke about something like that? Most people would consider marrying someone they barely know a pretty big deal. I take a swig of my drink, welcoming the burn. Especially someone with my reputation. I've thought about this since you mentioned it, Noah. And your reputation is exactly why this works for both of us. Jackie twirls her wine glass, the red liquid catching the light. You need image rehabilitation. I need capital to start my restaurant. Her straightforwardness catches me off guard. I expected hesitation, not this calculated eagerness. After all, I was only joking when I brought it up. But there's something refreshing about her directness. No games, no pretense. Let me get this straight. You want to marry me for my money and connections? And you want to marry me because I'll rehab your image and make it clear that you're not the heartbreaker the press loves to clown on. She shrugs, the motion pulling her blouse tighter across her shoulders. I'm a regular person with my own goals. The press will eat that up. Reformed playboy finds love with hardworking chef. I lean back in my chair, studying her face. You've thought this through. I've been cooking for important clients long enough to know how things work in your world. She sets her glass down with a decisive clink. I need $300,000 to secure the space I want in Soho, plus startup costs. In exchange, you get a wife who makes you look good, cooks like a dream, and doesn't expect you to actually love her. The pragmatism stings more than it should. I mask it with a smirk. That's simple, huh? Simple is underrated. Jackie reaches for the bottle, refilling her glass. We set terms, sign prenups, play happy couple for the cameras, and everyone wins. And if I want more than just a business arrangement? The words escape before I can stop them. Jackie's expression shifts, something vulnerable flickering across her features before hardening into resolve. Then we renegotiate when that bridge comes. But right now I'm offering a mutually beneficial transaction. Take it or leave it. I drained the last of my bourbon, weighing her proposition. The cynical part of me appreciates the honesty. No false pretenses of love, just a clean exchange of resources. Yet something else, something I've been trying to ignore since meeting her, rebels against reducing whatever is between us to a contract. $300,000 for the restaurant space. What else? My voice comes out rougher than intended. Introductions to the right people. I want legitimacy in the culinary world, not charity. She leans forward, close enough that I catch the scent of vanilla and spice that clings to her skin. And I want it in writing that this is temporary. 2 years max. I lean forward, close enough that I can see the gold flecks in Jackie's eyes. I'll have my legal team draft everything tomorrow. Standard prenup with the specific clauses we discussed. How fast can this happen? Jackie tucks a stray curl behind her ear, her expression all business despite the absurdity of what we're planning. 3 days tops. My team doesn't mess around. I pull out my phone, already scrolling through contacts. And once that's handled, I'll have my PR team strategically leak the news. Leak? Not announce? Trust me, a leak creates more intrigue. I tap my finger against the table. Makes it seem like we're trying to keep it private, which only makes them hungrier for details. Jackie's eyebrows shoot up. That's actually brilliant. I didn't make it through a dozen scandals without learning how to play the game. I reach for the wine bottle between us. Fair warning, though. Once this breaks, paparazzi will become your shadow. They'll camp outside your place, follow you to the grocery store, take pictures of you picking your nose. I don't pick my nose. You will once they're waiting for it. Jackie laughs, the sound warming something in my chest I thought had gone cold years ago. But her expression quickly sobers. I can handle it. I'm not afraid of cameras. It's not just cameras. It's the constant invasion, the speculation, the nonsense stories they'll make up about you, about us. I refill her glass, then mine. They'll dig into your past, your family. My family's boring, and the most scandalous thing I've ever done was burn a soufflé at culinary school. She takes a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. I'm ready, Noah. If you're sir. What exactly are you ready for, Jackie? The voice from the doorway freezes us both. Celia stands there, leaning on her crutch, her curls piled messily on top of her head. Her eyes narrow as they flick between us. Celia, Jackie nearly knocks over her wine glass. I thought you were asleep. Clearly. Celia hobbles into the dining room, her scrutiny razor sharp. What's going on here? Nothing. The word comes out too quickly. I straighten my tie, trying to regain control of the situation. Just discussing some business opportunities for Jackie. Business opportunities that require warnings about paparazzi? At midnight. Celia's eyebrow arches perfectly as she lowers herself into a chair. Try again, Breck. Jackie shoots me a panicked look, and I realize that for all my legal training, I'm about to get cross-examined by a woman in pajamas and a walking boot, and I'm not prepared for it. We're just exploring some options. I keep my voice casual, authoritative. Jackie has impressive culinary talent. I know people who could help launch her career. Uh-huh. Celia's eyes haven't left my face. And these connections require what, exactly? Because it sounded like you two were planning something that needs legal documents. Jackie fidgets with her napkin. I can practically feel her anxiety radiating across the table. This isn't how either of us wanted this to come out. I run my hand through my hair, looking at Jackie with a silent question. She gives me a barely perceptible nod. Fine. You caught us. I lock eyes with Celia. We're planning to get married. Jackie jumps in, words tumbling out rapidly. A marriage of convenience for my future restaurant and his reputation. The silence stretches for 1 beat, 2. Then Celia's face breaks into a surprised smile, followed by a laugh that grows until she's clutching her side with her good arm. What's so funny? I ask with a small smile. You too. Celia wipes at her eyes. Planning a fake marriage like you invented the concept. She shakes her head, amusement dancing in her eyes. Aston and I beat you to it by, what, a few years now? Jackie's eyes widen. Wait, you're not mad? Mad? God, no, I'm just surprised you'd follow our playbook. Celia shifts in her chair, adjusting her leg. Though I guess it worked out pretty damn well for us. I lean forward. That's different. You and Aston actually fell in love. We didn't start that way, though, did we? Celia reaches for Jackie's wine glass and takes a sip. Marriage of convenience to save his company's public image after that scandal with one of his father's investors. Now look at us, accident-prone and disgustingly in love. Jackie glances at me, then back at Celia. It won't be like that for us. This is strictly business. Sure it is. Celia's voice drips with sarcasm. That's what I said too, right before I moved into his penthouse and started reorganizing his spice cabinet. I don't have a spice cabinet, I mutter. That's your first problem right there. Jackie points at me, momentarily distracted. Every kitchen needs... Focus, I interrupt. Celia, we need your discretion until we figure out the logistics. Celia studies us both with knowing eyes. Well, since I'm apparently the expert on fake marriages that turn real, let me offer some advice. She counts off on her fingers. 1. Have ironclad contracts. 2. Establish boundaries early. And 3. She pauses dramatically. Don't be shocked when those boundaries start blurring. That won't happen, Jackie and I say in perfect unison, then exchange startled looks. God, you're already in sync. Celia laughs. This is going to be entertaining. We're professionals, I insist. We know exactly what we're doing. Honey, nobody knows what they're doing when it comes to this stuff. Celia reaches across the table and pats my hand like I'm a clueless child. Just remember that the line between pretending to be in love and actually falling gets real thin, real fast. We're not pretending to be in love, Jackie clarifies. We're pretending to be married. There's a difference. Celia raises an eyebrow. Is there? I straighten my tie, uncomfortable with how accurately Celia has zeroed in on the risk I've been trying to ignore. It's a 2-year contract tops. Clear parameters, mutual benefits. That sounds like what Aston said too. Celia pushes herself up with her good arm. Just don't come crying to me when you start getting jealous of her talking to the produce guy, or when she starts stealing your t-shirts to sleep in. I narrow my eyes at her. No way that's happening to us. No way.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 12. Jackie. I toss clothing into an open suitcase on the bed, my thoughts racing faster than my hands can work. In less than 48 hours, I'll be moving out of Celia and Aston's penthouse and into Noah's place, becoming his wife in what might be the craziest decision of my life. This is insane, I mutter to myself, dropping onto the edge of the bed. Complete insanity. And yet, Noah's legal team has papers drawn up. His PR team has a strategy. We're diving head first into this fake marriage like it's the most normal thing in the world. I close my eyes, and immediately Noah's face appears in my mind. Those piercing blue eyes that seem to look straight through me. That perfectly sculpted jaw that tightens when he's deep in thought. His hands, God, those hands. Large, strong, with long fingers that I've watched handle legal briefs with the same confidence they handle everything else. A shiver runs through me as I imagine those hands on my skin. I lie back on the bed, abandoning my packing efforts. What started as a joke has morphed into something that makes my heart race and my skin heat. Noah Breckenridge, soon to be my fake husband. The man who makes my breath catch whenever he walks into a room. My hand slides down my stomach almost of its own accord. I shouldn't be doing this. Not here. Not thinking about him. But I can't stop imagining Noah's broad shoulders, the way his tailored shirts stretch across his chest, how he towers over me when we stand close, how his voice drops to that low, commanding tone when he's serious about something. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. What the hell did I just do? I sit bolt upright, yanking my hand from my shorts like I've been burned. My heart hammers against my ribs. Oh my God, I mutter, mortification washing over me. I just got myself off thinking about Noah Breckenridge, my fake husband-to-be, the man I'll be living with in 2 days. I jump off the bed, pacing the guest room with shaky legs. This is beyond inappropriate. Noah isn't some fantasy figure. He's real, and we have a business arrangement, a fake marriage built on mutual career benefits. And here I am, thinking about him with his head between my thighs. Pull it together, Jackie. I scold myself, raking fingers through my hair. It's just physical attraction, nothing more. But the lingering warmth in my body says otherwise. The way my heart races at the mere thought of his name says otherwise. This complicated fiction we're creating is already blurring lines I didn't even know existed. And I haven't even moved in with him yet. I shake my head vigorously, trying to dispel the images of Noah from my mind as I wash my hands in the attached bathroom. Then I return to folding my clothes and putting them in my suitcase, despite the trembling in my limbs. Get a grip, Jackie, I mutter to myself, smoothing out a wrinkle with more force than necessary. This is a business arrangement, nothing more. I grab another stack of clothes from the dresser, focusing on the mechanical movements of folding and packing instead of the lingering heat in my body. The fabric beneath my fingers grounds me in reality, away from dangerous fantasies. This fake marriage is about career advancement and publicity management. No one needs a stable image to counter his playboy reputation. I need connections for my restaurant dreams. Simple transaction, clean lines. I laugh bitterly, the sound harsh in the quiet room. Yeah, super clean. Nothing messy about pretending to be in love with a ridiculously attractive man who makes your knees weak just by existing. I think of Celia and Aston, how their arrangement began as something practical too. A chef hired to help Aston not get disowned by his father over a badly timed scandal. Now they're sickeningly in love, building a life together. But that's not us. Noah Breckenridge isn't looking for love with me. Men like him don't fall for women like me. They might want us, might even convince themselves it's something real for a while. But eventually, they return to their world of galas and supermodels and people who understand the weight of all that money. I pause mid-fold, a wave of sadness washing over me. Even if Noah did see me that way, which he absolutely doesn't, I can't risk my heart on a man whose life exists in tabloid headlines. Focus on the plan, I tell myself firmly. Fake marriage, career advancement, no feelings. I grab my chef knives and carefully wrap them in protective sleeves. These, at least, make sense to me. These I know how to handle without cutting myself. Unlike my growing feelings for Noah Breckenridge, which are already drawing blood.
Chapter 13. Noah. I slip my arm around Jackie's waist, pulling her closer as the camera flashes erupt from behind the velvet ropes. The restaurant patio gives us just enough privacy to enjoy our lunch, but not enough to escape the vultures with their telephoto lenses. So you've got them set up with 2 weeks of meals? I ask, keeping my voice low enough that only Jackie can hear me while maintaining my practiced media smile. Jackie leans into me, her body fitting perfectly against mine. The scent of her perfume, something with vanilla and spice, makes my pulse quicken. I've organized everything in their freezer with detailed reheating instructions. She takes a sip of her wine, her lips leaving a slight imprint on the glass. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and healthy snacks all labeled and dated. Celia insisted I didn't need to do that much, but you know how she is, still trying to be in control while her body's healing. I laugh, genuinely amused by her cousin's stubborn independence. Sounds like Celia. Aston mentioned she tried to hobble into the kitchen yesterday to critique your seasoning. Mr. Breckenridge! How's married life? A photographer shouts from beyond the patio railing. Instead of answering, I turn to Jackie and brush a curl from her face. It's absolute heaven, I say, just loud enough for her to hear, while making it look like I'm whispering sweet nothings. The corners of her eyes crinkle as she laughs, playing along perfectly. I don't think they need to hear your colorful vocabulary. When's the honeymoon? Another shout comes from the crowd. Jackie's hand finds mine on the table, her fingers intertwining with mine as she leans forward. You know, I can do the same for you. You're a busy guy after all. I can include some of your favorites. That chicken dish you couldn't stop eating last week? I'll make a double batch. My thumb traces circles on her hand. You don't have to do that. Oh, I see how it is. You don't want my cooking now? Her eyebrow arches playfully, and she pulls her hand away in mock offense. I capture it back, my grip firm but gentle. Don't you dare take away those meals. I've been dreaming about that chicken since you made it. A camera flashes particularly close, and instinctively I shift to block Jackie from view. Noah Breckenridge. Protective as always. She reaches up to straighten my tie, a casual gesture that looks intimate to anyone watching. It's just food. It's never just food with you, I reply, my voice dropping lower. It's art. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment I forget this is all for show. The warmth in her gaze feels genuine, and my chest tightens with something I'm not ready to name. Jackie, is it true you're opening a restaurant? She turns toward the voice, still maintaining her smile. What do you think, honey? Should I tell them our plans? Her eyes dance with mischief as she plays her role to perfection. I think we should keep them guessing, I murmur, watching as she continues nursing her drink. I signal for the waiter to bring another round of drinks as Jackie laughs at my story about Aston trying to convince me to invest in a startup that made designer food for pets. "You're kidding," she says, leaning back in her chair. "Gourmet meals for dogs? That's actually brilliant." "Don't encourage him. Last thing we need is Aston thinking he's got another genius idea while he's stuck at home recovering." I take a sip of my scotch, savoring the burn. Speaking of enthusiastic support systems, my parents saw the headlines this past week. I run my finger along the rim of my glass. "They want to meet you." Her eyebrows rise up. "Billionaire power couple William and Linda Breckenridge?" "Those would be the ones." I lean forward, dropping my voice. "They're flying in next weekend." Jackie straightens her posture immediately, her mind clearly racing. I should start researching them. What do they like? What impresses them? I need to know their favorite foods. "They're not a military operation you need to prepare for," I say, though her dedication amuses me. "Oh, but they are." She taps her fingers against the table excitedly. "This is perfect. I'm going to sell this wife thing so hard they'll be convinced we've been married for years." My smile freezes on my face. Something inside me shifts uncomfortably at her enthusiasm about pretending. It's what we agreed to, what I suggested. But watching her plan how to deceive my parents with such joy feels wrong. I can learn all their preferences, their histories. I'll be the perfect daughter-in-law. Her eyes shine with determination. "Don't worry, Noah. I've got this." I nod, keeping my expression neutral while my thoughts turn treacherous. She's too good at this, too natural at being my wife. The way she touches my arm when she laughs, how she anticipates what I need before I ask, the genuine warmth in her smile when she looks at me. All of it feels real, dangerously real. "Noah, did I lose you somewhere?" Jackie waves her hand in front of my face, bringing me back to the moment. "Just thinking about how convincing you are," I reply, reaching for her hand across the table. "Sometimes I almost believe it myself." Her fingers intertwine with mine, fitting perfectly. "That's the whole point, isn't it?" And that's exactly the problem. I watch Jackie's animated face as she plans her assault on my parents' affections. Her hands move through the air, painting invisible pictures of the meals she'll prepare, the conversations she'll master. The way she throws herself into this performance, it's both impressive and unnerving. I could make that beef Wellington your mom mentioned in that Vanity Fair profile. Didn't your dad say something about Scottish whiskey in his Bloomberg interview? Jackie takes another sip of wine, her eyes bright with determination. Something heavy settles in my chest. This isn't real. None of it. Yet with each passing day, each casual touch, each private joke exchanged while we continue to help Aston and Celia recover, the line blurs further. "You don't need to study them like they're the bar exam," I say, forcing a light tone while adjusting my napkin. "Just be yourself." She tilts her head. "But myself isn't who they're expecting their son to marry." That hits somewhere soft and vulnerable. Because she's right. Jackie Rogers, passionate chef with flour-dusted aprons and a laugh that fills entire rooms, isn't who anyone expected me to end up with. And that's precisely why I'm finding it harder to remember this is temporary. "Actually, I think you're exactly who they need to meet." The words come out more sincere than intended. The waiter arrives with our fresh drinks, and I welcome the interruption. I need a moment to rebuild the walls I feel crumbling inside me. When did I start looking forward to coming home to her cooking? When did I start imagining what her curls would feel like between my fingers when we weren't performing for an audience? I'm getting too comfortable with this arrangement, too familiar with waking up knowing she's there, too accustomed to the way she leaves a coffee mug ready for me before she starts breakfast, because she's noticed I need caffeine before human interaction. "Noah?" Jackie's voice cuts through my thoughts. "You okay? You look like you just remembered you left the stove on." "I'm fine." I smile for the benefit of the photographers still hovering beyond the patio railing, but my mind races with uncomfortable realizations. "You don't seem fine." Her hand reaches across the table, touching my forearm gently. "The gesture is so natural now, so unforced. That's the problem. I made a critical error in judgment. I've spent years carefully cultivating emotional distance in relationships. It's what kept me sane through the media circus of my previous breakups. But this fake marriage? There was no build-up, no time to establish boundaries. We jumped straight into domesticity, shared spaces, intimate knowledge of each other's habits. Just thinking about work, I lie, covering her hand with mine and squeezing reassuringly. Nothing important. And she doesn't believe me, I can tell by the slight narrowing of her eyes, but she doesn't push. If you say so, husband. She winks, and my stomach drops at how much I want that word to be real. I've made a serious mistake. I'm falling for my fake wife.
Chapter 14. Jackie. I dice tomatoes with surgical precision, the knife gliding through the flesh in a hypnotic rhythm. The kitchen of flavor fusion buzzes with energy as we prepare for tonight's special event. The air is thick with competing aromas: garlic, fresh herbs, and the unmistakable scent of expensive reduction sauces simmering away. Thanks for coming to my rescue. Olivia wipes her brow with the back of her hand while stirring a reduction sauce. This James Beard Foundation dinner might kill me otherwise. You kidding? I'd never miss this. I slide the tomatoes into a bowl, making sure each piece is uniform and perfect. Helping to serve 30 elite food critics in New York's premier restaurant, it's basically networking heaven. Monica flips a pan of caramelizing onions. With a practiced flick, the golden brown strands dancing in the air before landing perfectly back in the pan. And it gets her out of playing house with Mr. Breckenridge for a night. Speaking of your better half, Olivia raises an eyebrow. How's married life treating you, Mrs. Breckenridge? I focus intensely on julienning a bell pepper. It's fine. Better than expected, actually. Oh, come on. Monica bumps my hip with hers. We're your fake marriage veterans. Spill the good stuff. There's nothing to spill. The pepper strips stacked neatly under my knife. Olivia's eyes narrow as she studies my face. You're hiding something. My knife falters for a millisecond. It's just weird, that's all. Living in his penthouse. You mean palace, Monica interjects. And playing this role, the lines get blurry sometimes. I grab another pepper, attacking it with renewed focus. Blurry how? Olivia's voice drops an octave. I think about last night. Noah walking through the living room in nothing but low-hanging sweatpants, water droplets from his shower clinking to his chest. How he caught me staring and smirked instead of looking away. How the air between us practically crackled. Just the usual fake relationship stuff. I shrug, hoping my casual tone masks the heat rising in my chest. We're getting good at it. Monica's knowing tone makes me grip my knife tighter. And do you practice your marital duties at home too, or just for the cameras? Jesus, Monica. What? I'm just asking what we're all thinking. She measures spices with a mischievous grin. That man looks at you like you're the last bite of chocolate cake on earth. My mind flashes to how Noah's eyes follow me across rooms, how his hand lingers a beat too long on the small of my back when we're in public. It's all for show, I say, trying to convince them and myself that there's nothing going on between Noah and I. Because there isn't. There can't be anything going on. Besides, we're both focused on helping Celia and Aston still. He's still their lawyer, and I've been meal prepping for them now that I've moved out. Olivia leans against the counter, watching me murder a pile of shallots with my knife. So you're really not going to admit there's something there with Noah? He's just playing his part. I keep my eyes on the blade, moving at double speed. And I'm playing mine. Jackie, I've seen how he looks at you. Olivia's voice softens as she takes the whisk to her hollandaise sauce. That man is not acting. We barely know each other. I scrape the shallots into a sizzling pan, the sharp sizzle matching my mood. Plus, I've got bigger priorities. Like what? Monica chimes in from across the kitchen, where she's plating appetizers with surgical precision. Like my restaurant. I stir the pan with more force than necessary. Soho isn't going to wait forever, and neither is my savings account. Olivia shoots Monica a look I can't quite decipher, before turning back to me. Funny thing about priorities. They have a way of shifting when you're not paying attention. Mine won't. I grab a bottle of white wine, splashing some into the pan. I've been planning this restaurant since culinary school. And that's admirable, Olivia says, testing her sauce with a small spoon. But life happens while we're busy making other plans. Is that from a fortune cookie? I smirk, trying to lighten the mood. Olivia laughs, the sound warm and genuine. I know we haven't known each other long, but Celia's always said we'd get along, and she was right. She usually is, I agree, thinking of my cousin's uncanny ability to read people. You know, I had a 5-year plan too. Olivia's focus shifts to her sauce, but her words are clearly meant for me. Opening my own restaurant was all I thought about. Then Leo proposed our arrangement. I pause my stirring. Your marriage was fake too? Monica snorts. Girl, half the power couples in Manhattan started as business arrangements. Leo needed to clean up his image for his board, Olivia continues. And I needed capital for this place. She gestures around Flavor Fusion's gleaming kitchen. It was supposed to be temporary. The implication hangs in the air between us. But you fell in love, I say quietly. Somewhere between the fake dates and the real conversations. Olivia shrugs, a small smile playing on her lips. One day I woke up and realized I wasn't pretending anymore. That's different, I insist, though something tugs at my chest. You and Leo had a mutual business arrangement. Noah and I are just... I trail off, unable to define exactly what we are. Just two attractive people living together, pretending to be madly in love. Olivia gives me a knowing look. No way that could get complicated. It's not complicated. It's simple. I focus intensely on my pan. Just until the media attention dies down, then we go our separate ways. If you say so. Olivia's gentle smile tells me she doesn't believe me for a second. But for what it's worth, I think you'd be good for each other. I shake my head, trying to dismiss her words, but they settle somewhere deep inside me anyway, taking root like a stubborn seed. I reach for the clarified butter, whisking it into Olivia's hollandaise with practiced precision. The kitchen's controlled chaos feels like home, the hissing of pans, the rhythmic chopping, and the occasional curse when something doesn't go according to plan. Olivia, taste this. I extend a small spoon of sauce. Too much lemon? She takes a moment, eyes closing slightly as she evaluates. Perfect acid balance. You've got magic hands, Jackie. That's not what she said, Monica sings under her breath, barely looking up from the rack of lamb she's Frenching. I heard that. I point my whisk at her accusingly while fighting back a smile. My phone buzzes on the counter. I glance at it between whisking motions, and my heart does a stupid little jump when I see Noah's name on the screen. Monica's eyebrows shoot up. Someone's popular? It's probably just Celia checking in, but we all know it's not. Sure, Jan. Monica smirks. When the hollandaise reaches that perfect silky consistency, I set it aside in a warm water bath and wipe my hands on a towel. Taking 5, I announce, grabbing my phone and heading toward the back door. In the relative quiet of the alley behind Flavor Fusion, I finally look at Noah's message. That chicken piccata you left for my lunch? Incredible. Thought about it all afternoon during depositions. You're wasting talent just cooking for me. You deserve a whole cooking empire. My stupid heart does that little flutter thing again. I press the phone against my chest for a second, like I'm 17 instead of 29. Get it together, Rogers, I mutter to myself, but I can't help smiling as I type a response. Just leftover chicken and some lemon. Nothing special, but glad it fueled your legal badassery for the day. His reply comes almost instantly. Nothing special? The lemon sauce alone was worth committing crimes for. You going to be late tonight? I hesitate before responding. Probably. Big event at Olivia's. Don't wait up. The 3 dots appear, disappear, then appear again. I'll leave the lights on. Break a leg, chef. I stare at the message too long, reading into those simple words like there's some ancient text that needs decoding. It's ridiculous. The man was just being nice about lunch. A lunch I made because that's literally what I do. I cook for people. It's not like he wrote me poetry. Still, I can't ignore the warmth spreading through my chest or how my fingers linger over the screen. This is business, I remind myself firmly. Just business. I take a deep breath of cool air, letting it clear my head. Noah Breckenridge is not part of my 5-year plan. He's a temporary solution to both our problems, his reputation, my career exposure, nothing more. So why can't I stop smiling at my damn phone? Jackie, Olivia calls from the doorway. The Kobe is ready for your magic. I pocket my phone and straighten my shoulders. Coming? Business. Just business. Even if his texts make me feel anything but professional.
Chapter 15. Noah. I tug at my collar as the doorbell chimes through my penthouse. My parents are notoriously punctual, but tonight it feels like an ambush. Jackie emerges from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "You look like you're about to face a firing squad," she says, smoothing down the front of her burgundy dress. "My father is worse than any firing squad." I run a hand through my hair. "Remember, we've been married for a few months now, but just kept things airtight. We met through Aston. You think I'm charming, brilliant, and surprisingly good with my family's secret recipes." Jackie winks at me. "I've got this, Noah. Trust me." The doorbell rings again, more insistent this time. "Jesus Christ," I mutter, striding toward the door. They can't wait 30 seconds. I swing the door open to find my father standing there, like he's about to close a hostile takeover. My mother beside him with her practiced society smile. "Noah, darling." My mother leans forward, kissing the air beside my cheek. My father extends his hand. "Son." "Dad, Mom!" I step aside. "Come in." Jackie appears behind me, radiating warmth in a way my childhood home never did. "Mr. and Mrs. Breckenridge, I'm so happy to finally meet you both." My father's assessing gaze sweeps over her, the same look he gives before deciding to acquire or discard a company. "So this is the woman who's tamed my infamous prodigal son." Before I can intervene, Jackie laughs, genuinely laughs, and says, "Oh, I wouldn't say tamed, more like matched." I watch my father's expression shift from skeptical to intrigued. Point to Jackie. "Something smells divine," my mother comments, sniffing the air. "That would be dinner," Jackie says. "I hope you brought your appetites. I've prepared a few family specialties." We move to the dining room where Jackie has transformed my usually stark table into something out of a magazine, spread candles, fresh flowers, and plates that I didn't even know I owned. As we sit, she disappears into the kitchen and returns with the first course, something with seared scallops that makes my mother's eyes widen. "This is exceptional," my father states after his first bite, sounding almost surprised. "Where did you train?" "Culinary Institute of America," Jackie replies, sliding naturally into the seat beside me. though my grandmother would say she taught me everything worth knowing. She clearly taught you well. My mother takes another bite. Noah, you never mentioned your wife was so talented. I feel a surge of pride that catches me off guard. Jackie's cooking is just one of her many talents. Under the table, Jackie's hand finds mine and squeezes. I squeeze back, suddenly realizing how easy it is to play this role when it doesn't feel like one at all. The main course arrives, a perfect rack of lamb with some kind of reduction that my father is practically licking off his plate. This sauce, he says, gesturing with his fork. What's in it? Jackie smiles. Family secret. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. To my absolute shock, my father laughs, actually laughs, something I've witnessed maybe 3 times in my entire life. Noah, my mother says, you've done well for yourself this time. The pride in my chest swells further. I look at Jackie, who somehow managed to charm my uncharitable parents in less than an hour, and wonder how much longer we can keep pretending this is all fake. I watch my mother's eyes narrow with interest as she sets down her fork. Classic interrogation mode activated. So, Jackie, tell us how you two met. Noah's been surprisingly secretive. She takes a gentle sip of wine, but her gaze is anything but delicate. Jackie dabs her lips with a napkin and gives me a subtle look that says, I got this. We met at a charity gala last year, the Metropolitan Museum fundraiser. Jackie's smooth voice doesn't miss a beat. I was catering the event, and this one, she playfully nudges my shoulder, kept coming back for more hors d'oeuvre. Food was that good, huh? My father raises an eyebrow. I clear my throat. I wasn't there for the food. Jackie laughs, her eyes dancing. No, he definitely wasn't. By his 3rd visit to my station, he finally dropped the pretense and asked for my number instead of another crab cake. This isn't what we rehearsed at all, but she's weaving a story so seamless I almost believe it myself. And you gave it to him, just like that? My mother asks, incredulous. She's heard about my reputation, no doubt thinking Jackie was another conquest. Actually, I didn't. Jackie's smirk is absolutely magnetic. I told him I was too busy making a living to entertain trust fund lawyers with commitment issues. My parents exchange surprised glances. My father actually chuckles. What changed your mind? He asks. Jackie reaches for my hand on the table, her thumb drawing small circles against my skin. My pulse jumps like I'm some teenager. He showed up at my next event, and the next, not hitting on me, just talking, asking about the food, my techniques. She meets my eyes with a look so convincing I almost forget this never happened. Then one night he waited until everyone left and helped me pack up my equipment. No driver, no entourage, just Noah, carrying heavy boxes to my beat-up van in his $3,000 suit. I'm stunned by her ability to create this fiction that somehow captures exactly what I wish had happened. Something honest. Something real. Love wasn't on my radar, Jackie continues, her voice softening. But there's something about the way he looks at me when no one's watching that makes you see the man behind the headlines. She squeezes my hand and I squeeze back, harder than I intended to. Something in my chest constricts. Well, my mother says, visibly impressed. You've certainly seen a side of Noah we weren't sure existed anymore. Oh, it exists, Jackie winks at me. He just saves it for the people who matter. I stare at her, momentarily speechless. What started as a performance feels dangerously close to truth, and I'm not sure which parts are still pretend. I watch in awe as Jackie masterfully handles dessert service, placing a dark chocolate souffle in front of my mother that makes her eyes widen with appreciation. The woman who used to critique my elementary school art projects like they were failed corporate acquisitions is actually smiling. This is divine, my mother says, taking her first bite. Simply divine. The secret is the espresso powder, Jackie reveals, settling back into her chair beside me. It enhances the chocolate without overpowering it. My father, who I've seen end business dinners without so much as acknowledging the meal, is scraping his plate clean. My firm hosts a charity gala every winter. We should discuss having you cater it. A genuine business offer from my father to someone he's known for 1 hour? I struggle to keep my jaw from dropping. Jackie's hand finds my knee under the table, grounding me. I'd be honored to discuss that, Mr. Breckenridge. William, please, my father insists, and I nearly choke on my wine. How is Aston recovering? My mother asks, seamlessly shifting topics. Terrible accident. His parents must be beside themselves. He's getting stronger every day, I answer, relaxing into a subject I actually feel comfortable discussing. The doctors are impressed with his progress. Jackie's been cooking for both Aston and Celia during their recovery, I add, unable to hide the pride in my voice. She's been incredible. It's what family does, Jackie says with a modest shrug. Celia's like a sister to me. My mother nods approvingly. Loyalty is everything in this world. I'm pleased Noah found someone who understands that. The conversation drifts to safe territory, mutual acquaintances, upcoming social events, a brief discussion of a case I'm working on that even earns a nod of approval from my father. As we move to the living room for coffee, Jackie excuses herself to prepare it. I make a move to help, but she places her hand on my shoulder. Stay, she whispers. Chat with your parents. I've got this. The moment she's gone, my mother wastes no time. She's exceptional, Noah. I know. The words come out more defensively than intended. No, I don't think you do. My mother leans forward. Do you realize what you found? A woman of substance who looks at you like you're the center of her universe, who can hold her own in any room, and who clearly hasn't been swayed by your family name or money. My father sips the last of his wine. Don't mess this up, son. Jackie returns with a tray of espresso, and the warmth in her smile makes my chest ache. I take the cup she offers, our fingers brushing for a moment longer than necessary. When my parents finally rise to leave, my mother embraces Jackie like she's known her forever. Welcome to the family, my dear. I watch Jackie's face, expecting to see the strain of maintaining our charade. Instead, her smile reaches her eyes in a way that makes me wonder which parts of tonight were still pretense and which were real. The door closes behind my parents, and we stand in silence for a moment before Jackie turns to me, eyes bright with triumph. We did it, she whispers.
Chapter 16. Jackie. I stacked the last of the crystal glasses in Noah's dishwasher, my mind still spinning from the evening. Handling Noah's parents had been like defusing a bomb while cooking a souffle. Precise, terrifying, and somehow I'd pulled it off. They actually smiled at the end. Your father even had seconds. I closed the dishwasher with a hip bump, wiping my hands on a kitchen towel. Noah appears in the doorway, his tie loosened, sleeves rolled up to expose those forearms that shouldn't be legal. The way he's looking at me makes my stomach do a little flip. That wasn't just handling them, he says, his voice low as he moves into the kitchen. That was a master class. He approaches with deliberate steps, like a man who knows exactly what he wants. My hands fumble with the towel I'm folding. It wasn't that impressive. I just made sure the food wasn't overdone and... Jackie. Noah's right beside me now, close enough that I can smell his cologne. You had my father laughing. That man barely smiles whenever he's out to dinner with someone. His hand slides onto my waist, warm and firm through the fabric of my dress. This is new territory. We've played the loving couple in public, but we're alone now. No audience. No reason for his touch. I have a way with people. I manage, my voice catching as his thumb traces small circles against my hip. You have a way with me. His eyes hold mine captive, intense and searching. I swallow hard. Noah, your parents are gone. We don't have to... His other hand cups my face, the gesture so tender it steals my breath. I know exactly who's here and who isn't. When his lips meet mine, it's nothing like our practiced pecks for show. This kiss has intent, has hunger. His mouth is confident against mine, and after a moment of surprise, I respond with equal fervor, my hands gripping his shirt. The kiss deepens, and Noah backs me against the counter, his body pressing against mine. His hands tangle in my hair, angling my head to deepen our connection. "Damn, Jackie," he breathes against my mouth. "Been wanting to do this all night." My heart hammers in my chest. This isn't for show. This isn't for anyone but us. His hands explore my body with a reverence that makes me dizzy, and I match his passion, running my fingers through his hair, down his back, pulling him closer. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 17. Noah. The sleek interior of Flavor Fusion pulses with energy tonight. Olivia's turned her restaurant into the hottest spot in Manhattan for this charity event, and the place is packed with New York's elite. I adjust my tie, scanning the crowd for Jackie. I spot her across the room, laughing with Olivia and Monica, her head tilted back with pure joy. The three of them form a tight circle, glasses of champagne in hand, radiating an easy friendship that makes something in my chest tighten. Jackie's wearing a curve-hugging red dress that makes my mouth go dry. Her hair falls in loose curls around her shoulders, and her smile, damn. That smile could light up the whole city. You keep staring at her like that, people might actually believe this marriage is real. Leo appears beside me, 2 whiskeys in hand, offering one to me with a knowing smirk. I take the glass, downing a healthy swallow. That obvious, huh? Only to everyone with eyes. Leo clinks his glass against mine. You two look good together. Better than good, actually. It's just for show. The words feel hollow even as I say them. How is this just for show, considering we had done it only a few nights ago? Leo raises an eyebrow. Nonsense. Across the room, Jackie throws her head back in laughter at something Monica said. The sound carries over the crowd, drawing my attention like a beacon. See what I mean? Leo nods toward Jackie. You can't take your eyes off her. I struggle to find the right words. Different. Different from the Instagram models and socialites you usually date? Yeah. Leo's bluntness catches me off guard. That's probably why she's good for you. I watch as Jackie gestures animatedly, clearly describing some culinary disaster. Olivia and Monica hang on her every word, their faces lit with genuine affection. She fits in everywhere, I murmur, almost to myself. With your friends at those stuffy charity galas in my world, she's just herself. And that scares the hell out of you. Leo's not asking a question. Go away, I respond without heat, my eyes still on Jackie. Look, man, I've known you for a few years now. I've watched you date women who looked perfect on paper but never challenged you. Jackie challenges you. I turn to face him fully. What makes you so sure about that? Because you've never looked at anyone the way you look at her. Leo's expression turns serious. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Before I can answer, Jackie glances up and catches my eye across the crowded room. Her smile shifts, becomes something private between us, and my pulse quickens. Leo notices the exchange and chuckles. I think that answers my question. He claps me on the shoulder. Don't screw this up, Breck. With Leo's words still ringing in my ears, I make my way through the crowd toward Jackie, Olivia, and Monica, who have now been joined by other types in their little circle. Some investment banker type with expensive cufflinks and a practiced smile leans in close to her, touching her arm while he talks. Something hot and possessive surges through me. I slide up beside Jackie, my hand finding the small of her back. Having fun without me, sweetheart? Jackie's eyes meet mine, a hint of mischief dancing in them. Noah, this is Mason. He was just telling me about his investment in a new restaurant downtown. Mason extends his hand. Noah Breckenridge. I've heard a lot about you. Funny, I haven't heard anything about you. I shake his hand with more force than necessary. Jackie presses her hip against mine, a subtle warning. Mason is looking for a chef consultant, she explains, and I feel like a jerk. This is networking for her, not flirting. My wife's the best in the business, I say, emphasizing wife while I sip my drink. She'll transform your menu into something people will actually want to eat. Jackie elbows me discreetly. What Noah means is that I specialize in elevating traditional comfort foods with modern technique. Mason laughs. I can see why you two work. She's diplomatic. You're direct, Jackie supplies, squeezing my arm. It's why I love him. The casual way she says it catches me off guard, making my heart stutter, even though I know it's part of our act. Mason excuses himself after exchanging numbers with Jackie. As soon as he's gone, she turns to me. Marking your territory a little obviously there. I don't know what you're talking about. I keep my hand on her waist, drawing her closer. You nearly pissed on his shoes. A laugh escapes me before I can stop it. Fine. I didn't like how he was looking at you. He was looking at me like a chef who could help his restaurant. She raises an eyebrow. But it's cute when you get jealous. Before I can reply, Olivia calls everyone to gather for a toast. The conversation shifts to dreams and aspirations as we join a small circle, including Leo, Olivia, Monica, and Henry. Jackie, tell everyone about your restaurant concept, Olivia encourages. Jackie's entire demeanor transforms. She leans forward, hands gesturing animatedly. I want to create a place that honors family recipes but elevates them. Not just soul food, but soul in food. Dishes that tell stories across cultures. The passion in her voice makes my chest tighten. She describes her vision with such clarity and conviction, detailing specific menu items, the atmosphere she wants to create, even the silverware. I'd have an open kitchen so people can see the love going into their food, she continues. And a community table for solo diners or people who want to make new friends. That's brilliant, I say, meaning it completely. You'd invest? Henry asks me pointedly. In a heartbeat, I respond without hesitation. But I don't think Jackie will let me. I don't want handouts, she explains to the group. When I open my place, it'll be because I earned it. Her fierce independence, her refusal to take the easy path, it only makes me want her more. I watch her eyes light up as she talks about her dreams, and I realize I'd do anything to help make them reality. As the conversation shifts to careers, Henry leans in. Noah, didn't your firm just win that class action against Pharma Giant? That's got to be a career maker. Everyone's eyes turn to me. Jackie watches with genuine interest, her hand resting lightly on my arm. Yeah, we did. Biggest settlement in pharmaceutical history. I take another sip of whiskey, feeling the familiar pressure tighten around my chest. That's incredible, Jackie says, squeezing my arm. But something about her enthusiasm makes me uneasy. Here she is talking about building something real, something from scratch that connects people. And what am I doing? Playing the same games my colleagues do, chasing the next big win, the next headline. It's just more of the same nonsense, I mutter, surprising myself with the admission. Another notch in the firm's belt. Sometimes it's hard to feel passionate about this sort of thing. Leo exchanges a look with Henry. They understand in a way the others can't, the weight of expectations when you come from money. Those two are Blackwoods, after all. Monica chimes in. Not everyone inherits their passion like we did. She gestures between herself, Olivia, and Jackie. Some people have to discover it. Or rediscover it, Olivia adds thoughtfully. I watch how naturally Jackie fits into this group, how she connects with these people I've known for years but never truly opened up to. She builds real relationships, honest ones, while I've spent my life maintaining connections that advance my career or please my family. I used to want to work in environmental law, I admit quietly. Jackie's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing gently. Protecting national parks, fighting for climate legislation, real David and Goliath thing. What stopped you? Jackie asks. My father called it a charming phase. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. Said I'd make a bigger impact representing the companies that could afford to implement real change. And do you? The directness of her question cuts through my well-rehearsed justifications. Sometimes. I meet her gaze, feeling exposed. Not often enough. Everyone's quiet, and I realize I've killed the mood. But Jackie's eyes hold no judgment, just understanding. She sees me, not the polished lawyer, not the tabloid playboy, but me. And I'm terrified that I'm not good enough for what she sees. Well, I'll toast to that, Olivia offers, raising her glass. To finding our passions. Cheers. My glass clinks with everyone else's. Jackie's gaze lingers on mine. She sends me a smile, a reassuring one, and I'm reminded that I can't fall for her. I can't feel something real for her. But what if it's already too late?
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 18. Jackie. I wake up to the morning light filtering through the windows, stretching languidly in Noah's spacious kitchen. My bare feet pad across the cool marble as I make my way to the coffee maker. This penthouse is still a foreign country to me, all sleek surfaces and minimalist design that screams money in a way my modest apartment never could. The coffee machine hums to life, and I settle onto one of the high-backed bar stools, scrolling through my phone while I wait. It's become my morning ritual. Check on Celia, scan recipes, browse social media. My thumb stops mid-scroll. There, taking up most of my screen, is Noah, but not with me. He's with Jessalyn Monroe, the supermodel he dated most recently. They're at some gala. her willowy frame draped in a shimmering gold gown that complements his classic black tux. Her arm is looped through his, and they're both laughing like they share the world's best secret. The caption reads, "Throwback to last year's Met Gala with Noah Breckenridge. Some partnerships are unforgettable." My stomach twists as I scan the comments. You two were goals. Hottest power couple. Why did you break up again? Nobody matches Noah's energy like Jesselyn does. Please tell me you're getting back together. The coffee machine beeps, but I barely hear it. I stare at the image, at how effortlessly they fit together. She's tall enough to meet his gaze without craning her neck. Her skin gleams under the camera flashes. Professionally maintained and pampered. My hand unconsciously touches my face, wondering if I remembered to moisturize last night. What's got you looking so serious? Noah appears from the bedroom doorway, his hair still damp from the shower. He's wearing nothing but low-slung sweatpants, his chest bare and distracting. Nothing. I lock my phone screen too quickly, setting it face down on the counter. Noah's eyebrows lift. He crosses to the coffee maker and pours himself a cup. That was definitely not nothing. Your face did that thing. What thing? I busy myself with adding cream to my coffee, avoiding his eyes. That thing where your lips press together and your forehead gets the tiny wrinkle. He points to the spot between my eyebrows. Right there. I take a slow sip of coffee, buying time. I saw a picture of you and Jesselyn from last year's Met Gala. Oh, he leans against the counter, mug in hand. One of those throwback posts? She tagged you. I try to sound casual, like I'm commenting on the weather, rather than feeling like someone's hollowed out my insides. People in the comments really think you two should get back together. Noah's expression shifts to something unreadable. Since when do you care what random internet people think? I don't. But I do. Because those random internet people are right. They look incredible together. She probably knows which fork to use at fancy dinners and doesn't get starstruck meeting Noah's VIP clients. She's very beautiful. Jackie. Noah sets down his mug and reaches for me, but I slide off the stool. The kitchen suddenly feels too small. Too intimate. I grab my phone and head for the living room, needing space. But the massive windows there only remind me how far removed Noah's world is from mine. How many floors up are we? 30? 40? High enough to feel like we're floating above reality. I retreat to the guest bedroom. Correction, my bedroom, in this fake marriage charade, shutting the door with a gentle click rather than the dramatic slam my emotions demand. Noah's footsteps follow, hesitating outside. Jackie, can we talk about this? His voice carries through the door, deep and intense. I need a minute. My voice sounds steadier than I feel, which is something. It's just a stupid social media post. I know that. But do I? I sink onto the edge of the bed, running my fingers across the 1,000 thread count sheets that probably cost more than the average monthly rent. Just give me some space, Noah. His sigh is audible through the door. Fine, but this conversation isn't over. His footsteps fade down the hallway. I grab the nearest pillow, press it against my face, and release a muffled scream of frustration. Here I am, a grown-up woman, hiding in a bedroom because of an Instagram post. I dig my phone from my pocket and pull up the picture again. God, they look like they should be on a magazine cover together. The way his hand rests at the small of her back, the perfect angle of her smile toward him, the easy confidence they both exude. This was supposed to be a business arrangement, a fake marriage to help his image and give me what exactly? A taste of a life I'll never have? A front row seat to watch how the other half lives before I slip back into my regular existence when this is all said and done. But somewhere between the charity galas and the late night talks, and the way Noah looks at me when he thinks I'm not paying attention, this stopped being fake for me. I dial Celia before I can talk myself out of it. "Hey, Jax." Her voice is bright with surprise. "Everything okay?" "Is this a bad time?" I hedge, regretting the impulse already. "For you? Never. Aston's napping, and I was just sketching some new menu ideas. What's going on?" The dam breaks. I saw this picture of Noah with his ex, and they looked perfect together. And everyone's commenting about how they should get back together. And I'm sitting here in his penthouse, wearing Target pajamas, wondering what the hell I'm doing. "Whoa, slow down." Celia's tone softens. "Is this about Jesselyn?" "You know about her?" My stomach drops further. "Honey, everyone with an internet connection knows about her. But that's history." I pick at a loose thread on the comforter. "You should see them together, Celia. They make sense. She's glamorous and sophisticated and gorgeous. And I'm the woman he chooses to be with now," Celia cuts in firmly. "Fake marriage or not, he's with you in his space, sharing his life. That means something." "Does it though? Or am I just convenient right now?" "Jackie Rogers, I've known you since you were stealing cookies from my mama's kitchen. You are many things, but convenient has never been one of them." I laugh despite myself. I just feel like I'm playing dress up in someone else's life. Maybe Noah feels like he's finally living in his real life with you. Celia's words land heavy with possibility. The question isn't whether you can compete with his past, it's whether his past can compete with what you give him now. I exhale deeply, running a hand through my curls. "Thanks, Celia. I know I'm in my head too much about this." "That's where you live half the time," she teases gently. "Look, talk to him. The Noah I know isn't hung up on his past. If he was, he'd still be with one of those Instagram models." You're right. I pick at my nail polish, watching a fleck of burgundy come loose. I should go face the music. Cook him something. That's your love language. After hanging up, I stare at my reflection in the bedroom mirror. Plain white tee, cotton shorts, hair pulled back in a messy bun. Nothing like the glittering socialite Jesselyn with her perfect everything. But this is me. I square my shoulders and head out. Noah's in the kitchen, looking at something on his laptop. He glances up when I enter, relief washing over his face. "Hey, thought you might have rappelled down the building to escape. 30 floors? Not without proper equipment." I grab a glass from the cabinet, filling it with water to give my hands something to do. "Jackie, I'm going to make some food." I cut him off, opening the fridge and pulling out ingredients randomly. "You hungry?" Noah closes his laptop with a definitive snap. "Are we really doing this?" "Doing what?" I keep my back to him, arranging vegetables on the cutting board like they hold the secrets of the universe. This avoidance thing, where I try to talk and you pretend everything's fine. I slice a bell pepper with more force than necessary. "I don't want to make a big deal about a stupid Instagram post." "Then why are you—" He moves closer, stopping just shy of touching me. I can feel the heat radiating from his body, but I shift slightly, maintaining the gap. "I should get these going." I gesture vaguely toward the stove. "Did you want chicken or—" "I want you to look at me." The knife pauses mid-slice. I set it down carefully, but keep my eyes on the cutting board. "Noah, it's fine. I just needed a minute to process." His hand reaches for mine, but I subtly slide mine away, pretending to reach for a tomato. The small rejection doesn't go unnoticed. His jaw tightens. "You can barely stand to be in the same space with me right now." That's not true. But even as I say it, I'm stepping back, creating distance. The past few days flashed through my mind, how I've been finding small excuses not to curl up with him at night, citing fatigue or needing to test recipes, how I've angled away when he's tried to kiss me. I don't want this to escalate further. At least, that's what I'm trying to convince myself. You've been pulling away since he doesn't finish, but he doesn't need to. Since we crossed that line from fake to real. My eyes burn with frustration. I want to reach for him, to bridge the gap I've been steadily building, but the image of him and Jesselyn looms large. How long until he realizes I don't belong in his world, that I'm just a placeholder, until the next glamorous woman catches his eye? I need to finish making this sorry. My voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. Noah watches me for a long moment, his blue eyes stormy with emotion. Right. He runs a hand through his hair in frustration. I'll be in my office. I've got a conference call anyway. As he walks away, the space between us stretches wider than the physical distance. I press my palms against the cool marble counter and drop my head, wishing I could find the courage to cross the divide I've created.
Chapter 19. Noah. I adjust my bow tie in front of the full-length mirror, straightening it for the third time. The black tie charity event at the Metropolitan Museum tonight is exactly the kind of high-profile gathering where I need to project confidence, where we need to look like the perfect couple. Jackie emerges from the bathroom in a deep burgundy gown that hugs her curves before cascading to the floor. Her curls are swept up in an elegant updo with a few tendrils framing her face. The sight of her steals my breath. You look incredible. My voice comes out lower than intended. She gives me a practiced smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Thanks. You clean up nice yourself. The coolness in her tone stings. We've been dancing around each other all week, ever since that damn social media post with Jesselyn surfaced. I didn't even know it was posted until I saw Jackie's reaction. The car should be here in 5 minutes. I cross the room, closing the distance between us. Want a drink before we go? No, I'm good. She steps away, busying herself with her clutch. I run a hand through my hair. Jackie, can we talk about what's bothering you? She looks up at me, her expression carefully neutral. Nothing's bothering me. Nonsense. The word comes out sharper than I intend. You've barely spoken to me all week. We're speaking right now, aren't we? She clasps a diamond bracelet around her wrist, the one I gave her when we started this charade. This isn't speaking. This is performing. I move closer, the scent of her perfume making my head swim. Is this about Jesselyn? Her shoulders tense. Why would it be about her? She's just one of your many exes, right? That photo was from ages ago. She just tagged me because... You don't owe me explanations, Noah. She shakes her head. This isn't real, remember? Her words hit like a punch to the gut, because somewhere between the fake smiles and the stolen kisses, it started feeling damn real to me. My phone buzzes. Car's here. The limo ride is excruciating. Jackie sits as far from me as the back seat allows, staring out the window at the passing Manhattan streetscape. The silence between us is deafening. You know, most of what people think they know about me and Jesselyn is tabloid garbage. I tap my fingers against my knee. The media loves painting me as the playboy lawyer who breaks hearts for sport. Jackie finally turns to look at me. Does it matter what I think? It's the only thing that matters. Her expression softens momentarily before the mask slips back into place. We're almost there. As the car pulls up to the red carpet, I reach for her hand. Ready to be the happiest couple in New York? She squeezes my fingers briefly before letting go. Always. The door opens, and suddenly we're blinded by camera flashes. Jackie's hand finds mine again, and her megawatt smile appears instantly. I match it with my own practiced grin. To everyone watching, we're madly in love. If only they knew how hard I'm falling for real. While she's slipping further away. I plaster on my courtroom smile as we step onto the red carpet, cameras flashing like strobe lights. Jackie's hand tightens in mine, her burgundy dress shimmering under the harsh lights. She plays her part flawlessly, leaning into me as if we're actually in love. As if the tension in the limo never happened. "Mr. Breckenridge, over here!" A reporter with bleached blonde hair waves frantically. "Noah, is it true you're settled down after your wild days with supermodel Jessalyn Monroe?" I feel Jackie stiffen beside me but keep my expression neutral. I'd say my focus is on the future, not the past. Before I can guide us away, another voice cuts through. "Jackie, how does it feel stepping into Jessalyn's designer shoes? Big pumps to fill, right?" I open my mouth to shut this down, but Jackie beats me to it. "Actually, I wear size 7, so they'd be a bit small." Her smile is dazzling, voice sweet as honey laced with steel. And I've never been one for hand-me-downs, especially in relationships. The reporter's jaw drops slightly. I can't help the genuine laugh that escapes me. "But since we're at a charity event raising money for children's education," Jackie continues smoothly, "perhaps we could discuss something that actually matters?" I place my hand at the small of her back, leaning close to her ear. "You're incredible! You know that?" Another reporter shouts, "Noah! Any comment on Chelsea Winters claiming you two reconnected at the Hamilton Gala last month?" "Absolutely." I flash a practiced smile. "Chelsea's a fantastic attorney. We discussed her pro bono work with the Innocence Project. My wife and I both admire her commitment to justice." The word wife rolls off my tongue with surprising ease, even as I feel Jackie's muscles tighten under my touch. "Speaking of justice," I add, "we're here supporting educational opportunities for underprivileged kids. Maybe ask about that?" I guide Jackie through the gauntlet, fielding a few more pointed questions about my exes. Each time she handles them with grace and clever deflection that leaves me in awe. The woman beside me is fierce, brilliant, and completely captivating, whether she's in my corner or not. Finally, we make it inside the opulent hall. Jackie immediately reaches for a champagne flute from a passing server and downs it in one impressive gulp. Jesus, she exhales sharply, reaching for a second glass. Is it always like that? Not always. Sometimes they bring up my parents' scandals too, just to spice things up. I take a champagne for myself, watching her closely. You were incredible out there. Jackie takes a more measured sip from her second glass. Years of dealing with entitled clients who think they know more about food than a trained chef. You develop a certain verbal jujitsu. Well, your jujitsu just saved me. Thank you. Her eyes meet mine over the rim of her glass, a hint of the warmth I've been missing all week. All part of the arrangement, right? I guide Jackie deeper into the ballroom with my hand at the small of her back. Her tension has eased slightly after that champagne, and I'd kill to keep that hint of smile on her face for the rest of the night. The crowd parts for us, a sea of designer gowns and tailored tuxedos. God, I'm starving. Jackie eyes a server carrying a tray of hors d'oeuvre. Think they have anything worth eating, or is it all pretentious tiny food? At these events, definitely pretentious tiny food, but sometimes it's actually good pretentious tiny food. She snags 2 canapes as a server passes. Overcooked quail with an underwhelming balsamic reduction. She pops the second in her mouth. Though this one's not bad, nice balance with the citrus. I can't help smiling. Think you could do better? With both hands tied behind my back and blindfolded. Her eyes spark with confidence, and for a moment, we're us again. That's when I see her. Across the room, golden hair cascading down her back, champagne flute in hand as she holds court with a circle of admirers. Jessalyn Monroe. My jaw clenches so hard, I'm surprised my teeth don't crack. What the hell is she doing here? This is a children's education charity, not a fashion industry event. Jackie's talking about something, a recipe she's been perfecting, but her words blur as my focus narrows on Jessalyn. The woman who cheated, then went to the tabloids claiming I was emotionally unavailable. The woman whose social media post is currently driving a wedge between me and Jackie. Noah, you okay? Jackie's voice cuts through my rage. I force my eyes back to her. Yeah, fine. She follows my gaze, but a passing group blocks her view of Jessalyn. You sure? You look like you're about to murder someone with your dinner fork. Just spotted someone I'd rather not deal with tonight. I guide her toward the bar. Let's get another drink. My mind races. If Jessalyn spots us, she'll come over. She loves nothing more than creating drama, especially if she can make me look bad in the process. And after that damn social media post that's already got Jackie questioning everything, an in-person encounter could blow up what little progress we've made tonight. We should find our table! I scan the room for the safest path, one that keeps maximum distance between us and Jessalyn. Wait, who did you see? Jackie's no fool. She picks up on my sudden urgency. No one important. I touch her elbow lightly. Just this way? Noah. She plants her feet, eyes narrowing. What aren't you telling me? The moment stretches between us. I could lie, create some nonsense about an annoying colleague or difficult client, but I'm tired of the distance between us. Tired of tiptoeing around the truth. Jessalyn's here. I watch her face carefully, and the last thing I want is for her to ruin our night.
Chapter 20. Jackie. My heart plummets like a stone in water. The Grand Metropolitan Museum Charity Gala, with its soaring ceilings and elegant decorations, suddenly feels suffocating. Jessalyn? Your ex, Jessalyn? I keep my voice steady, even as my insides twist. Noah's jaw tightens. Yeah? Didn't know she'd be here. Doesn't matter anyway. His hand finds the small of my back, guiding me through the crowd. I try to focus on the beauty around us, the twinkling lights, the exquisite flower arrangements, the children's artwork displayed for the fundraiser. But his revelation has thrown me off kilter. Every woman in a flowing gown becomes a potential Jessalyn. This our table? I ask as Noah pulls out a chair. Best seats in the house. He winks, but the strain around his eyes tells me he's as uncomfortable as I am. I smooth the fabric of my gown, the one I spent 3 paychecks on years ago, that had felt so perfect in the boutique. Now it feels inadequate, like I'm playing dress-up at someone else's party. Noah leans over. You okay? Fine. I force a smile. Just taking it all in. The wine glass feels cool against my palm as I take a sip, scanning the room. That's when I see her. Jessalyn Mim Monroe stands near the bar, a vision in a tight dress that accentuates her supermodel frame. Her blonde hair cascades in perfect waves, catching the light like spun gold. Even from here I can see her flawless makeup, the practiced angle of her head as she laughs at something. My stomach churns. Next to her, I'm ordinary. Not ugly, not beautiful, just regular. You're staring, Noah murmurs. She's gorgeous, I say before I can stop myself. Noah takes my hand under the table. She's hollow. But his words do little to ease the comparison my mind insists on making. Her polished sophistication versus my practical sensibility. Her glamorous career versus my food-stained apron. Her history with Noah versus whatever we are now. I need air, I whisper, but don't move. Running would be worse than staying. Noah's hand covers mine, his thumb tracing small circles on my skin. The sensation anchors me as my anxiety spirals. Jackie, look at me, Noah says, his voice low and private under the ambient chatter. When I meet his eyes, they're steady. I don't give a damn about Jessalyn Monroe. Easy for you to say when you've already had her. Noah's fingers tighten around mine. I've had food poisoning too. Doesn't mean I want it back. A surprised laugh escapes me despite myself. There's that smile. He leans closer, his breath warm against my ear. The woman I'm looking at right now outshines everyone in this room. And I'm not just talking about that dress. This old thing, I try for nonchalance, but my voice catches. Don't do that. Noah's eyes harden slightly. Don't diminish yourself. Not with me. Before I can respond, a cloud of designer perfume wafts over our table. Jessalyn Monroe stands before us, somehow taller and more perfect up close, her smile sharp enough to cut glass. Noah, darling, her voice drips with manufactured affection. What a lovely surprise. Noah doesn't stand. Jessalyn, her gaze slides to me, assessing and dismissing in the same glance. And you brought someone. My wife, Noah corrects, the lie rolling off his tongue with practiced ease. Jackie, this is Jessalyn, ancient history. Jessalyn's perfect features freeze. Wife, my God, you do move quickly. She turns her predatory smile on me. Be careful, honey. The Breckenridge men aren't known for their staying power. Noah pushes his chair back, standing to his full height. That's enough. Oh, I've hit a nerve. She places a manicured hand on his arm. I was hoping we could talk, Noah. Clear the air. There's nothing to talk about. Noah removes her hand, like he's handling something unpleasant. You cheated, then tried to convince the world I was the villain. We're done. Her expression crumples into practiced vulnerability. That's not fair. People misunderstood. I was going through... Save the performance, Noah interrupts, his voice cool but thick with authority. You've had plenty of magazine covers to tell your version. I'm not interested. You can't honestly blame me for... I can and I do. Noah steps closer to me, his presence solid and protective. You made your choices. Now respect mine and leave us alone. Jessalyn's facade cracks, revealing something ugly beneath. This won't last, she hisses, glancing between us. You'll get bored playing house with your little chef. They all do. Goodbye, Jessalyn. Noah's tone makes it clear the conversation is over. She opens her mouth, then closes it, clearly unaccustomed to being dismissed. With a final venomous glare, she stalks away. I exhale slowly. Well, that was predictable. Noah reclaims his seat. You okay? I start laughing as Jessalyn's silhouette disappears into the crowd. Wait a minute. She pretended not to know me, then called me your little chef. Someone's been stalking your Instagram. Noah's eyes light up with realization. Holy cow. You're right. His hand squeezes mine. She's always been a terrible liar. Not much of an actress either, despite all that drama. She would have flunked out of community theater with that performance. Noah takes a sip of his champagne, his gaze never leaving me. Jessalyn would be a damn fool not to know exactly who you are, Jackie. I haven't shut up about you to anyone who'll listen. Something warm unfurls in my chest at his words, but the nagging doubts linger like unwanted dinner guests. I glance around the ballroom, at the diamonds dripping from earlobes, the couture gowns, the people who summer in the Hamptons and winter in Aspen without a second thought. You okay? Noah asks, leaning close enough that I catch the woodsy scent of his cologne. Yeah, just... I adjust the strap of my dress. This isn't exactly my scene. What do you mean? I gesture vaguely around us. All this, the galas, the champagne that costs thousands and thousands of dollars, people who've never cooked their own meals. I lower my voice. Your world, Noah. His expression softens. Is that what you think? That this is my world? Isn't it? I challenge. You were born into this. I'm just visiting. Noah shakes his head, a muscle working in his jaw. This isn't my world. It's a circus I have to attend sometimes. He leans forward, elbows on the table. My world is waking up to the smell of your banana pancakes. It's watching you curse at the Food Network when they get a technique wrong. It's seeing you fall asleep on the couch with flowers still on your cheek. I want to believe him, but Jesselyn's perfect face haunts me. The way she moved through the room like she owned it. The recognition in people's eyes when they saw her. What if I never belong here? The question slips out before I can catch it. Here? Noah gestures dismissively at our surroundings. Who gives a damn? I don't want you to belong here. I want to belong with you. I take a deep breath, steadying myself against the weight of my insecurities. Noah's world still feels like a foreign country where I don't speak the language. But for tonight, maybe it's enough that he's chosen to be my translator.
Chapter 21. Noah. The deposition notes for Aston and Celia's case blur before my eyes for the 5th time in as many minutes. I snap the folder shut and toss it onto my mahogany desk, leaning back in my leather chair with a frustrated grunt. Screw this. I run my hand through my hair, staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows of my corner office. My assistant knocks lightly before entering. Mr. Breckenridge, your 3 o'clock canceled. Great. Just what I need, more time to not concentrate on anything. She gives me a curious look. You okay? You've been distracted all week. I'm fine, just need to focus. I wave her off. The door closes and I pull out my phone, scrolling to Jackie's name. My thumb hovers over it. 3 days since the charity event, and things between us have felt off. The distance in her eyes haunts me, and it's all because of Jesselyn's meddling. She spun the media in her favor yet again, victimizing herself, telling everyone how rude I was when she was trying to be polite. I pull up the photos from the restaurant we went to last week. Jackie laughing across the table, her curls catching the light, those expressive eyes crinkling at the corners. My chest tightens. This fake marriage thing is messing with my head. My phone buzzes with a text from Aston. How's the case coming? Celia wants to know if we need to sign anything else today. I should respond, but my mind drifts back to Jackie. The way she moves in the kitchen, confident and passionate. How she calls me out on my nonsense. The night we spent together. Get it together, Breck, I mutter, standing abruptly. I pace the length of my office, loosening my tie. The insurance company is dragging its feet on Aston and Celia's settlement, and I need to be laser-focused on building their case. Instead, I'm thinking about Jackie's smile, wondering if she's cooking right now, what she's making, if she's thinking about me too. I turn back to the case files on my desk. Aston and Celia deserve my full attention, but all I can think about is how to break through the wall Jackie's building between us, and whether I have any right to try. I stare blankly at the phone screen, thumb still hovering over Jackie's name when my office door clicks open. Mr. Breckenridge? My assistant's voice interrupts my thoughts. I have someone insisting on seeing you, says it's urgent. I wave my hand dismissively without looking up. Send them in. My mind's elsewhere, wondering if I should just call Jackie instead of this text message dance we've been doing. The sound of stilettos clicking across my hardwood floor finally pulls my attention upward. Noah, darling, it's been too long. My stomach drops. Jesselyn Monroe stands before my desk, a vision in a red dress that barely qualifies as business attire. The neckline plunges dangerously low, and the hem stops mid-thigh. Her blonde hair cascades over one shoulder, meticulously styled to look effortless. What are you doing here? I slam my phone down, standing so quickly my chair rolls back and hits the wall. Is that any way to greet an old flame? She pouts, placing a manicured hand on my desk and leaning forward. The move is calculated, giving me an eye full of cleavage. Get out. My voice is low, dangerous. She straightens, circling my desk like a predator. I've missed you, Noah. The press has been absolutely brutal to me since our misunderstanding at the charity event. Misunderstanding? You're insufferable, you know that? My jaw clenches so hard my teeth might crack. Get the hell out of my office. Water under the bridge. She waves her hand dismissively. We were so good together. Remember Bali? That little villa with the private pool? Her fingertips trace the edge of my desk as she draws closer. I still think about you. About us. I step back, putting distance between us. There is no us. There never really was. Don't be cold. She reaches for my tie, but I catch her wrist before she makes contact. I'm married now. To someone real. Her perfectly plucked eyebrows arch. That chef? The tabloids are having a field day. Everyone knows it's a publicity stunt. Come on, Noah. We make sense. We're from the same world. Is that why you're here? You saw me moving on and couldn't stand it? I made a mistake. Her voice drops to a whisper, practiced vulnerability. I miss what we had. Let me make it up to you. The audacity of this woman never ceases to amaze me. You need to leave. Now! Noah, get out, or I'll have security escort you out. I press the intercom button on my desk phone. Melissa, please call security to escort Miss Monroe from the building. Jessalyn's seductive mask slips, revealing the coldness beneath. You'll regret this. That little chef doesn't belong in your world. You know it. I know it. And soon everyone else will too. I slam my fist against the desk, my patience obliterated. You don't know anything about me, Jessalyn. You never did. Her perfectly painted lips part in shock, not used to being spoken to this way. You think because we made love a few times in Bali that you understand who I am? My voice cuts through the air like a blade. Jackie is more real than you've ever been. Noah. No. I step around the desk, towering over her. You treated me like a goddamn accessory, something to parade around at parties. Then you screwed my friend behind my back and blamed me for neglecting you. She narrows her eyes, facade cracking. That chef will never fit into your world. She's a novelty to you. Get out of my office! I point to the door, my hand rock steady despite the rage boiling inside me. And if you ever speak about my wife again, I'll make sure your modeling contracts dry up faster than your crocodile tears. Security appears at the door, two broad-shouldered men in dark suits. This way, Miss Monroe, one of them says, extending his arm toward the hallway. Jessalyn straightens, smoothing her dress with exaggerated composure. You'll come crawling back. You always do. Not this time. Psst. I turn my back to her, staring out at the Manhattan skyline. Not ever again. Ew. The door closes behind her with a soft click that sounds like freedom. I loosen my tie, sinking back into my chair. My blood still pounds hot and fast in my veins. The thought of Jessalyn anywhere near Jackie makes me want to hit something. My phone buzzes with a text from Aston. Did you get the medical report? I ignore it for now, opening my photo album to look at pictures I've snapped of Jackie in our short time together as a married couple. Fake marriage or not, what I feel for Jackie is the most real thing in my life right now. The way she challenges me makes me laugh. The way her eyes light up when she talks about food. How her nose crinkles when she concentrates. Screw what Jessalyn thinks. Screw what anyone thinks. The charade started as a way to protect us both, but somewhere between late-night conversations and shared meals, it transformed into something I can't pretend is pretend anymore.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 22. Jackie. I stepped through the gleaming glass doors of the empty Soho storefront, my footsteps echoing across the unfinished concrete floor. The space is massive, all raw potential, with floor-to-ceiling windows that flood the room with natural light. My restaurant. The words feel surreal even in my own thoughts. Just look at that view. Olivia presses her hand against the glass, pointing toward the water. People would kill for this sightline while they're eating your jerk chicken. I join her at the window, watching sunlight dance across the Hudson. It's incredible. And that's just half the appeal. Monica circles the perimeter, her expert eyes scanning every corner. The kitchen space is double what you'd normally get in Manhattan. That means room for a proper pastry station, space for prep cooks to actually breathe, and you won't be battling for counter space with your sous chef. Speak that truth, Olivia laughs. I still remember the first kitchen I worked in. Had to do the side shuffle dance just to get from the grill to refrigerator. I run my fingers along a support column, imagining the possibilities. The layout's good, but I'm worried about the renovation timeline. Monica waves away my concern. With Noah's connections, please. You'll have contractors fighting each other to get this job done in half the normal time. My stomach tightens at the mention of Noah. The capital he's given me feels both freeing and terrifying. I don't want people to think I got here because of him. Girl, stop. Olivia turns to face me, hands on hips. That man may have provided the cash, but the talent is all you. Always has been. Besides, Monica adds, the location sells itself. Look at the foot traffic. She points to the busy sidewalk outside. Soho dinner crowd, tourists looking for authentic cuisine rather than chain restaurants, plus all the business people from nearby offices who'll kill for your lunch specials. And you're only 6 blocks from that farmer's market I told you about. Olivia joins us at the center of the room. Fresh produce delivered 3 times a week. I know the guy who runs it. He'll give you first pick if I introduce you. I close my eyes for a moment, visualizing the space transformed. Warm lighting, rustic wooden tables, the open kitchen where diners can watch the culinary magic happen. My grandmother's recipes elevated with my own modern twists. This is the one, isn't it? I open my eyes to see both women watching me with knowing smiles. Monica nods. This is definitely the one. Then let's make it happen. My voice comes out steadier than I feel, but the excitement bubbling inside me is undeniable. This is what I've worked for my entire life, what I've dreamed about since I was mixing spices in my grandmother's kitchen. To Jackie's waterfront, Olivia raises an imaginary glass, where the food will be even more spectacular than the view. Olivia and I continue surveying the place, shooting out ideas on what could go where. I'm halfway through describing my dream pastry display when Monica's sharp inhale stops me mid-sentence. Her eyes are locked on her phone screen, thumb scrolling rapidly. What is it? I ask, noticing how the energy in the room suddenly shifts. Monica glances up, her expression a careful mask. Nothing important. But Olivia's already heading over and peering over her shoulder. Oh, damn. My stomach tightens. What? Monica hesitates, then turns her phone so I can see. The headline alone feels like a sucker punch. Supermodel, Jessalyn Monroe, spotted leaving law office in show-stopping red dress. A law office? I furrow my brows together. Noah's, Monica whispers. The photo shows Jessalyn, all blonde perfection, and legs that stretch for miles. Exiting Noah's building. That red dress hugs every curve like it was painted on her, and she's smiling directly at the camera with that practiced pout model's perfect for magazine covers. What was she doing there? The words tumble out before I can stop them. Monica scrolls down, scanning the article. According to her, she had a private meeting with Noah that lasted over an hour. Private meeting? Olivia scoffs. That's what they're calling it now? The bright, open space that felt so full of possibility moments ago now seems to close in around me. Does it say why she was there? Monica's eyes continue moving across the screen. Yeah, there's a quote from her. She says, she stops, wincing slightly. Just tell me. She says she's hoping to reconcile with Noah soon, and that sometimes people realize what they've lost once they see someone else with it. Monica looks up from her phone. She also mentioned being aware of your marriage, but called it a temporary situation. The concrete floor beneath me feels unsteady. She actually said that? About our marriage? Word for word, Monica's expression softens. Jackie, you know this is just tabloid garbage, right? I force a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Of course, it's fine. It's not fine, Olivia says, stepping closer. That woman cheated on him, then twisted the story to make him look like the bad guy. Now she's showing up at his office in that dress. Classic pap walk, Monica adds. Look at that lighting. She tipped off photographers to be there. I try to focus on their words, but all I can think about is Noah's face when he'd see Jessalyn walk in. They have history, complicated history. And despite our fake-turned, somewhat real relationship, I can't help wondering if seeing her stirred up old feelings. Did Noah mention she was coming by? Olivia asked gently. I shake my head, my throat suddenly dry. No. Then call him, Monica suggests. Right now? My finger hovers over Noah's contact, but I can't bring myself to press it. I don't want to seem jealous or insecure. You're his wife. You have every right to ask why his supermodel ex is telling the press they're reconciling. But am I really his wife? The question echoes in my mind, bringing with it all the doubts I've been fighting since this arrangement began. Our marriage certificate might be legal, but it started as a business deal, a solution to a problem. I shake my head, tucking my phone away. I'll talk to him later, when I'm home, in person. The words come out steadier than I feel, but the tremble in my fingertips gives me away. Jackie, I'm so sorry. Monica's hand squeezes my shoulder. These tabloids are vultures. They'll twist anything for clicks. Maybe there's an explanation, Olivia offers, her voice gentle. Legal stuff from their breakup? I force a laugh that sounds hollow even to my ears. Right? Because tight red dresses are standard attire for legal consultations. That brat knew exactly what she was doing. Monica scrolls through her phone again, fuming. Look at this pose. She's practically served herself up for the cameras. I turn away, trying to focus on the sunlight streaming through those beautiful windows. Just minutes ago, I was planning seating arrangements and kitchen layouts. Now I'm fighting the image of Jessalyn's perfect body, sauntering into Noah's office. All blonde hair and runway confidence. So, I clap my hands together a bit too forcefully. About those farm-to-table suppliers you mentioned? I was thinking seasonal menu rotations could be the heart of my concept. My voice catches on the last word. Olivia and Monica exchange a look. Jackie, Olivia starts. No, I'm fine, really. I move toward the back of the space where the kitchen would be. I'm thinking open concept here, so guests can watch the cooking process. Maybe a chef's table right at the pass. The words tumble out mechanically as I trace imaginary countertops with my fingertip. My vision blurs slightly, but I blink it away. We don't have to do this right now, Monica says softly. Do what? I turn, arms crossed protectively across my chest. Plan my dream restaurant, the one thing I've worked toward my entire life? Why would I let some modelizing ex-girlfriend ruin that? Because you're hurt. Olivia steps closer. And that's okay. I'm not hurt. The lie dies in my throat as the first tear escapes. I swipe at it angrily. Damn it! Monica reaches me first, wrapping her arms around me. Let it out, sweetie. This is so stupid, I whisper as Olivia joins our huddle. I shouldn't care. Our marriage isn't even real. Your feelings are, though, Olivia murmurs against my hair. The dam breaks then. Silent tears stream down my face as I stand in what should have been my triumphant moment. The restaurant space suddenly feels like yet another thing I don't quite deserve. What if he goes back to her? The question slips out, small and frightened. Monica pulls back to look me in the eyes. Then he's the biggest damn fool in Manhattan, and we'll key his car. A watery laugh escapes through my tears. His car's worth more than my entire life savings. All the more reason. Olivia grins, squeezing my hand. More damage.
Chapter 23. Noah. I push open the door to my penthouse, loosening my tie after what feels like the longest goddamn day of my life. The scent hits me immediately. Garlic, herbs, something rich and savory that makes my stomach growl. Jackie has cooked dinner. Jackie! I call out, dropping my briefcase by the door and shrugging off my suit jacket. The kitchen is immaculate but empty. A pot of something delicious simmering on low heat. A single place setting waits at the dining table, just one. My chest tightens. After Jesselyn's unwelcome visit to my office today, the last thing I need is more distance between Jackie and me. I make my way down the hallway, stopping outside her guest bedroom door. Light spills from underneath. I raise my hand and knock twice. Jackie, you in there? Silence stretches for several seconds. Then, yeah. Her voice lacks its usual warmth. I press my forehead against the doorframe, collecting my thoughts. Can I come in? We need to talk. I don't think. Please. The word comes out rawer than I intended, stripped of my usual confidence. Just 5 minutes. I hear movement, then the door cracks open. Jackie stands there in leggings and an oversized sweater, her curls piled messily atop her head. Her eyes are guarded, arms crossed protectively over her chest. What is it? She doesn't move to let me in. Can I come in? I'd rather not have this conversation in the hallway. She hesitates, then steps back, allowing me just enough space to enter. I step into Jackie's room, taking in the space she's carved out for herself in my penthouse. Her suitcase lies open on the floor, clothes spilling out, not packed, just disorganized in that way that speaks to her comfort here. That's something, at least. Jesselyn showed up at my office today, I say, cutting straight to the chase, unannounced and unwelcome. Jackie's eyes flicker with recognition. She sits on the edge of the bed, fingers curling into the duvet. Yeah, I know. Saw the headlines. Supermodel Jesselyn Monroe reunites with Billionaire X. The gossip sites work fast. Damn. I drag my hand through my hair. That's not what happened. Isn't it? She picks at an invisible thread on her sweater. Look, Noah, you don't owe me explanations. We're not really married, remember? This is all for show. Her words land like a punch to the gut. I move closer. She ambushed me. Wanted to reminisce about old times. Claimed she made a mistake. Typical Jessalyn nonsense. And what did you tell her? Jackie's voice is calm, but I catch the tension in her jaw. That she should leave. That whatever we had is over. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. Jackie, look at me. She does. Those expressive brown eyes challenging me. The tabloids can write whatever the hell they want. Doesn't make it true. I hold her gaze. My past is my past. Jessalyn is my past. Your past has a way of becoming your present pretty damn quick. Jackie stands, pacing the small confines of the room. Every time I turn around, there's another gorgeous ex-girlfriend popping up, who I want nothing to do with, and I'm just the chef playing pretend. She stops, arms crossed. I'm not blind, Noah. I see the way people look at us, wondering what the hell you're doing with someone like me. I rise to my feet, closing the distance between us. Someone like you? You mean someone real? Someone who doesn't give a damn about my last name or bank account? That's not. Every single one of those relationships failed because they weren't based on anything real. I'm inches from her now. With you, it's different. Jackie shakes her head. We need to remember what this is. A fake marriage, for your image, for my career. Is that all this is to you? My voice drops, because it stopped being just that for me a long time ago. Her expression softens, vulnerability breaking through her defenses. Noah, I'm not asking you to believe every word I say. Hell, you've seen the tabloids. I know my track record. I take her hand, relieved when she doesn't pull away. But I'm asking you to believe that right now, at this moment, you're the only one I want in my life. Jackie leans away, her hand slipping from mine. The warmth of her touch lingers on my skin like a phantom limb. Look, Noah, she says, her voice steady but distant. I think we need to tread carefully here. Whatever this is between us. She gestures vaguely between us. We should remember it's fundamentally a business arrangement. The words hit me in the chest. Clean, precise, like a bullet. A business arrangement, I repeat, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Yes. She tucks a stray curl behind her ear, not quite meeting my eyes. It's safer that way for both of us. I swallow the argument rising in my throat. What's the point? She's made up her mind. And maybe she's right. Maybe I'm the fool here, thinking this could ever be more than a contract with benefits. I understand. The lie comes easily. Years of legal negotiations have trained me well. You're being practical. Smart, even. She looks relieved, which only twists the knife deeper. Thanks for hearing me out, she says. I nod, running a hand through my hair. And thank you for dinner. It smells incredible. I made coq au vin. A small, genuine smile breaks through her professional facade. Your favorite? How does she know that? I never told her. She must have been paying attention all those times I ordered at restaurants. Noticed the way I lingered over certain menu items. The realization that she's been studying me while keeping her own walls firmly up makes my chest ache. You didn't have to do that. I know. She shrugs, arms crossed protectively over her chest. I enjoy cooking for you. Such a simple statement, but it strikes at something deep inside me. Not I enjoy cooking. Not I was making dinner anyway. But I enjoy cooking for you. Specific. Personal. I want to challenge her, to point out the contradiction, but I'm afraid pushing will only drive her further away. So I nod again, swallowing my disappointment. I should let you get back to whatever you were doing. I move toward the door. Don't wait up. I'm going to work in my office for a while. I step out into the hallway, hearing her soft, Goodnight, Noah, before the door closes behind me. A business arrangement. Right. And the problem is my heart never got the memo.
Chapter 24. Jackie. I duck my head, pretending not to notice the 3 photographers trailing us from across the street. Manhattan in autumn should feel magical. Crisp air, golden light, slanting between skyscrapers. But with paparazzi documenting our every move, it feels more like being in a fishbowl. Your adoring fans are still with us. I mutter to Noah as we approach Been There, Done That, the kind of trendy cafe where they serve coffee in beakers and charge $14 for avocado toast. Noah's jaw tightens as he glances over his shoulder. Damn vultures never quit. He places his hand on the small of my back, guiding me through the door. The warmth of his palm instantly melts some of the ice that's formed between us since Jesselyn reappeared. Think they'll follow us in? I ask. Not if they want to keep their cameras. His eyes narrow dangerously. This place has a strict no photography policy. The cafe buzzes with the perfect balance of conversation and indie rock. A barista with sleeve tattoos nods in recognition as Noah approaches. Mr. Breckenridge, your usual table is ready. Of course, Noah has a usual table. I follow him to a corner spot, partially hidden by a massive fiddle-leaf fig tree. So you're a regular, huh? I settle into my seat, unwinding my scarf. Let me guess. You come for their artisanal law books and briefcase polishing service. The corner of Noah's mouth twitches. Funny. They make a decent espresso, that's all. A decent espresso? That's billionaire speak for, this is the best coffee in the universe, but I can't show excitement because it might crack my perfect facade. He leans forward, those piercing blue eyes fully focused on me for the first time in days. My facade is perfect, huh? Good to know my acting skills are holding up. Oscar-worthy, I answer, studying the menu. Especially the part where you pretend Jesselyn's texts aren't blowing up your phone every 5 minutes. I hadn't meant to bring her up so directly. The heaviness between us instantly returns. But then Noah does something unexpected. He laughs. A genuine rich sound I haven't heard since she tried to ambush him in his law office. You know what? Let me show you how the plebeians order coffee. He snatches the menu from my hands. 2 dirty chai lattes and whatever pastry has the most ridiculous name. When the server arrives, Noah points to something on the menu. We'll take 2 of your transcendental tiramisus, please. Transcendental tiramisu? I raise an eyebrow. That's not a breakfast, that's a spiritual experience. For $22, it better involve actual enlightenment. We're both laughing now, and for a perfect moment it feels like before. Before Jesselyn, before the distance, before the doubts. The warmth in my chest has nothing to do with the cafe's heating system, and everything to do with this man across from me, whose smile makes me forget we're just pretending. The waiter arrives with our order, placing 2 steaming mugs and plates of what looks like tiramisu, reimagined by an artistic genius. Layers of delicate ladyfingers, espresso-soaked perfection, and mascarpone dusted with cocoa powder, and edible gold flakes. Enjoy your transcendental tiramisu, he says with a theatrical flourish. I take a sip of my dirty chai. The warm spices hit my tongue, followed by the perfect kick of espresso. Okay, I hate to admit it, but this is genuinely amazing. See? Even us billionaire types occasionally know what we're talking about. Noah's eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles like that. The real smile, not the camera-ready version. Don't get cocky. The jury's still out on the transcendental properties of this dessert. I dig my fork into the tiramisu and take a bite. The flavors melt together on my tongue. Holy? Okay, I take it back. This might actually be spiritually enlightening. Noah leans closer. Is that your professional culinary assessment? As a chef, I'm legally obligated to hate overpriced cafe food. But off the record, I take another bite, closing my eyes briefly. I could construct an entire religion around this tiramisu. Jackie Breckenridge, food evangelist. He reaches across the table, his thumb brushing the corner of my mouth. You had a little... My breath catches. The simple touch sends electricity straight through me. Thanks, I whisper. For a moment, we're just looking at each other, and I feel the gulf between us, all the insecurities and miscommunications starting to close. Noah, oh my God, it is you. A woman's voice shatters our moment. I look up to see a stunning brunette in designer everything approaching our table. Her dark hair falls in perfect waves, and her makeup belongs on a magazine cover. Of course it does. Noah's posture instantly stiffens. Chelsea. Chelsea, another ex-girlfriend, who coincidentally popped up now that he's married. The Chelsea from his messages, the Chelsea from his photos, that Chelsea. She places a manicured hand on his shoulder. I thought that was you. It's been ages. Not long enough, Noah mutters under his breath. Chelsea's gaze shifts to me, eyes narrowing slightly, before a practiced smile appears. And who's this? Before I can answer, Noah's hand covers mine on the table. This is Jackie, my wife. Wife? Chelsea's perfectly shaped eyebrows shoot up. Wow, I never thought you'd be the type of guy to settle down, Breck. Some things you just know. His thumb traces circles on my skin. I force a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Here we go again, another gorgeous ex materializing out of nowhere. The familiar feeling of inadequacy claws its way back up my throat. Chelsea leans down, getting closer to Noah. We should catch up sometime, for old time's sake. Something inside me deflates. I withdraw my hand from Noah's, reaching for my chai instead. The warmth that had been building between us dissipates like morning mist in the Manhattan sun. I watch Chelsea lean toward Noah, her perfect smile never reaching her eyes. My stomach knots as she hovers over him, like she has every right to be in his space. Actually, Noah says, standing up so abruptly that Chelsea has to step back. We're in the middle of something important. His voice has that edge to it, that razor-sharp lawyer tone I've heard him use on phone calls when someone's being particularly dense. Chelsea blinks, momentarily thrown off balance. I'm just saying hello to an old friend. We're not friends, Chelsea. Noah's jaw tightens. We haven't been anything to each other in years, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Breck, come on. It's Noah, he interrupts, and I'm having breakfast with my wife, so unless you need legal representation, I suggest you find another table. My eyebrows shoot up. This is a different Noah than I've seen before. Not the charming, always diplomatic lawyer, but a man drawing a clear line in the sand. Chelsea's perfect composure cracks. Fine. It was nice meeting you, Jackie. Her smile wouldn't melt ice cream on the coldest day in January. Wish I could say the same, I reply, raising my chai in a mock toast. She stalks away, her designer heels clicking against the hardwood floor like tiny hammers. Noah sits back down, exhaling slowly. I'm sorry about that. Chelsea has always had a problem with boundaries. No worries. I shrug, trying to seem casual while my insides twist themselves into sailor knots. Occupational hazard of being married to Noah Breckenridge, I guess. Ex-girlfriends lurking around every corner of Manhattan. You're handling it well. Am I? I stare into my chai, watching the foam dissolve. I feel like I need a spreadsheet to keep track of all these women. Noah reaches for my hand across the table. There's only one woman I'm interested in right now. My heart flutters traitorously. I want to believe him, but doubt creeps in like a cold draft under a door. Until the next one appears, I mutter, then immediately regret it. Noah's eyes search mine. Jackie. I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. I squeeze his hand, then release it, needing the distance. It's just, is this what our life would be like? Beautiful women from your past materializing every time we go out for coffee? A parade of Jesselins and Chelseas and whoever else reminding me that I'm not. I don't finish the sentence. Not what? Not tall enough. Not rich enough. Not worthy enough. I just wonder if this, I gesture between us, could ever really work beyond the arrangement. Please don't say that, Noah replies gently. I sigh, nod, and focus on my drink. It's easier this way. But fighting back the tears forming in my eyes, that's a tall task, but I'll be damned if I'm caught crying in the middle of this cafe.
Chapter 25. Noah. I stare at the stack of legal documents spread across Aston and Celia's sleek dining table, but my brain refuses to focus on the words. The liability clauses blur together as I read the same paragraph for the third time. I run my hand through my hair and loosen my tie with a sharp tug. You planning to tear that contract apart with your eyes, or should I get you a shredder? Aston wheels himself into the room, the soft whir of his chair breaking my concentration. I straighten my shoulders, trying to reclaim some professional composure. Just making sure your insurance company doesn't screw you over with the fine print. Nonsense. Aston maneuvers his wheelchair next to me. Despite being temporarily confined, he still commands the space. You've been staring at page 7 for 20 minutes. What's going on? I close the folder with more force than necessary. Nothing, just tired. Try again. He crosses his arms, his narrow eyes piercing through my defenses. I may be stuck in this chair, but my nonsense detector works perfectly. The pressure in my chest builds until I can't contain it anymore. It's Jackie, I admit, my voice dropping to almost a whisper. Ah. A knowing smile crosses Aston's face. Celia's been saying there's something happening between you two. That's just it. I push back from the table and pace across the room. Something is happening and I'm terrified. The great Noah Breckenridge, terrified? Call the tabloids. Very funny. I shoot him a glare but can't maintain it. This isn't like the other times, man. It's not just attraction or convenience. I think about her constantly. I wake up wondering what she's doing, what she's thinking. I slam my palm against the window frame. I've completely fallen for her. And this is a problem because I'm me. I spin to face him. Because every relationship I touch turns to trash, and she deserves better than that. Because the media will crucify her even more for being with me. Because the whole world will expect her to act a certain way, and I don't want to put that pressure on her. Aston wheels closer. Have you considered maybe letting her decide what she can handle? I shake my head. After what happened with Jesselyn at that event, she was devastated. I saw it in her eyes. So you're giving up? No, My voice trails off as I realize I don't know what I'm doing. I just don't want to hurt her. Seems to me you're both already hurting. Aston tilts his head. Look, I know a thing or two about falling for a chef who's way too good for you. Sometimes you've got to trust that they see something in you worth fighting for. Aston's eyes narrow as he watches me pace the length of the room. You need to do something special for her, he says, tapping his fingers against the arm of his wheelchair. Something real. Something that says this isn't just about that fake marriage contract. I stop my pacing. Like what? Jewelry? A vacation? Jesus Christ, Breck. Aston shakes his head. This isn't about throwing money at the problem. She's not impressed by that, and you know it. My shoulders slump. He's right. Jackie isn't like the women I've dated before. She sees straight through the expensive gifts and grand gestures. Think about what matters to her, Aston continues, leaning forward. What makes Jackie light up? What does she talk about when she doesn't think anyone's paying attention? I sit across from him, my mind racing through every conversation Jackie and I have shared. Her cooking. Her dream of opening her own place someday. There you go. Aston snaps his fingers. So what can you do with that? I run my hand through my hair, frustrated. Damn, I don't know. She already has a place in mind. She has my capital. She has my connections. I don't know what else to do to convince her I'm serious. Yeah, you do. Aston wheels closer. You just need to stop overthinking it. What would you do if there were no cameras, no tabloids, no family expectations? If it was just Noah and Jackie? The answer comes immediately. I'd tell her I love her, that I want her in my life permanently. Fake marriage, real marriage, whatever she wants. That I'm terrified of messing it up, but even more terrified of losing her. Then that's what you do, Aston says simply. Open yourself up. Be vulnerable. And if she rejects me? Then at least you know you tried. Aston's expression softens. Look, your past doesn't have to dictate your future. Not unless you let it. I nod slowly. I hope this works. Trust yourself, man. Aston reaches out to clap my shoulder. You deserve happiness just as much as anyone. Jackie sees that. Now you need to see it too. I'm just about to respond to Aston when the soft thump of footsteps against the floor announces Celia's arrival. She stands in the doorway, her curls framing her face, one eyebrow raised as she surveys the scene. Well, well. Secret men's business? She maneuvers expertly into the room, settling into the chair beside Aston. Don't stop on my account. Your husband's giving me relationship advice, I say, running a hand through my hair. God help you then. Celia laughs, reaching over to squeeze Aston's hand affectionately. Jackie troubles? Celia asks, her eyes locking with mine. There's something unnerving about how she sees straight through my nonsense. Is it that obvious? Only to everyone with a brain and eyes and ears. She adjusts herself in the chair, wincing slightly. You know, my cousin isn't as tough as she pretends to be. I drop into the chair across from her. That's what scares me. I don't want to hurt her. Then don't! Celia says this like it's the simplest thing in the world. Look, Jackie doesn't need grand gestures or fancy dinners. What she needs is honesty. I've been honest. Have you? Celia cuts me off, because from where I'm sitting, you're both playing this ridiculous game where neither of you admits how you really feel. It's not that simple. It actually is. Celia leans forward, her expression softening. Jackie grew up watching her parents' rock-solid marriage. She believes in that kind of love, all in, no holding back. But she's also terrified of it. I absorb this, thinking of how Jackie flinches away from vulnerability sometimes. Because of me? My reputation? Partly, but mostly because she's never felt good enough. Celia's eyes narrow. You know what she did the night after that charity event? The one where Jesselyn strode up to you two and started causing problems? She called me at 2 a.m. to ask if I thought she was fancy enough for you. Made me list all the reasons why she might not measure up. My chest tightens. That's insane. She's amazing. Then tell her that. Not with your words, she's heard empty compliments before. Show her with actions that you're not going anywhere. Celia studies me intently. Jackie needs someone who chooses her, every day, especially on the hard days. I do choose her. I will choose her. Then prove it. Celia's voice is gentle but firm. Stop hiding behind this fake marriage nonsense. Tell her exactly what you want. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 26. Jackie. I hold up a plump heirloom tomato, its skin mottled with deep reds and purples. This would be perfect for that gazpacho recipe we were talking about. Celia nods, balancing her tote bag awkwardly with her good arm while her casted one rests in a sling. God, yes, I've been craving something light and cold. Even with autumn coming in full force? I ask. The weather won't stop my cravings. The Union Square Farmers Market buzzes around us, a symphony of vendors calling out prices and shoppers haggling. I'm grateful for this moment with Celia, a slice of normalcy after the weeks I've had, pretending to be Noah's wife, all while starting to fall for him. How about these peppers? I point to a display of vibrant bell peppers. Noah mentioned he likes stuffed peppers, and I thought I'd surprise him with dinner tonight. Look at you, playing the doting wife. Celia smirks, nudging me with her good elbow. Hey, fake wife or not, the man deserves a good meal. You should see the piles of paperwork he has in his office. Well, if it isn't Noah Breckenridge's latest publicity stunt. The voice slices through our conversation like a butcher's knife through tender meat. I turn slowly, already knowing who I'll find. Jessalyn Monroe stands before us, towering in 4-inch heels, despite the market's uneven cobblestones. Her blonde hair cascades over her shoulders in perfect waves, and her face is contorted with barely contained rage. Jessalyn, I manage, my hand instinctively reaching for Celia's good arm. What a surprise. Is it? She steps closer, designer sunglasses perched on her head. Because I think the real surprise is how quickly Noah replaced me with some random chef. Talk about trading down. I feel Celia stiffen beside me. I don't think this is the place. I wasn't talking to you, Jessalyn snaps, her eyes never leaving mine. I'm talking to the hired help who somehow convinced Noah to put a ring on it. What was it? Did you drug his food? Blackmail him? The surrounding shoppers start to notice our exchange. Some pretend not to listen, while others openly stare. Noah and I don't owe you any explanations, I reply, keeping my voice steady despite the hurricane of emotions inside me. You lost that privilege when you cheated on him? Her perfectly shaped eyebrows shoot up. Oh, so now you're an expert on our relationship? Let me tell you something, sweetheart. Noah gets bored. Fast. He's slumming it with you to make a point. But men like him don't stay with women like you. Women like me? I step forward, my hand releasing Celia. Women who respect themselves. Women who don't manipulate and lie. Women who don't belong in his world. She gestures at my casual clothes, my reusable shopping bags. Look at you playing house. It's pathetic. Celia moves between us, her casted arm a physical barrier. That's enough, Jesselyn. You're making a scene in public, which I'm sure isn't great for your modeling contracts. Jesselyn's eyes narrow dangerously. You think I care about that? Your little cousin stole my future? Noah and I were working things out before she came along with her. Working things out? I laugh, the sound sharp even to my own ears. Is that what you call trying to destroy his reputation after you got caught with someone else? You don't know anything, she hisses, stepping so close I can smell her expensive perfume. Noah and I have history. We have the same friends, the same life. You're just a temporary distraction until he comes to his senses. My confidence wavers for a split second. Her words hit too close to my own insecurities, the ones that wake me up at night, wondering if Noah could ever truly want someone like me. But then I picture Noah's face when he defended me at the charity event, the way he looks at me when we're alone, and I straighten my spine. You know what, Jesselyn? Noah chose me, not you. And instead of accepting that with dignity, you're harassing people at a farmer's market on a Saturday morning. Who's pathetic now? Jesselyn's perfect mouth opens and closes like a designer goldfish. The venom she'd prepared seems to evaporate under my unexpected counterattack. You, she finally sputters, manicured finger jabbing the air between us. You think this is real? Trust me, he's just using you to get back at me. I set down my shopping basket, squaring my shoulders as I stepped closer to her. Listen carefully because I'm only saying this once. Stay away from me. Stay away from Noah. The next time you try to ambush me at a farmer's market or anywhere else, I won't be this polite. Her eyes widen at the steel in my voice. I'm surprised myself, but there's something about defending my relationship with Noah that ignites a fierceness I didn't know I possessed. Are you threatening me? She laughs, but it sounds hollow. Do you have any idea who I am? A sad, bitter woman who can't move on. Yeah, I got that impression. I pick up my basket, nodding to Celia. Let's go. I don't want these tomatoes bruising from all this negative energy. As we walk away, I hear Jesselyn call after us. He'll get bored with you. They always do. Once we're safely among the crowd of weekend shoppers, Celia whistles low. Damn, Jackie, I didn't know you had that in you. Neither did I. My hands are shaking as I examine an overpriced loaf of artisanal bread. God, what is wrong with these people? Is this what Noah deals with all the time? Celia adjusts her sling, her expression thoughtful. Noah's life comes with complications. His exes are just one part of it. Great. So I can look forward to being ambushed by supermodels every time I want to buy fresh produce. I toss the bread back onto the display, ignoring the vendor's disapproving look. This is insane. How am I supposed to live like this? You really care about him, don't you? Celia asks softly. The question catches me off guard. My anger deflates slightly, leaving room for the truth to surface. Yeah, I do. More than I intended to. We pause at a stall selling wildflowers, and I run my fingers over the delicate petals of a sunflower. My mind races with images of Jesselyn's perfect face twisted in anger, imagining her slipping poison into Noah's ear about me, or worse, trying to win him back. I shake my head, frustration building again. This isn't what I signed up for. I wanted to help him out, not fight off his crazy exes in public. What happens when the next one comes along? Or when the press decides to dig into my background? You'll handle it, like you just did. Celia picks up a bunch of dahlias, examining them with her good hand. Besides, Noah's crazy about you. Anyone with eyes can see that. Is he? I whisper, the doubt creeping in. Or am I just convenient right now? Celia frowns. That's not fair to either of you. You know what's not fair? Being blindsided by supermodels while buying tomatoes. I grabbed my shopping bags, suddenly eager to leave the market. This whole arrangement has gotten out of hand. I'm a chef, not a celebrity. Celia struggles to keep pace with my quickening steps. Hey, slow down. My arm, remember? I stop abruptly, guilt washing over me. I'm sorry. I just need to breathe. We find a bench near the edge of the market. I drop my bags at my feet and sink down, feeling the weight of the morning's confrontation settling into my bones. Talk to me, Celia says softly. I can't do this, Celia. I'm not built for this kind of life. The stares, the whispers, the exes lurking around every corner. I gesture wildly at the market around us. This isn't me. I want to cook. I want to open my restaurant. I don't want to worry about looking perfect every time I step out the door because someone might take my picture. Nobody's asking you to be perfect. Aren't they, though? You saw how Jessalyn looked at me, like I was something she found on the bottom of her designer shoe. Celia shifts her position, grimacing slightly as she adjusts her sling. Since when do you care what women like Jessalyn think? Since I started caring about Noah, I admit, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. And that's the problem. This was supposed to be fake, but my feelings are real. And it terrifies me because I'm so clearly not what fits in his world. Who says you have to fit into his world? Maybe he fits into yours. I laugh bitterly. Right. Noah Breckenridge, son of billionaires, high-powered attorney, is going to be happy with a simple chef who buys discounted produce and lives in a tiny apartment. Again with this, Jackie? You really need to cut it out. Celia's voice is firm, cutting through my self-pity. Noah sees something in you that matters more to him than all that superficial nonsense. For now, I pick up a peach from my bag, turning it over in my hands. But what about 6 months from now? A year? When the novelty wears off and he realizes I don't belong at his fancy galas or in his penthouse? So that's it? You're just giving up before even giving it a real chance? I stare at the peach, its fuzzy skin a soft contrast to the hard pit I know lies beneath, just like this fake relationship, soft and sweet on the outside, solid and unyielding at its core. Maybe I am. I return the peach to my bag, my decision crystallizing with each passing moment. Maybe being Noah Breckenridge's wife, fake or otherwise, just isn't worth it anymore.
Chapter 27. Noah. I stride into my penthouse, balancing an overpriced bouquet of stargazer lilies and white roses in one hand and a box of artisanal chocolates in the other. The elevator doors close behind me with a soft ping that echoes through the silent space. Jackie! My voice bounces off the marble floors and high ceilings. I got us reservations at 11 Madison Park. Hope you're hungry for a 9-course tasting menu. Nothing. Just the faint hum of the climate control system. I drop my keys on the console table and move deeper into the penthouse, anticipation building in my chest. Tonight's the night. I've rehearsed what I'm going to say at least 20 times on the drive home. No more dancing around this thing between us. No more pretending. I know I'm early, but I figured you might want time to get ready. I call out, heading toward the guest bedroom where she's been staying. Though honestly, you could wear a potato sack and still be the most beautiful woman in the restaurant. The door to the guest room stands slightly ajar. I nudge it open with my foot. Jackie, I was thinking we could. The words die in my throat. The room is immaculate. Too immaculate. The bed is perfectly made. No clothes draped over the chair or spilling out of the suitcase. No half-empty mugs on the nightstand. No sign of Jackie. What the hell? I set down the flowers and chocolates and pull open the closet door. Empty. Not a single trace of her remains. The bathroom tells the same story. No toiletries. No makeup scattered across the counter. My stomach drops as I scan the room for a note, a message. Anything that might explain her absence. Nothing. I pull out my phone and dial her number, pacing across the bedroom floor. It rings once, twice, 3 times before going to voicemail. Jackie, it's me. Where are you? I just got home and call me back. Please. I hang up and stand in the center of the empty room, surrounded by the ghost of her presence. The penthouse that felt too small with her in it now feels cavernous without her. The flowers and chocolates sit on the bed like a sad punchline to a joke I didn't know was being told. Something must have happened. Maybe Jesselyn's words at the charity event cut deeper than I realized. Maybe Jackie finally decided she'd had enough of the high society nonsense. Or maybe, and this thought twists my gut, maybe she'd had enough of me. Suddenly, my phone buzzes, vibrating like a jackhammer. Jackie's name flashes on the screen. I'm on it before the first ring completes. Jackie, where the hell are you? My voice comes out sharper than intended, but damn it, I'm not playing games anymore. Hey. Her voice sounds small, distant. I'm at Celia and Aston's. I pace across the penthouse, running a hand through my hair. You moved out? Just like that? No note, no text, nothing. I'm sorry, Noah. I should have left a note. It was impulsive. Impulsive? I laugh, but there's no humor in it. I came home with flowers and dinner reservations, and you're just gone. The silence stretches between us. I can hear her breathing on the other end. I needed some space, she finally says. After what happened with Jesselyn and Chelsea and everything else, I just needed to think. Think about what? We could have talked about it here. I stop in front of the window, staring out at the city skyline without seeing it. What about our arrangement? Our fake marriage? You can't just bail on that without telling me. That's part of what I need to figure out. Her voice strengthens slightly. Whether this arrangement is right for me. My stomach plummets. What does that mean? It means I'm not sure anymore, Noah. The lines are blurring and I'm confused about what's real and what's for show. I need to step back and get some perspective. I grip the phone tighter. So you're throwing away everything we've built over some tarsh Jesselyn said? It's not just about Jesselyn. It's about me figuring out where I fit in your life. If I fit in your life. You fit, you know you do. The words come out rougher than intended, almost pleading. Do I? Because right now I don't know that, and I don't think you do either. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window. So, what now? You're just going to hide out at Celia and Aston's indefinitely. I'm not hiding. I'm taking time to think. There's a difference. Fine. I swallow hard, trying to keep my voice level. Take all the time you need. Let me know when you've made your decision about whether I'm worth sticking around for. Noah, that's not fair. You want to know what's not fair? Coming home to find you gone without a word. That's not fair, Jackie. The line goes quiet again. When she speaks, her voice is softer. I'll call you in a few days. We can talk then. Whatever. I hang up before she can say anything else, tossing my phone onto the couch. The penthouse feels emptier than it ever has. I grab the bouquet of flowers from the guest room and hurl it into the trash can. I grab my phone and nearly crush it in my fist. Screw this. Screw everything. My chest feels like it's being squeezed in a vice as I pace across my penthouse like a caged animal. The emptiness of the space mocks me. Every corner where Jackie's presence once filled now hollow. I pull at my hair, tugging until it stings. God damn it! The sound echoes off the walls. I need to get out of here. This place is suffocating me with memories of her laugh, her scent, the way she'd dance around the kitchen while cooking. I fumble with my phone and scroll to Joey's contact. Joey picks up on the third ring. Breckenridge, to what do I owe this honor on a Tuesday night? I need to get hammered. You in? My voice sounds rough, even to my own ears. A pause. Damn, man. You sound wrecked. What's going on? Jackie left. Just packed her things and disappeared. The words taste bitter coming out. The chef, the one you've been playing house with, I thought that was just an arrangement. I slammed my palm against the wall. It is. Damn, I don't know anymore. Clearly. Joey lets out a low whistle. Meet me at Cypher in 30. We'll drink until you forget her name. That's what I need to hear. I end the call and head to my closet, yanking off my tie. I don't bother changing my suit, just loosen the collar and grab my wallet. On my way out, I catch my reflection in the entryway mirror. I look like trash, eyes bloodshot, jaw tight, hair a mess from running my hands through it repeatedly. For a split second, I see what Jackie might have seen. A man wound too tight, carrying too much baggage. Maybe she made the right call getting away from me. I shake the thought away. Tonight isn't about introspection. It's about drowning whatever the hell this feeling is until I can't feel anything at all. As the elevator descends, I tap out a message to my driver. Tonight's mission is simple. Drink enough expensive whiskey to numb the pain of walking into an empty home and finding the woman I was falling for gone without a trace.
Chapter 28. Jackie. 2. I whisk eggs and tomatoes together in a bowl, tossing in chopped peppers with more force than necessary. The familiar rhythm of cooking usually soothes me, but today it just reminds me how I fled Noah's penthouse last night, like a character in some sad movie. It's for the best, I muttered to the sizzling pan. What was I thinking, playing house with New York's most eligible bachelor? The eggs hit the hot surface with a satisfying hiss. My muscles work on autopilot, spatula scraping against nonstick coating as I fold perfect little pockets of breakfast. At least in the kitchen, I know exactly what I'm doing. 3 plates of Southwestern scramble, garnished with fresh cilantro and avocado slices. Food never lets you down. Food never has emotional baggage. Is this even what I want? I whisper to nobody. Playing wife to someone who can't figure out what he wants. Living in a city that doesn't feel like mine. The toast pops up, and I arrange everything on a serving tray. Whatever's happening with Noah, I still have responsibilities here. Celia and Aston need me. That's something real and tangible I can hold on to. As I approach the dining room, I hear their hushed voices. Should we tell her? Celia whispers. Not yet, Aston replies. Let's wait until... I push through the door with my hip, balancing the breakfast tray. Tell me what? They jump like guilty teenagers. Aston swipes his phone off the table so fast he knocks over his water glass. Celia immediately dabs at the spreading puddle with her napkin. Morning, sunshine. Celia's voice pitches higher than normal. That smells amazing. I set down the tray and cross my arms. What are you two whispering about? And why'd you just hide your phone like I caught you watching porn? Aston clears his throat, exchanging a look with Celia. Nothing important. Nothing important requires secret whispers and phone hiding? I raise an eyebrow. You two are terrible liars. Celia sighs. We were just discussing... Sports scores, Aston interrupts. Since when do you follow sports, Celia? I challenge. Celia shoots Aston a look that clearly says, nice try. She turns back to me. What's going on with you and Noah? Did something happen? Don't change the subject. I place my hands on my hips. What are you hiding from me? Aston's phone buzzes loudly on his lap. He glances down and his eyes widen. Fine. I turn toward the door. Keep your secrets. I'm going back to the kitchen. Wait. Celia reaches for my wrist. You just seem upset and we're worried. Did something happen with Noah? The concern in her eyes is genuine, but I'm not falling for this obvious redirection. What's on the phone, Aston? I ask, pointing at his lap where he's still clutching the device. Aston shifts uncomfortably, still clutching his phone. Finally, with a deep sigh, he turns the screen toward me. We were trying to figure out how to tell you. His voice is gentle, but it does nothing to soften the blow of what I'm seeing. The headline blares across his screen. Noah Breckenridge confesses. My fake marriage and real love. Below it, photos of Noah clearly wasted, arms slung around another man at some bar. My stomach plummets to somewhere around my ankles. What is this? Celia reaches for my hand. He went out drinking with Joey last night. Things got messy. I snatch the phone, scrolling frantically through the article. Each word hits like a physical blow. Sources close to Breckenridge confirm he admitted the marriage was initially arranged as publicity stunt, but claimed he's actually completely in love with her now. Damn. The word escapes my lips as my legs give out. I collapse into the chair beside Celia. I'm so sorry, Jackie. Aston's voice feels distant through the ringing in my ears. I continue reading, unable to stop myself. She's nothing like the others, Breckenridge reportedly told patrons at Cypher around 2 a.m. It started fake, but I'm in too deep now. This can't be happening. I push the phone away like it might explode. Everyone knows? Everyone knows it was fake? Celia squeezes my shoulder. The story just broke. PR firms are already spinning damage control. Great. Damage control. I laugh, but it sounds hollow even to my own ears. Story of my life. Always the damage, never the priority. That's not fair, Aston interjects. Have you seen the rest of what Noah said? He was practically shouting about being in love with you. While drunk off his buttocks in a public bar. That's not a declaration. That's a mistake? I stand up so fast my chair tips backward, clattering against the hardwood floor. Our whole relationship was a mistake. Jackie, Celia starts. No, I hold up my hand. The whole city now knows I'm a fraud, a joke, just another one of Noah's publicity stunts. My heart feels like it's being squeezed in a vice, painful and constricting. I shake my head. This isn't the way things were supposed to play out. I need some air. I head for the front door, food forgotten, my perfect breakfast growing cold on the table. Where are you going? Celia calls after me. I pause, one hand on the doorframe. I don't know. Somewhere people don't look at me and see Noah Breckenridge's fake wife. The door closes behind me with the final sounding click. I stand in the hallway of Aston and Celia's luxury high-rise, the floor-to-ceiling windows mocking me with their panoramic view of a city I suddenly can't bear to be part of. A sob bubbles up from somewhere deep in my chest, and I press my palm against my mouth to trap it. But it escapes anyway, ragged and raw. The sleek elevator doors across from me blur through my tears. People will be talking about this everywhere. Noah Breckenridge's fake wife, the nobody chef who thought she could play in the big leagues, the pathetic woman who fell for her own lie. I pace the marble floors, my sneakers squeaking with each pivot. The enormity of what's happening crashes over me in waves. Everyone knows. Every food blogger I've collaborated with, every potential investor for my restaurant, every sous chef I've ever interviewed with. They'll all see the headlines. Jackie Rogers, desperate enough to fake a marriage. I can't stay here. The words taste like certainty on my tongue. I can't do this. I lean against the window, 40 floors above the city. People move like ants below, oblivious to my world collapsing. How many of them have already read the article? How many are laughing? Another sob escapes as I realize what I have to do. I need to get out of New York as soon as possible. The penthouse door opens behind me, and Celia steps into the hallway. Her face is a portrait of concern, her curls bouncing slightly as she approaches cautiously. Jackie, please come back inside. I can't stay here, Celia. My voice cracks. Not in this apartment, not in this city. You can't just leave. Watch me. I swipe angrily at my wet cheeks. Everyone in this damn city is going to be talking about me, laughing about me. Poor Jackie, so desperate for attention, she agreed to be Noah Breckenridge's publicity stunt. That's not what happened, and you know it. Doesn't matter what happened. It matters what people think happened. I gesture wildly at nothing. Do you know what they'll say? That I was using him to get ahead? That I'm just another gold digger? Since when do you care what people think? Celia reaches for my arm. I step back. Since my entire professional reputation just got tied to a fake relationship that's plastered across every gossip site in America. The elevator dings open behind us, and I glance over my shoulder. Empty. An escape route. I need to pack my things and go. I can't be Noah Breckenridge's fake wife anymore. I can't be in New York anymore.
Chapter 29. Noah. A sledgehammer pounds in my skull as I crack open one eye, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my penthouse like a personal attack. I groan, rolling onto my back and blinking at the ceiling. What the hell happened last night? Fragments come back cipher, the exclusive lounge downtown. Joey ordering round after round of scotch. Me drowning my sorrows over Jackie. Jackie. I fumble for my phone on the nightstand, knocking over a glass of water. The screen illuminates with notifications, 17 missed calls, 23 text messages, and Christ. My stomach drops as I see Aston's name repeatedly lighting up my screen, the most recent call just 5 minutes ago. The phone vibrates in my hand. Aston again. I swipe to answer, my throat so dry it feels like sandpaper. Hey. What the actual hell, Noah? Aston's voice slices through my hangover like a blade. No greeting, just pure, concentrated fury. I sit up, wincing at the movement. Good afternoon to you too. Have you seen the headlines? Have you bothered to check what's plastered across every goddamn tabloid in the city right now? My stomach churns with something worse than nausea. I just woke up. Billionaire lawyer's marriage sham exposed. That's the headline on the New York Post. You want to hear what page 6 is running? Breckenridge confesses, my wife is just for show. The memory hits me like a freight train, leaning against the bar. Joey's sympathetic face as I rambled, saying things I never should have said outside the privacy of my own head. Things about Jackie, about us, about our arrangement. Damn, I mutter, pinching the bridge of my nose. Aston, You got wasted and told some random bartender that your marriage to Jackie is fake, that it was all to improve your image, and someone recorded it and sold it to the press. His voice rises with each word. What the hell were you thinking? Do you have any idea what this does to Jackie? To Celia, who vouched for you both? To all of us? I stand, pacing the bedroom, reality setting in through the fog of my hangover. Have you talked to her? To Jackie? Aston's bitter laugh cuts through the line. Yeah, she's devastated. But you'd know that if you'd bothered to check your phone before passing out in your penthouse. I grip the phone, my heart banging against my ribcage like a trapped animal. Where is she, Aston? I need to talk to her. Why? So you can mess things up even worse. His voice drips with contempt. You've done enough damage. Just tell me where she is. I'm already yanking open drawers, searching for clean clothes. Please. The line goes silent for a moment, and I wonder if he's hung up on me. Then I hear him exhale slowly. You know, I've known you for years, Breck. Been through all kinds of trash with you, but right now, I don't even recognize you. I pause, one arm in a sleeve of a wrinkled button-down. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're being a goddamn idiot. His tone shifts, Less angry now, more disappointed, which is somehow worse. Jackie loves you, man. It's so obvious to everyone except you. And you're just playing games with her heart like it's another one of your legal negotiations. The air leaves my lungs. She loves me. Yes, you moron. And you love her too. I've seen the way you look at her when you think no one's watching. I sink onto the edge of the bed, the phone pressed so hard against my ear it hurts. I messed up. Aston's voice softens further. She's packing right now. Said she's leaving New York as soon as she can get a flight out. What? I'm on my feet again, panic shooting through me like electricity. She can't leave. Why not? You made it pretty clear your marriage was just for show. Just another strategic move by the great Noah Breckenridge. It started that way, but... I run a hand through my hair, tugging at the roots. I can't lose her, Aston. I can't. Then stop standing in your penthouse talking to me and go tell her that. I'm already grabbing my keys, my wallet. Where is she? Your place? Yeah, but Noah! His voice turns deadly serious. If you're going to go to her, you better be damn sure about what you want. She deserves better than half measures and maybes. I know exactly what I want. And for the first time in months, maybe years, I actually do. It's her. It's always been her. I end the call and toss my phone onto the bed. My head pounds so hard it's like someone's taken a jackhammer to my skull, but I don't give a damn. I grab the first clean shirt I can find, a navy button-down, and yank it on, not bothering with more than 4 buttons. Jeans, shoes, wallet, keys. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I look like absolute hell. Eyes bloodshot, hair sticking up in 3 different directions, stubble darkening my jaw. Damn it, I mutter, splashing cold water on my face. There's no time for a proper shower. Jackie's packing right now. Jesus Christ. She's literally planning to flee the city to get away from me in the media frenzy I created. I down 2 aspirin dry, wincing at the bitter taste. The pills won't kick in for at least 20 minutes, but it's better than nothing. My hands shake slightly as I grab my keys from the counter. The elevator ride down to the parking garage feels endless. I tap my foot impatiently, checking my watch every 3 seconds like it'll somehow speed up time. When the doors finally open, I sprint to my Aston Martin and slide into the driver's seat. The engine roars to life, and I peel out of the garage, barely slowing down for the security gate. Traffic is brutal, because, of course it is. Every red light feels like a personal attack. Come on, I growl, drumming my fingers against the steering wheel. A taxi cuts me off and I lay on the horn. Move. I weave through traffic like I'm in a street race, taking corners too fast and accelerating through yellow lights. My phone buzzes from the passenger seat, probably Aston calling to make sure I'm actually coming, but I ignore it. I can't waste time talking when every second counts. All I can think about is Jackie's face. How she looked at me, hurt and confusion in those big brown eyes when Jesselyn showed up in our lives. How she's probably looked at those tabloid headlines, confirming every insecurity she's ever had about us. About me. I slam my palm against the steering wheel. God damn it. I made this mess. I let my own insecurities drive me to a bar where I drunkenly spilled our secrets to complete strangers. And now Jackie, beautiful, talented, incredible Jackie, is packing her bags, ready to walk out of my life forever. Not if I can help it. I screech into a parking spot half a block from Aston and Celia's building, not caring that I'm probably taking up 2 spaces. Let them ticket me. Let them tow the damn car. None of that matters now. All that matters is getting to Jackie before she leaves, before I lose the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Chapter 30. Jackie. I swipe at the tears streaming down my face, trying to keep my composure as I stand at the door with my suitcase. Celia's curls bounce as she shakes her head desperately. Her hand gripping mine while Aston sits in his wheelchair beside her, his dark eyes piercing with concern. "Jackie, please, this is just tabloid nonsense. It'll blow over," Celia says, her chef's hands, strong from years of cooking, now trembling as they hold mine. "You don't understand?" My voice cracks as I pull my hand away to gesture at my phone. "It's everywhere. Now they're digging into my whole life." Fresh tears spill over. "They called my mom, Celia. My mom." Aston wheels himself forward an inch. "We can handle this. Noah's publicity team—" "No." I cut him off, gripping my suitcase handle tighter. "I came here to help you two heal, not get caught up in some billionaire scandal. I never thought—" I choke on the words. "I never thought it would become this real." Celia's eyes glisten. "But what about Noah? Have you even talked to him about this?" The mention of his name sends a fresh wave of pain through my chest. "No, I haven't. I just can't do this. I'm not made for this world. I'm a chef from Charlotte who makes a mean shrimp and grits. That's it." "That's not it, and you know it," Celia argues, her voice rising with emotion. "You're running away because you're scared of what you feel for him." "I'm running away because my face is on page 6. I snap, then immediately regret it. "I'm sorry. I need to go home, clear my head, figure out what's next." I glance at my watch. "My flight leaves in 3 hours. "Jackie, please." Aston's voice is quiet but firm. "Stay. At least talk to Noah first." I shake my head, the tears coming faster now. "I can't. Tell him I'm sorry, but this was never supposed to be real." My throat tightens. "I have to go." Celia steps forward for one last hug, and I collapse against her, my body shaking with sobs. "I'm sorry," I whisper into her hair. "I just have to leave." With fresh tears streaming down my face, I leave my cousin behind as I head for the elevator at the far end of the hallway. The ride down feels excruciatingly long, and I'm forced to see a reflection of myself in the elevator's mirrors. What a sad sight. If only I knew coming to New York would be so much trouble, I probably wouldn't have come at all. The elevator doors spring open, and I walk through the lobby with my shoulders slouched. I push through the revolving doors of the high-rise, my suitcase wheel catching for a moment before I yank it free with more force than necessary. The doorman offers a sympathetic smile. He's probably seen the tabloids too. "Can I help you with a cab, Miss Rogers?" "Yes, please." "JFK." My voice comes out scratchy from crying. The crisp September air bites at my cheeks. The sky hangs gray and heavy above the skyscrapers. Perfect weather for heartbreak. Howard steps to the curb and raises his hand, but every yellow cab that passes already has passengers. "Sorry, miss. Usually they're lined up this time of day." He checks his watch. "Traffic must be bad from that parade downtown." I nod, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably Celia again, or worse, Noah. I ignore it. "It's fine. I'll try myself." Howard reluctantly returns to his POAs as I step closer to the street, arm raised. 3 cabs zoom past without stopping. A 4th slows down, then speeds up when someone further down the block waves cash. "Seriously?" I shout after it. A businessman in an expensive coat gives me a side eye as he passes. I don't care. Let him stare. Everyone else in this city is already looking at me thanks to those damn headlines. After 5 more minutes and no luck, I pull out my phone and open the Uber app. $78 to the airport, highway robbery. But what choice do I have? I tap confirm and watch as the app pairs me with a driver. "Alejandro, 4.8 stars, 8 minutes away." I mutter to myself. Great. The app shows his little car icon crawling through midtown traffic. 8 minutes feels like 8 hours when you're standing on a sidewalk with your heart in pieces. I glance up at the penthouse windows, 42 floors above me. Poor Celia and Aston. For their sakes, I wish things were different. I force myself to look away and focus on my phone. 7 minutes until the Uber arrives. I pull my jacket tighter around me, the gold bracelet Noah gave me catching on the fabric. I should have taken it off. I should have left it behind with everything else. A raindrop hits my phone screen, then another. Perfect. Just perfect, I whisper, blinking back fresh tears. The drizzle turns into a full-on downpour within seconds. Just my luck. I check my phone again. 5 minutes until Alejandro arrives. The rain pelts my head, quickly soaking through my thin jacket. Howard gestures for me to come back under the awning, but I wave him off. Something about standing in the rain feels appropriate for the miserable movie my life has become. Jackie. My body freezes at the sound of his voice. I must be hallucinating. There's no way. Jackie. I turn around slowly, my wet curls sticking to my cheeks, and there he is, Noah Breckenridge, running down the sidewalk toward me like a madman. His shirt is getting drenched, his sandy blonde hair plastered to his forehead. He doesn't have an umbrella, doesn't even have a jacket, just pure determination etched across his face. What are you doing here? I shout over the downpour. He stops a few feet from me, chest heaving. What the hell do you think you're doing? Going home, away from all this. I gesture vaguely around us, at the invisible tabloid headlines hanging in the air. No, you're not. His voice is firm, commanding. Those piercing blue eyes lock onto mine. Excuse me? I grip my suitcase handle tighter. Last time I checked, I don't need your permission. I'm not letting you leave like this. He takes another step closer, rain streaming down his face. Not because of some nonsense headlines, or because Jesselyn said something that got in your head. It's not just that. I look away. This whole thing was pretend, Noah. We both know that. Screw that. He closes the distance between us, grabs my shoulders. Look at me, Jackie. I reluctantly meet his gaze. It stopped being pretend for me a long time ago. His voice drops. I love you. My heart stops. What? I love you. He says it like a challenge, like he's daring me to doubt him. I've never said that to anyone before, not like this, not where I meant it with everything I am. The rain beats down on both of us, but I barely feel it anymore. Noah, you don't have to. I'm not saying it to make you stay. I'm saying it because it's the truth, and I should have said it sooner. His hands cup my face. I love you, Jackie Rogers, and I'm not letting you leave me today.
Chapter 31. Noah. I grab Jackie's face between my hands, my fingers sliding against her rain-soaked skin. The downpour is relentless, drenching us both in seconds, but I couldn't give less of a damn about my clothes or the storm or anything else in the world right now. Jackie, I'm not letting you get in that Uber. I'm not letting you fly back. I'm not letting you disappear from my life. Her lips part in surprise, and I can see the battle in her eyes, wanting to believe me, but afraid to trust what's happening. I've spent my whole life trying to be what everyone else wanted. The perfect son, the ruthless lawyer, the eligible bachelor. But with you? I shake my head, water spraying from my hair. With you, I'm just me, and that's enough. A taxi splashes past, sending a wave across the sidewalk, but neither of us moves. Your Uber can go to hell, I say, stepping closer until her suitcase is pressed between us. You're not leaving. Not unless you can look me in the eyes and tell me you don't feel the same way. Jackie's throat works as she swallows. Noah, there's so much. I don't let her finish. I close the distance between us and press my lips to hers, pouring everything I can't articulate into the kiss. Her momentary resistance melts away as her hands release the suitcase and find my shoulders. I deepen the kiss, one hand sliding to cradle the back of her neck, while the other wraps around her waist, pulling her against me. The rain streams down our faces, making our lips slip against each other. But it only adds to the intensity. She tastes like rain and possibility, and everything I never knew I needed. The Uber pulls up to the curb, its headlights cutting through the rain-soaked darkness. Jackie looks at the car, then back at me. I can see the indecision in her eyes, the struggle between staying and going. "Cancel it," I whisper, my voice rough with emotion. Her fingers hover over her phone screen for what feels like an eternity. Then, with a decisive tap, she dismisses the driver. My chest expands with relief so intense it's almost painful. "You're making the right choice," I say, gently taking her phone and sliding it into my pocket. I reach for her suitcase with one hand and lace my fingers through hers with the other. Her hand is cold, trembling slightly. "My car's just around the corner." Jackie's curls are plastered to her face, water droplets clinging to her eyelashes. "Noah, Not here. Not in this rain." I give her hand a gentle squeeze. "Let's get you dry first." We walk in silence, our interlocked fingers saying more than words could. The rain hammers down, drumming against the pavement and soaking through my already drenched shirt. I don't care. All that matters is the woman beside me and the fact that she's chosen to stay. My Aston Martin gleams under the streetlights, water cascading off its sleek frame. I pop the trunk, stowing her suitcase before opening the passenger door. "Your leather seats?" Jackie hesitates. "Damn the seats." I guide her in with a hand at the small of her back. "You're worth more than a car." Once behind the wheel, I crank the heat up, watching as Jackie shivers slightly. Droplets race down her neck, disappearing beneath her collar. I want to trace their path with my fingers, my lips. "Where are we going?" she asks, voice small but steady. I start the engine, its purr vibrating through the car. "Home." "Noah, I don't even know where home is anymore." I reach across the console, taking her hand again. "Home is with me. It always has been." The words come out with more certainty than I felt about anything in my life. "I'm taking you home to take care of you, Jackie. Home to where you've always belonged." Her fingers tighten around mine. "And where's that?" "Wherever we are together." I bring her knuckles to my lips, pressing a kiss against her rain-cooled skin. "That's home now." The car pulls away from the curb, windshield wipers battling the downpour as we leave behind the moment she almost left. Ahead lies everything I never knew I wanted, until Jackie Rogers crashed into my life with her knives and spices and unflinching heart. After a few minutes of driving, I guide the Aston Martin into my reserved space in the parking garage, cutting the engine. Jackie's profile is illuminated by the dim garage lighting, her curls still dripping onto her shoulders. "We're here," I say, reaching over to brush a strand of wet hair from her face. "Let's get you upstairs and dry." As we ascend, I can't keep my eyes off her. She's soaking wet, makeup slightly smudged, and still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The elevator doors slide open directly into my penthouse foyer. I set her suitcase down and guide her inside with a hand at the small of her back. "Your shirt is practically transparent," I observe, noticing how her blouse clings to her curves. "Let me get you something dry." In my bedroom, I pull out one of my t-shirts and a pair of sweatpants with a drawstring waist. These'll be big, but they're warm. I point to an adjoining door. While she's changing, I quickly strip off my own wet clothes and throw on dry jeans and a Henley. I head to the kitchen and put the kettle on, grabbing mugs from the cabinet. When Jackie emerges wearing my clothes, something primal stirs in my chest. My t-shirt hangs loose on her frame, the neckline dipping to reveal her collarbone. The sweatpants are rolled several times at the waist and ankles. "Better?" I ask, my voice rougher than intended. "Much." She rubs a towel over her damp curls, though I feel like I'm swimming in these. I hand her a steaming mug. It's just tea. Nothing fancy. Since when does Noah Breckenridge do anything that isn't fancy? A smile plays at the corner of her lips as she accepts the mug, our fingers brushing. Since I met a chef who taught me the best meals are the ones shared with people you love. The word slips out naturally, and I don't regret it. Jackie's eyes widen slightly. Love? Yeah. I take a step closer, setting my own mug down. Love. That's what this is, Jackie. I'm in love with you. Not pretend love for some arrangement. Real, terrifying. Can't eat, can't sleep. Reach for the stars, love. Jackie sets her mug beside mine. You stole that line from a movie. Doesn't make it less true. I close the distance between us, tugging gently on the hem of my shirt that she's wearing. I'm going to take care of you tonight, and every night you'll let me. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 32. Jackie. Later that night, I find myself nestled in Noah's arms, my back against his chest as we lie in his king-size bed. The expensive sheets feel like a cloud beneath me, but nothing compares to the warmth of his body pressed against mine. My heart still races when I think about how close I came to leaving, to never experiencing this again. What are you thinking about? Noah's breath tickles my ear. His voice, a low rumble that vibrates through me. How comfortable your ridiculously expensive sheets are. I trace my fingers along his forearm draped over my waist. What thread count is this anyway? 1,000,000? You know damn well I don't keep track of thread counts. His laugh shakes us both slightly, and I feel his lips press against my neck. That's what interior decorators are for. Of course, silly me. Why would a billionaire's son know such pedestrian details? My teasing cuts off as his fingers start a slow, deliberate trail along my side. I'd rather focus on other details. His hand slides down my hip, then back up, this time slipping under the hem of my t-shirt. His touch leaves goosebumps in its wake. Like how your skin feels under my hands. I suck in a breath as his fingers trace circles on my stomach, inching higher with each rotation. Is this your strategy? Distract me mid-argument? Is it working? Noah's voice drops lower, and I feel his other hand slip beneath the waistband of my sweatpants. You'll need to present more evidence. I turn in his arms to face him, catching the hungry look in his eyes before his mouth claims mine. His kiss is demanding, confident. Everything about him radiates control as he pulls me closer. My body responds instantly, arching into his touch as his hand moves with purpose inside my sweatpants. God, Jackie. He groans against my mouth. You drive me crazy. His hands are everywhere now, one pushing my shirt up to expose my chest, the other exploring between my thighs with skilled precision. I gasp against his lips, clutching at his shoulders. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 33. Noah. I watched Jackie move around the kitchen with Olivia, Monica, and Celia, the four of them coordinating with an effortless rhythm that's almost hypnotic. Our penthouse smells incredible. Garlic and herbs, the rich aroma of braised short ribs, and something sweet baking in the oven. "Damn, you did good with this place," Leo says, clinking his whiskey glass against mine as we stand by the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. I take a sip and nod. Jackie had most of the ideas. I just signed the checks. Henry laughs. "That's what we all say. Then somehow they've redecorated the entire house." Aston, looking much better than he did months ago after the accident, joins us. "Speaking of which, you two seem pretty settled here. No more of that temporary arrangement nonsense." I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. "Actually, we have something to tell everyone at dinner." The guys exchange knowing looks, and I shake my head. "Not a word until we announce it." "Announcement?" Jackie calls from the kitchen island, a wooden spoon pointing in my direction. "What are you plotting without me over there?" "Nothing, sweetheart. Just admiring the view." I wink at her, enjoying the way her eyes narrow playfully. "Food's ready," Monica announces, carrying a large serving dish to our dining table. Everyone gathers around as the women bring out dish after dish. Jackie's signature short ribs, Olivia's roasted vegetables, Monica's seafood pasta, and Celia's fresh-baked bread. The table is crowded with food and laughter. "I propose a toast," I say, raising my glass once everyone is seated. "To finding love in unexpected places." Jackie's eyes meet mine, warm and knowing. "And speaking of unexpected," I continue, reaching for her hand under the table, "Jackie and I have decided to make this marriage officially official." Henry's eyebrows shoot up. "As opposed to unofficially official?" "We're having a real wedding," Jackie explains, her fingers tightening around mine. "With vows we actually mean this time." The table erupts in cheers and congratulations. "About damn time," Celia says, reaching across to squeeze Jackie's free hand, though I think we all knew where this was heading. Olivia laughs. "Please, we all took the same path. Fake it till you make it, right, Monica? Celia?" Monica snorts into her wine glass while Celia nods firmly. I look around at these friends, these couples who all started with pretense and ended with something real, and feel a profound connection to them. Jackie catches my eye and mouths, "I love you." "So when's the wedding?" Leo asks. Jackie and I answer in unison, "Spring." I can't help the pride that swells in my chest as I watch Jackie reach for a huge helping of her own short ribs. Damn, I got lucky. Not just with her cooking, but with her. All of her. "So, Noah." Henry leans forward, cutting into his perfectly cooked meat. "When did you realize our little arrangement had turned into the real deal?" I catch Jackie's eye across the table. When she was about to leave. Nothing like almost losing something to make you realize how much you need it. Romantic as always. Jackie rolls her eyes, but the smile playing at her lips tells me she loves it. "I still can't believe you two started with a fake marriage," Monica says, shaking her head. Though I guess we're all guilty of similar stunts. Celia raises her glass. To unorthodox beginnings and very orthodox endings. I'll drink to that, I say, tipping my glass toward Jackie before taking a sip. Olivia points her fork at Jackie. You know what this means, right? I'm catering your wedding. Non-negotiable. I was hoping you'd offer. Jackie's face lights up. Hell yes, I add quickly. After tasting this meal, we'd be idiots to go with anyone else. Leo laughs. Better clear your spring calendar, Liv. These two might actually be serious this time. Might be. I arch an eyebrow. Jackie already has a Pinterest board with 800 wedding ideas. Excuse me? Jackie throws her napkin at me. You're the one who bookmarked 20 different wedding venues. Research purposes only, I defend, failing to keep a straight face. Aston shakes his head. You're both pathetic, and exactly like the rest of us. As everyone dives back into their food, I watch Jackie laugh at something Monica whispers to her. The candlelight catches in her curls, and for a moment I'm struck by how much has changed. A few months ago, I was a man with a reputation problem, and she was a chef with family obligations. Now we're planning a real wedding, and I've never been more certain of anything. Hey, I say quietly when the conversation moves on to Thomas's latest preschool adventures. You happy? Jackie turns to me, those warm brown eyes seeing right through my casual question to the vulnerability beneath. Happier than I ever thought possible. She squeezes my hand under the table. You? Never better, and I mean it. For the first time in my life, I'm exactly where I want to be.
Chapter 34. Jackie. I feel Noah's lips against mine, warm and insistent, as the officiant pronounces us husband and wife. This kiss, our first as a real married couple, sends electricity racing through me that makes my knees weak. When we finally part, the venue erupts in cheers and applause. The chandelier light catches on my ring, sending prisms dancing across Noah's face. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Breckenridge. Noah's hand grips mine tight as we turn to face our friends and family. His piercing blue eyes lock with mine, and the vulnerability I see there steals my breath. This isn't the practiced look we perfected during our fake relationship. This is raw and real. You are stunning. He tugs me closer as we walk down the aisle together. Like some goddess descended to save me. I laugh, squeezing his hand as we make our way through the shower of rose petals. Not the most romantic post-wedding line, but I'll take it. Just wait until we're alone. I've got plenty more where that came from. He winks, his confident grin making my stomach flip. Breck family, step in. The photographer waves, positioning us beneath an archway draped with white roses and twinkling lights. Noah pulls me against his side, his arm firm around my waist. Can you believe this is real now? No more pretending. I lean into him, feeling the solid warmth of his chest. From fake to forever in 6 months. Who would have thought? I knew. He kisses my temple as the camera clicks. From that first day in Celia and Aston's kitchen, the photographer motions for our friends to join. They surround us, a circle of love that feels impossibly precious, considering where I started. Just a chef who came to help her cousin. Get in here, Aston, I call out, my heart singing at seeing him standing tall without his wheelchair, the months of physical therapy finally paying off. Aston slides in next to Celia, his dark hair freshly cut for the occasion. Look at us now, all because you two couldn't keep it professional. Thank God for that, Noah shoots back, squeezing my hip. Celia beams at us, her curls adorned with tiny white flowers that match mine. Jackie, remember when you swore you were only staying a few weeks? Best failed escape plan ever. I reach for her hand as the photographer keeps clicking. Olivia steps in, resplendent in emerald green. To think we have Jessalyn to thank for this, if she hadn't been such a brat. Language, Leo mock scolds, but he's grinning, though she's not wrong. Monica adjusts Henry's bow tie before the next photo. Sometimes you need the wrong person to show up to realize who the right one is. Speaking of right person, Henry says, that cake downstairs is a masterpiece, Jackie. Your restaurant's going to kill it. The photographer captures our laughter, the genuine joy impossible to fake. After a flurry of combinations, just the women, just the men, couples only, Noah grabs my hand. Ready to go dance, Mrs. Breckenridge? His eyes darken with promise. Lead the way. We follow the coordinator down a sweeping staircase to the reception space below. Crystal chandeliers illuminate tables, dressed in white and gold, while huge windows showcase the Manhattan skyline. Holy cow, I whisper, taking in the transformed space that exceeds even my wildest dreams. Noah leans close, his lips grazing my ear. Nothing but the best for you. Get used to it. I'm starting to, I admit, squeezing his hand as we prepare for our grand entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, the DJ announces. For the first time, please welcome Mr. and Mrs. Noah Breckenridge. We step through the doorway, and the room erupts. Noah's hand tightens around mine, and in that moment I feel infinite, like every struggle, every doubt, every insecurity was just a stepping stone leading to this perfect point in time. The reception space glitters with fairy lights and white flowers. Noah pulls me onto the dance floor for our first dance, his hand possessive at the small of my back. As we sway to the music, he whispers against my ear, "Your dress is a crime. I haven't been able to think straight all day." That was kind of the point. I run my fingers along the back of his neck, feeling the short hairs there. Though I'm surprised you noticed with all those contract clauses running through your lawyer brain. The only contract I care about is the one we just signed. His fingers trace circles on my back. Lifetime commitment, no escape clauses. Celia catches my eye from her table, raising her champagne glass in a silent toast. Her recovery has been remarkable. Seeing her and Aston dancing earlier brought tears to my eyes. I still can't believe we're actually married, I whisper. For real this time? Noah pulls back just enough to look at me, his expression intense. Best damn decision I ever made, from fake to forever. He dips me dramatically, earning whistles from the crowd. And just think, you tried to run away from all this. If I recall, you stopped me and kissed me in the rain before I could. Worth it. His smile is softer now. Private. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. As the song ends, he straightens and places his hand on my cheek. I love you, Jackie Breckenridge. My heart swells at the sound of my new name. All those insecurities, all those fears about Jessalyn and his past, they seem like distant memories now. This is our beginning, real, honest, and completely ours. As we take a moment to flow through the reception, saying hi and receiving hugs, I watch in awe as Olivia patrols the kitchen like a general commanding troops, her emerald dress swapped for Chef White's the moment dinner service began. Through the double doors, I catch glimpses of her precision, her confidence, her absolute mastery. This woman who once intimidated me is now catering my wedding, to Noah Breckenridge. The thought still makes my stomach flip. You keep looking at the kitchen, Noah whispers, his mouth close to my ear as we stand greeting guests. Missing your natural habitat? Just appreciating Olivia's skill. She's incredible. Not as incredible as the chef I married. His hand slides possessively around my waist. Though I'll admit I'm getting hungry. Think your cousin will notice if we sneak out of our own reception for a quick food? I interrupt, trying not to laugh. You were definitely going to say food. Obviously. His eyes sparkle wickedly. What else would I possibly want? Olivia appears through the swinging doors, carrying a small plate. She strides directly toward us, ignoring the server who tries to take it from her. The bride and groom should taste first, she announces, presenting us with what looks like miniature works of art. Black truffle arancini with gold leaf. I want your professional opinion, chef. I take one, biting into the crisp exterior that gives way to creamy risotto. The earthy truffle flavor explodes across my tongue. I moan appreciatively. This is transcendent. Good enough that I'm jealous of the food. Noah takes his bite, eyes widening. Damn, Olivia, you've outdone yourself. She grins triumphantly. Just wait until the main course. I've prepared something special. Jackie's grandmother's jerk chicken recipe with a modern twist. My eyes widen. You didn't. I absolutely did. Olivia gives me a quick hug. This night should taste like home as much as it looks like a fairy tale. My family are going to lose their mind with happiness when they hear that. I feel unexpected tears prick my eyes. I've got to get back. The salmon needs my attention. Olivia turns, then pauses. Oh, and I prepared a special plate for you two with extra portions of everything. It's waiting in the bridal suite for later. She winks. Newlyweds need their strength. Noah's eyebrows shoot up as she walks away. I love your friends. Our friends, I correct him, watching Olivia command her team through the kitchen window. Though I'm starting to wonder if I should be jealous of how much you love her food. Never. He pulls me closer, his lips brushing my temple. Though I do plan to thoroughly enjoy everything she's prepared. His voice drops lower. And then I plan to thoroughly enjoy you. Our moment is interrupted as Monica approaches with 2 champagne flutes. You two need to stay hydrated. Chef's orders. She hands us the glasses. Olivia's got the staff working double time. I've never seen so many perfectly executed plates leave a kitchen this efficiently. That's because she's a goddamn miracle worker, I say, taking a sip of the crisp champagne. Noah watches the servers bring out the first course. If this is what you chef types can pull off, I should have married into the culinary world years ago. Too late. I tap my glass against his. You're stuck with just one chef now, the only one I want. His eyes hold mine, full of promise that makes my heart race all over again.
Chapter 35. Noah. I can't take my eyes off my wife, my actual wife, as she laughs with Olivia over something I didn't catch. The way Jackie's curls frame her face when she throws her head back in laughter makes my heart do that stupid flip it's been doing since the day we met in Celia and Aston's home. You gonna eat that or just stare at your bride all night? Leo slides into the seat beside me, nodding at my untouched plate of Olivia's tasting menu. The food's incredible. Damn right it is. Leo grins, clapping me on the shoulder. My wife doesn't mess around. The reception space has the perfect balance of elegance and comfort, just like Jackie wanted. String lights create a warm glow above circular tables where our closest friends and family are scattered. I slide a bite of Olivia's signature duck confit into my mouth. Holy cow! That's what I've been saying. Aston approaches our table, moving easier now than he was a few months ago. The cane he occasionally uses is nowhere in sight today. Olivia outdid herself. How's the leg? I ask. Aston sits beside me. Better every day. Though Celia still hovers like I'll break if I sneeze too hard. I heard that. Celia appears behind him, affectionately resting her hands on his shoulders. And I'll hover as much as I want after what you put me through. Fair enough, Aston concedes, reaching up to squeeze her hand. I watched Jackie weave through the tables toward us, elegant in her fitted wedding dress, but somehow still entirely herself. The woman who crashed into my life with spices in her bag and attitude in her voice. "Your mother is trying to get the DJ to play YMCA," she informs me, sliding onto my lap without ceremony. I told her it wasn't happening. That's my girl. I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her closer, saving me from myself. "When do we get to hear the story again?" Henry calls from the next table over. How a fake marriage turned into... well, this. He gestures toward us with his champagne glass. Jackie rolls her eyes, like you haven't heard it 50 times. "It's still my favorite part," Monica chimes in. "The Uber standoff in the rain. Pure romance movie material." "More like pure idiocy," I mutter against Jackie's shoulder. We're lucky we didn't die of pneumonia after that happened. Yet here we are. Jackie turns to look at me, those warm brown eyes making everything else in the room fade away. I lean forward, pressing my forehead against hers. Best decision I ever made. The moment breaks as Olivia rushes toward us with that particular look in her eyes, the one that says something's gone sideways in her perfectly orchestrated plan. "Noah!" She touches my arm with urgent fingers. "Can I talk to you for a second?" I glance at Jackie, who nods. "Go ahead. I'll save your cake from Henry's wandering fork." I follow Olivia to a quiet corner near the kitchen doors. Her perfect updo is beginning to show signs of stress, with wisps escaping around her temples. "What's wrong?" I ask, slipping into problem-solving mode. "Kitchen fire? Drunk uncle? Please tell me my mother isn't actually getting that YMCA playlist going." Joey Holloway. She speaks the name like it's a diagnosis. Dark hair, Harvard Law, drinks scotch like it's water. That Joey? Yeah, that's my friend. I narrow my eyes, trying to recall if Joey's done something particularly stupid since arriving. What about him? He's trapped in an elevator with one of my sous chefs. Olivia rubs her temple. Lucy Jacobs. She's brilliant with pastry, but claustrophobic as hell. The maintenance team says it'll be at least an hour before they can get them out. I run a hand through my hair. Joey's not exactly known for his calming presence in a crisis. That's what I was afraid of. Olivia glances toward the service corridor. Lucy's one of my best. I need her not having a panic attack before the dessert course. Where's the elevator? Staff corridor, near the wine cellar. I check my watch. An hour, you said? At least. The system's completely jammed. And we have to make sure that no one else gets into the elevators right now. The staff are shutting everything down, so only stairs for now. I weigh my options. I'll head down there, see if I can talk them through it. Joey might actually behave if he hears my voice. Thanks, Olivia sighs. And could you not mention this to Leo? He's already stressed about the toast he's giving later. Your secret's safe with me. I start toward the corridor. I follow the service corridor past the kitchen where staff rush around preparing desserts for what's supposed to be the perfect reception. My perfect reception. The one where I'm not dealing with an elevator crisis involving my lifelong buddy, the guy who followed me, school to school, until we were both at Harvard Law having the times of our lives. The maintenance corridor is eerily quiet compared to the celebration upstairs. A hotel employee in a black uniform stands beside the elevator doors, walkie-talkie in hand. You must be Mr. Breckenridge, he says. Maintenance is working on the issue, but the system's completely locked up. I loosen my tie. Let me talk to them. Approaching the elevator doors, I knock firmly. Joey, you in there, man? Noah? Joey's voice comes through, slightly slurred. Thank God. Get us out of here. Working on it. How's it going in there? A female voice cuts in, high-pitched and breathless. How's it going? I'm trapped in a metal box that's not moving. How do you think it's going? Lucy, right? Olivia's pastry chef? I press my palm against the cool metal door. We've got maintenance working on it. Should be about an hour. An hour? Lucy's voice breaks, rising several octaves. I can't breathe in here for an hour. Oh my God, we're going to suffocate. Yes, you can. I keep my tone firm but confident, the same voice I use in high-stakes negotiations. You're absolutely going to be fine. I promise. The elevator has ventilation. You have plenty of air. Easy for you to say from out there, Joey grumbles. It's hot as balls in here. My shirt is already soaked through. I roll my eyes and lean against the door. Perfect. One drunk friend and one panicking pastry chef trapped in a metal box, and somehow it's become my problem. Joey, take off your jacket and sit down. Lucy, are you sitting? No, she stammers, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. Sit down, both of you, on the floor now. I use my courtroom voice, the one that doesn't invite argument. On this floor? Joey protests like I've asked him to lick it clean. In my good pants? Jesus Christ! I pinch the bridge of my nose and count to 3 in my head. Yes, on the floor, in your clothes. Just do it. Unless you prefer to pass out standing up when you hyperventilate. I hear shuffling, then Joey's voice. Fine. We're on the floor. Happy? Ecstatic. I lean my shoulder against the wall. Lucy, take 3 deep breaths. Right now. I listen as she inhales shakily, exhales. Good. Again. Another breath. One more. After her 3rd breath, I continue. You two are going to be fine. But you're stuck together for at least an hour, so you might as well make the most of it. By doing what exactly? Joey asks. I don't know. Talk to each other. Joey, Lucy makes the best pastries in New York. Lucy, Joey once argued a case before the state Supreme Court while violently hungover and still won. Impressive, Lucy says, her voice slightly steadier. Tell her about that corporate merger you worked on in Tokyo, I suggest. The one with the karaoke bar. Joey laughs. Oh man, that was a mess. I still get emails from that CEO asking me to sing Total Eclipse of the Heart with him if I'm ever back in Tokyo. See, you've got stories. Share them. Get to know each other. I glance at my watch, calculating how long I've been gone. I've got to get back to my wedding reception before Jackie thinks I've made a run for it, which, for the record, I absolutely would not do. That woman is the best damn thing that's ever happened to me. Noah! Lucy calls out, panic edging back into her voice. Don't leave! I'm not leaving you stranded, I assure her firmly. I'll check in every 15 minutes, but seriously, you two talk. It'll make the time go faster. Joey knows his thing about contract law, and Lucy can tell you why French butter is superior to American. You've got plenty to discuss. Fine, Joey sighs, loosening his tie. But you owe me big time, Breckenridge. Like, name your firstborn after me big. Add it to my tab. My extremely wealthy, can definitely afford it tab. I turn to the maintenance guy with a look that makes him straighten his posture. Get me when there's an update. Immediately. As I head back toward the reception, I hear Joey's voice start to tell his Tokyo story, and I smile, crisis temporarily averted. Now back to my bride, who, knowing Jackie, is probably charming the hell out of every guest while simultaneously worrying about where I've disappeared to. The thought of her waiting for me quickens my pace. Jackie's my real wife now. The wedding has gone perfectly so far. But for Joey and Lucy's sake, I really hope that the maintenance team gets them out sooner rather than later.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love?
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.